हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम। तो कैसे हो भैया साहब? ठीक हो? तो क्या चल रहा है? हाल चाल सब ठीक है? तो आज हम आ चुके हैं फिर से। तो अभी शुरू होने वाला भाई जो है वो स्ट्रीम शुरू करते हैं थोड़ी देर तक। अभी लाइव स्ट्रीम वैसे तो शुरू होने वाली, मतलब जो है पबजी मोबाइल की जो लाइव स्ट्रीम है वो शुरू होगी थोड़ी देर तक। तो हम उतनी देर तक कुछ ना कुछ मीम्स वगैरह या कुछ ऐसा कुछ देख लेते हैं। ठीक है, कुछ भी। पबजी मोबाइल बस कोई पबजी मोबाइल। तो मीम्स वगैरह आए ना पबजी मोबाइल पे ना, तो बंदा वो देख ले सकता है। अच्छा, 12 मिनट बाद शुरू होनी है इसकी ना। तो पबजी मोबाइल का भी देखते हैं कि भाई क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं। सही है। हम क्या चीज़ करें अब ये भी बता सकते हैं, हल्का फुल्का अगर कुछ ऐसी चीज़ करनी है कुछ ना कुछ तो बंदा वो भी कर सकता है, तो समझ रहे हो? सही है। अ, हम देखते हैं कि कोई हो सकता है, कोई कोई नई वीडियो डाली हो ना तो बंदा वो देख सकता है। अच्छा जी, पबजी पर
Before every world championship begins, people remember only the familiar.
तो अलर्ट लग बस रील थोड़ा बोनस पार्ट था।
हाँ, रील तो देखो, वो तो रग रग में जाता है ना। किसी गेम खेलते हैं गाइस, आगे चेक करते हैं जरा। यहाँ पे जरा कॉफ़ी शॉप ही है, पॉल की कॉफ़ी शॉप ही है।
अब तो और कुछ करने को है नहीं।
ना घूमते जरा, वो आगे देख कुछ है, कोई गेम शेम है मे बी पॉसिबल।
यहाँ से अलग एंट्रेंस है।
यहाँ मेरे खास से उनके लिए, ऑडियंस के लिए। हाँ, पबजी में तो, पबजी मोबाइल में तो एटलीस्ट ऑडियंस नहीं है, बाकी गेम्स में है।
बाल्दी जो गया ना
अभी जो है ना,
उसका
हाँ,
ठीक है, वो पानी पूछ का
ऑडियंस नहीं है
रहता
इसमें।
है थोड़ा बहुत लड़कों का भी, और वैसे भी
माइनस में होगा।
की जो
नहीं, ऑडियंस की जगह ही नहीं है।
हाँ तो पीछे बैक
नहीं
साइड
था, नहीं था।
उसने वो लगाया होता,
एक
क्या
अच्छा
लगा था?
addition
कपड़े पहने फेंके हुए थे सीट पर।
अच्छा,
समझे ना?
होगा फिर,
एक अच्छा
मैंने
एडिशन
नहीं देखा
होता
था।
है कि यार
इसके अंदर अभी
चैनल पे यूज कर लेते हैं और कोई ना कोई चीज़ होती है।
देखते हैं फिर कोई नहीं रखते हमारे को। सही होगा वो यहाँ से आएगा नहीं। प्ले लॉन्च
अरे
देखने का
लोकी का ये
यहाँ पे पास में तो मैंने बैठे थे और उनके साथ
बहुत
बैठे
अच्छा है।
ऊपर से काट हो गया था, एयरपोर्ट नीचे गिर गया था। हम लोग साथ में नहीं आए थे हाँ बट वो असल में जो हम कैमरा खोल के खड़ा रहा, सुमीर को आएंगे तो उनकी एंट्री रिकॉर्ड कर।
शाहीन भाई, इस लड़के का एयरपोर्ट सीट के नीचे घुस गया था, वो निकाल लेते।
एयरपोर्ट से निकाले थे क्योंकि हम उस पर देख रहे थे ना, तो दरमियान में पता चला कि एयरपोर्ट है नहीं पॉकेट में, देखा कि सीट के नीचे चला गया था।
आधा लड़कों की गुत्ती पकड़े,
तोड़ के दरख्त के अंदर घुसा के पीछे।
इसमें जो है ना कीज क्रश होते हैं। ये क्या है? उड़ी बहन की पकड़, ये तो असली स्टील है, तो असली में कीज क्रश होते हैं। वाकई में असली में ये तो ब्लेंडर टाइप है, खतरनाक भाई। ये बैक से जा रहे हैं।
भाई ये इधर ऑथराइज जो है ना उसकी चीज को क्रश कर रही है, क्या भाई सीन होगा, हैवी वाला सीन होगा है ना। काफी चीज क्रश करती है यार, सब चीज को मतलब बहुत हैवी सीन होगा, तो ये चीजें देखनी
गौरी,
पड़ेगी।
थैंक यू ब्रदर।
थैंक यू ब्रदर, थैंक यू।
एंड में होता है यार, अगर
बाउना
फोर्टनाइट
करो।
जीतती है
तो तू कौन सा कह रहा था कि प्ले वो
और यार आज अगर मतलब
क्या?
कंसिस्टेंट खेलती है, पहला पहला मैच
पीसी
बहुत
वगैरह पड़े हैं
ज्यादा
ना,
जरूरी है।
ये तो
ये प्लेयर
टोरंटो
लॉन्च
का जो
प्लेयर लॉन्च
पहला मैच
नहीं
होता
कि
है ना
कोच ही
ये
वो
बैक
बहुत
पेज है।
ज्यादा
हाँ तो कोच
तो
ही
भाई
है।
समझ
क्या
लो ना,
है मुझे?
इतना जरूरी होता है वो भाई,
फ्रिज
बिल्कुल
मैं आपको क्या पीना है बताओ?
इसको उठा के इसके अंदर रख देता।
तो
ये
रोनाल्डो का
अभी नहीं
पहला
फ्रिज
मैच बहुत जरूरी होगा सब टीमों के लिए। और आज वो जो टीम जो
ठीक है वैसे
शुरू में मतलब अच्छे पॉइंट निकाल लेती है रोहित, तो उसके लिए बाद में
सही
प्रॉब्लम
है।
नहीं होती।
एसी वेसी
बाद
लगा
में
हुआ
तो
है।
उसके लिए
इधर
इतनी
क्या
ज्यादा
करेंगे बैठ
मसले
के?
नहीं होते, प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता कि यार वो क्या करेगा क्या नहीं करेगा।
तो वी प्लेड लॉन्च टाइम कोच एरिया है तो
उधर पीछे चलते हैं, उधर प्लेयर्स के लिए कोई गेम शेम्स है ब्रेक के टाइम के लिए, उधर चलते हैं।
रील के लिए गाइस मैंने चेक करा
वैसे पूरा साल गेम नहीं खेली।
वही ना। अब इतना मेहनत से कंट्रोल बनाया है इसने और फिंगर स्लीव पहना है।
अब
हाँ, तो
लेवल क्या हो
मतलब
रहा है
देखना पड़ेगा ना, मतलब क्या करते हैं
टीटू
प्लेयर
भाई
वगैरह ना, तो देखना पड़ेगा।
हो रहा
कल तो अच्छा खेला वैसे, मतलब कुछ
जो
मैच तो
बात है यार आएगी
रैंकल के मैचेस वो अच्छे
रोजाना
नहीं
हासिल।
खेले बहुत सारे, कल के जो रैंकल के
गाइस
मैचेस थे वो वैसे नहीं
लड़का
खेले
लोग
जैसे
सेटिंग कर रहे हैं,
मतलब
प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, मैंने भी अपनी सेटिंग वगैरह
तो
कर ली
ठीक
है।
है। तो
या
रैंकल के अगर मैच कल अच्छा होता ना भाई, जैसे जैसे ही मतलब थोड़ा बहुत रैंकल के मैच उस तरीके से करते हैं ना जैसे मतलब एक्सपेक्ट किया था,
माय
तो
रियल
भाई
नेम और
लिटरली
निकनेम ओके
मतलब जस्ट आ जाना।
या
Yeah, so put N in capitals
Okay.
there and then sign. And
रैंकल
then
का मैच
all
अगर
my
अच्छे होते हैं
questions
ना
have
तो
been
फिर तो
answered
बड़ा
and I
कर
have read and accepted the rule book.
गॉट इट।
Appreciate that, thank you.
अभी हाँ भाई
गाइस मैं
साइन
तुम्हें
करवा
एक
जाए
की बात
और
बताता हूँ
हो
ठीक
गया
है।
तो
एक
निकलते
मैं सही
बनो।
बात बताता हूँ। इस बंदे ने 30 मिनट लगाए कंट्रोल बनाने के लिए, 30-40 मिनट। फिर ट्रेनिंग में गए सेंसी बनाई थी 10 मिनट दूसरे फ़ोन पे खोल के, ठीक है। फिर ये ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड जाता है, फिंगर स्लीव पहनता है किस काम के लिए? रील बनाने के लिए 2 मिनट की। कैसा लग रहा है इतना सब मेहनत
भाई
करके?
मेहनती है, हमारा नौकरी
ब्रो
मेहनती है बहुत,
और
अब में कॉमन सेंस
नौकरी
है
बहुत
कि नहीं है?
मेहनती
और
है।
देखो जिंदगी
इज्जत भी नहीं दे रहे तुझे, कुर्सी भी नहीं दी है,
जिंदगी है,
कुर्सी की नहीं दी
इंसान है।
तुझे, कुर्सी भी नहीं दी तुझे।
इंसान जो है ना पत्थर से सख्त और फूल से नरम है, समझ रहे हो आप? कभी कोई इमरजेंसी हो सकती है,
नरम
इमरजेंसी हो सकती है, कभी कोई
ये
मिसहैप हो सकता है, तो उसके लिए इंसान को रेडी होना चाहिए।
बालजी
अच्छा
का
समझ
है
रहे हो?
जो
तो मैंने
काम
जल्दी
कर
जल्दी से बना के
हम्म
इंस्टेंट खत्म कर दी बात।
हम्म
समझ रहे हो?
बालजी
खुदा
ये
ना
काम
खास्ता,
क्या
खुदा ना
कर रहे हैं।
खास्ता
हम्म
कोई मसला मसाइल पेश आता है,
तो मतलब तू कहना चाह रहा है तू रेडी है?
मतलब इंसान को रेडी होना चाहिए ना, प्रिपेयर्ड होना चाहिए।
ठीक ठीक ठीक।
खुदा ना खास्ता,
अभी
अल्लाह
क्या
ना
करने
करे
वाले
कभी
हम?
कुछ हो, लेकिन अगर कुछ हो गया, समझ रहे हो आप? समझ रहे हो? मैच्योर बनो आप,
बालजी जो है
है ना?
बकचोदी कर रहा
डू यू
है,
एग्री विथ मी?
फुल है ये वाला ना
फुली
पानी
एग्री
में
फुली
रहा,
एग्री।
मजाक
बस
मजाक
रील
कर
थोड़ा
रहा है,
बोनस
इसका
पार्ट
मजाक उड़ा रहा है।
रील तो देखो, वो तो रग रग में जाता है ना, इसे गेम खेलते हैं गाइस।
पैसा कमाना होता है पैसा,
क्या मैं जरा
और
कॉफी
पैसे
शॉपी
के
है,
लिए सब कुछ करना पड़ता है
कॉल का
बालजी साहब, जैसे पैसे के लिए
कॉफी
आप
शॉपी है।
जो है वहाँ पहुँचे
बस
हुए
और
हो,
कुछ करने
वैसे
को है नहीं।
जैसे चस
हाँ,
के लिए
घूमते हैं
जो
जरा,
बालजी पैसों
तो
के
आगे
लिए
देखो
पहुँचा
है
हुआ
कोई
है
गेम
वहाँ,
शेम है,
तो होता तो है ना सब।
गेम करना
मे बी पॉसिबल।
यहाँ से अलग एंट्रेंस है।
यहाँ मेरे खास से उनके लिए, ऑडियंस के लिए। हाँ, पबजी में तो, पबजी मोबाइल में तो एटलीस्ट ऑडियंस नहीं है, बाकी गेम्स में है। अभी जो है ना, हाँ ऑडियंस नहीं है इसमें,
फाइनल्स में होगा शायद।
नहीं ऑडियंस की जगह ही नहीं है।
हाँ तो पीछे बैक
नहीं था,
साइड
नहीं था,
उसने वो लगाया था
क्या लगा था?
कपड़े पहने फेंके हुए थे सीट पे।
अच्छा
हाँ
होगा फिर, मैंने नहीं देखा था। इसके अंदर अभी कोई गेम का टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है।
सारे टूर्नामेंट
हाँ कोई
टूर्नामेंट हो रहे हैं,
बंदे मशीन पेल रहे थे ना,
वैसे तो इतने कुछ
ओके
ज्यादा
आती थी।
टूर्नामेंट नहीं है, लेकिन पाकिस्तान
यार
की
यहाँ
तो
से मिल सकता है क्या? मैं
टीमें
एलिगेटर से
हैं
लड़ू
नहीं
क्या
इतनी ज्यादा, इतनी
है?
और ज्यादा टीमें तो हैं नहीं, अगर पबजी मोबाइल के अलावा
यार देखो
वहाँ
ओबीएस,
से फिर वो शॉप शॉप्स है
ज्यादा अच्छा लगेगा।
ओबीएस शोबीएस, अच्छा हाँ यहाँ पे तो वो है गारमेंट्स।
ये वगैरह लगेगा।
जर्सी देखी थी सारी यहाँ पे, सारी जर्सी है। अच्छा क्लब्स की हैं
ये क्लब्स की है, ये ईडब्ल्यूसी की अपनी पे जाते हैं।
उधर कुछ है, उधर देखता हूँ ट्रेडिंग कार्ड्स। अच्छा जो स्पॉन्सर ओबीएस बोर्ड है वो तो कैमरा है, कैमरा भी ले सकते हैं
इसको पे करंट दे रहे हैं।
करंट।
वाह यार तो बड़ी अच्छी जगह है। अरामको ऑफिशियल स्टोर, ये अरामको का स्टोर है।
कस्टमाइज योर मर्च हियर। ओह
स्टैटिक इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल्ड हो रही है।
असल में मेरी तरफ से आ रहा है, मेरा ऑरा जो है ना बहुत ज़्यादा है तो
Shut the fuck up, mate. यार नाइस यार,
ये मजे की
है ना?
ये वाली ये चलेगी, ये मजे की होती है वैसे।
155 यूरो का ये फजल है, बड़ी फजल है।
इनकी ब्लैक वाली किधर है?
जो सब ने
ये इसके पास है,
ईडब्ल्यूसी वाली
नहीं है।
ये
वो बड़ी मजे की थी।
होती है, सबके पास यही है, ब्लैक वाली होती है
वो मेरे पास है,
सबके
लेकिन
पास,
मैं
मोस्टली लोगों के साथ है।
इधर इधर इधर इधर इधर अपने ये की चेन वगैरह है। देख की चेन है, टोपी है, टोपी 17 पाउंड की है, यूरो।
किधर गया मेरा
टोपी
रोनिन का?
अच्छी वैसे।
ये तो रोनिन है, रोनिन इसकी मतलब सब कुछ करना पड़ता है कस्टमाइजेशन। इसके अंदर कस्टमाइज तो महंगे वाले में होता है, लेकिन कस्टमाइज बंदा कर
ये
सकता
लाल
है।
वाली देख। ये ब्लैक की तरह नहीं, नहीं ब्लैक की तरह नहीं है, ब्लैक वाले का अलग ही हो रहा था ब्रो। नाइस यार, अच्छे अच्छे अच्छे भाई, क्या मतलब फारेगा। ये देखो गाइस, सेरेमनी सेरेमनी सेरेमनी की रिहर्सल हो रही है इधर। वो अच्छा होता, डांस क्यों हो रहा है। स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप
ये कल
नेक्स्ट
वाला ऐसा
इसके बराबर का, बराबर तो दूर की बात, इसके आसपास भी कुछ नहीं पहुंचता यार इस टूर्नामेंट के। नेक्स्ट
To see clearly going into today if they want to do well, but it is possible over such a short match set.
Yeah. Well, look, guys, I want you to be your best EWC 26 salesman, okay? Hot Jukes, sell me in 30 seconds for Thrives.
That's easy. Look, if this, all these players and all these teams were a buffet, okay? Right? We got other squads that are like the meat, you know, and they're all set up. But Fort Thrives are that hot, fresh chicken dish, right?
I am hungry, yes.
They're just put right there on the side. I saw you running with some chicken a little bit earlier, right? You just can't resist it. They're too good, too hot, and too fresh. Right now, they're looking good.
Okay, I reckon I might buy some of that because, yeah, that you tantalised my taste buds there. Now, Xander, best salesman attitude, all right? I don't know if you've got a blazer under this or anything like that, but that's fine. Aurora, sell me in 30 seconds, go.
Well, Aurora, they don't always show up when you need them to, but during a group stage, it can be great. During the finals, maybe not so much. But who doesn't like someone who shows up at not maybe the best time, but maybe the time when you want to see them get a first place in group stage, and then we could maybe hope for something good in the finals potentially.
I mean, showing up is a part of the job, right? So I guess, is that what you're saying?
I never said I was a great salesman.
I'm buying it.
But they have shown up now and again.
Okay, well, let's hope Aurora can show up, guys. Thank you so much for teleporting to me, and we have Glitter with our club championship update.
Time to kick off the day with another club championship update, and we have a lot of storylines to get into today. So first, we're going to kick things off with Ton over from the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet to tell us a little bit about what's been going on in your competition.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one as far as the club championship goes. I mean, look, the big story, we have a few little ones intertwined in there, but the big story for us really is AGAL. They are one of the favorites for the tournament, almost guaranteed at least second place. At first place right now would put them in first in the club championship. Of course, if you discount everything else that Falcons are doing, but it would give them a really big opportunity to put their name firmly in the hat. What I love about the conversation around AGAL, we kind of been having
और इस पे करेंगे ना, मतलब मैं तो इसलिए कर रहा हूँ कि अगर ये ईडब्ल्यूसी पे करता हूँ तो जो थोड़ी बहुत ही डिले है ना, हल्का फुल्का डिले होता है, वो खत्म हो जाएगा, मतलब फिर भी समझ रहा ना। तो ये चीज़ें होती हैं, इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ चलो इधर गया पबजी मोबाइल, एक तो ये है, बस इसी को करते हैं।
this before.
And momentum, I think, as far in the top 5 is definitely possible for them to maintain until the end of today.
And that's one thing that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. As I said earlier, top 5 will be moving on directly to the finals. And if we were to compare, as we're here on the second page now, if we were to compare 5 to 6, which OG is currently in 6, they're only separated by just 2 points, which can change in a matter of the first game. That is going to be so tight towards the end of the day, and also towards the bottom of the 3. We heard it too. X-Force needs to do something, and I got a chance to talk to the players, and they were saying that they're currently just having bad communications. Not the time to have that right now, X-Force.
No, it's really not. I have such high hopes still for X-Force here, Seven. I do think that if they can bounce back today, we could see a massive, massive difference, and maybe even getting out of the out of the bottom 3, rather.
What's something that you would like to see X-Force do?
More proactivity, not aggression, proactivity. I want to see them do more and think and plan ahead a little bit more than they are doing right now.
Fair enough. I would like to see that too out of them. But now it's time we move on to the Sony story of the day, because it was
आप पर और 10 एलिमिनेशंस थे, 10 उनके पास प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स इन टोटल 20 पॉइंट्स थे, और उसकी बदौलत वो टीम भी कल के दिन को एड करते करते अपने आप को #6 तक लेके आ पाई थी.
I mean, just look at the points table. आप यहाँ पर जो anomaly देखेंगे वो देखेंगे कि अरोरा गेमिंग जो कि जानी जाती है कि इनके पास सबसे ज़्यादा elimination points रहते हैं, वो टीम हमें सबसे ज़्यादा placement points लेकर जाती हुई नजर आती है. No doubt good quality या good squad भी उनके बराबर.
Interesting when you think about these two teams side by side, right? Both of them do wraparound rotations. They will take a different entry point to where they are in the circle or outside of the circle to make sure they get that good entry point. They also avoid teams in that early to mid phase. However, the difference comes with their splits, right? 4 thrives like a really structured 1-3, 2-2, very, very disciplined. Go, on the other hand here, Max, they like to spread out. They are a little bit looser with what they're doing.
I really like what we've seen from Go Team, but they're very do or die going into these games, right? Or you get yourself a massive chicken dinner, you get all those placement points, everything for yourself. Really good times for them. But otherwise, if you look at the games where they don't get chicken dinners, no placement points, very low eliminations, they're very topsy-turvy, very inconsistent, which can make up for your bad performances. But Go Team's a team that I want to see how their bad games are going to go. Not their wins, because you clearly know, right, that they can get chicken dinners. They got 2 actually on day 1, but your bad games get 3, 4, 5 points. That will definitely keep you consistently at the top of these rankings.
And it's something to keep an eye on, because all the placement points have come from those wins that they were able to get yesterday. Nothing outside of those wins. And with when you're talking about 4 thrives, you got to talk about 2 players from 4 thrives. As we're going to be taking a look at the top 5 players of day 1. And in first place is none other than Husaifa, who's currently leading the MVP race for Group A. This man was able to put up 14 eliminations and 3,300 damage. And guess who he's followed by, Max? None other than Falak.
Oh, the man with the golden hand. He's back in second place. It's good to see some 4 thrives, Pakistani domination here at PMWC. And you know what? Noki, I do miss Noki at times. But then you see Husaifa put up numbers like that, you're like, Noki's really good as a
I don't miss Noki.
Really good setup here overall. And also, if you're a little bit lower on the rankings, it's good to see a Chinese player up there, right? You got Flower Hedge, and ever so really we didn't see Labour make it with Order, and so it's like, are we going to get any presence from China at the top? All gamers putting up big numbers, but not just Flower Hedge, Snipture, also Maple.
Yeah, Maple has been incredible. I love watching him play. Very excited to see what he has for us today, Seven.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Maple's going to be able to put up those numbers. One player that we actually got a chance to see there, as well as we're seeing right now on the screen, was Cooks. Cooks showing up here for them, Natura.
Yes, he did. It was so nice to see that comeback from Coops that we've been waiting for forever, it feels like. And he's just a really great addition to the team. We've been talking about Nick McGalaxy a little bit, but it feels like the team has just finally melded with him back on the squad here. So very, very fun to see that and how that evolves today.
Yeah, for them it has to be that synergy that we were able to spot yesterday. Remember, one fight that stands out for me, we even got a chance to talk about it with Coops was when they were fighting with Lord. The synergy that they were having, one was throwing an A, one was pushing as well. That's what you want to see out of that squad that wants to be in the top 5.
That is an S tier push right there. Going on to the side of Earl, if you're on the cliff side, you're making sure that TT Split, you're not getting pushed by Goat Team, so just making everything, you put all your eggs in separate baskets. I love that play from that squad, and I just hope we see a similar level of play today, because Nigma Galaxy, finally, they're back on the map, 7. It is so nice to see.
I'm happy to see it, especially when they were getting that second place, third place in globals. Maybe in this one, with the way they're performing, they're going to be pushing for that first place and finally break out of that second or third. But one team that we've been keeping a close eye on is none other than OG. We've been wanting them to be aggressive, and they were able to showcase it here perfectly.
I want you guys to check out this clip, because right now what we wanted to see from Orangutan is confidence, willingness to be aggressive. Here, they get the knock right onto a play of Nigma Galaxy, and really there's Aurora in the distance. They don't have any option. When they have their heels up against the wall, that is when they decide to be aggressive, and we love to see it, because here they get together, all fully focused on stepping around the corner. And they just send it fully and they eliminate Nigma Galaxy like it was nothing. It was literally the best we've ever seen from an Indian team globally. Feels like I want to see more of this. Please, Orangutan, this was fantastic.
It was so nice.
I love it. I love it. I love the passion behind it.
We need that passion in here. Rotational angle here is, I want to see more proactivity from them in general, because I feel like they're kind of holding back, and like if we can survive to the late stage, then we're actually going to be able to do something and play more. And I'm like, no, you got to wrap around those rotations. You got to find those third-party opportunities. That's
keep in mind is, if you're outside of the top 5 and you're not even close to the bottom 3, you got absolutely nothing to lose to fully send it to just try to make it to the top 5. It's either going to happen or not. And I know Kalari's got a chance to talk to the Furia coach.
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC for day number 2 of the group stage here at EWC 26. I've got Knight with me from Furia to talk about a few things from the games from yesterday, because we've got big expectations of Furia. I think you got a little bit unlucky with some of those circles as a whole and stuff like that. So can you talk to me about the team's outlook on what happened yesterday and the games in general?
I think we didn't have, like, we started well, we got 9 kills in the first game, but in the the other 5 games, we couldn't actually
मैं कह रहा हूँ ये कुछ देखा देखा लग रहा है, बट ये इस साल का तो आया नहीं। देखा देखा लग रहा है, बट इस साल का नहीं है। अच्छा जी, लेट्स सी क्या होता है। तो टेंशन ही होती है भाई, ये तो इसका चीजें देखने की टेंशन होती है कि ये ना हो कोई स्ट्राइक ना पड़ जाए, तो स्ट्राइक ना पड़ जाए, तो ये मसला होता है बहुत सारे। साइलस भी आया हुआ है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है भाई, क्या भैया जी।
north, east side of the map.
Yep, yeah.
Those are highlights.
Oh my God, इंडिया को पाकिस्तान हेल्प कर रहा है।
भाई जीजी है भाई टूर्नामेंट का, जीजी 40 विनिंग दिस टूर्नामेंट ब्रो, वापस से।
Sports reject, he's walking up, gets forced forward, there's absolutely no way they make this.
ओ ये क्या था? अरे क्या था? अरे पुलिस ने क्या मारा है भाई?
यार
بطل البي ام جي المتحدي الباكستاني فلك يتحرك سريعا باتجاه لاعبي فريق العلا، نقطتين ولكن ردة الفعل تأتي مباشرة سريعا من طرف آخر. الديركس اكسي والبدايات مع رؤوف، اسقط يسجل رؤوف وحيد من هذه الزاوية، يبحث عن النقطة، يريد ضمان النقطة، ولكن الباكستاني ينطلق سيرس بنقاطه الأربعة، والنجم جالكسي بهذا الشكل يا فلك. يتحرك فلك، يحاول الباكستاني الممتع الأسطوري
एक्साइटमेंट और भाव होता है ना वो बहुत ज्यादा समझ लग रहा है भाई कुछ ना कुछ एक्साइटमेंट
منذ اللحظة الأولى لهذا الفلك من أجل باك تو باك في لقب عالمي يبحث من خلالها الأخضر والأبيض. يضع باكستان في الخارطة دائما وفي كل المحطات. فورتي ينطلق بالإقصاءات الست ويحاول بفلك من اسطنبول برحلة هدفها واحد، هدفها البطل واللقب والنهاية. الله الله الله الله، منذ اسبوعين كنت في كراتشي، خرجت من المطار، تحركت، وجدت لوحة بعملاقة صورتك يا فلاك ويتحدث البطل. سألت سائق التاكسي، سألت الحلاق، سألت رجل الفندق، سألت صاحب المطعم من هو فلاك، قالوا هو أسطورتنا الوحيدة وهو رجل باكستان الأول. وها هو أنت تؤكد أنك رجل باكستان الأول، فمن اقصد الحولة نيد مرة أخرى فلك، هل فيها اسقاط سيسجل على لاعبين؟ الله الله الله عليك، الله يا فلك، الله يا ولدا.
भाई अरबी वाली जो कमेंट है सुन नहीं सकते और ये है कि इनका वो है कि एक कोरा तो है। बहुत हैवी है मतलब अरबी को
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue for our day 2 of the PMWC group stage today.
5 मिनट रह गए
Esports into the finals. They've had what it's like to compete on the Gadir City grid, but now it's time for Group A to show up or open the door. And Barney, the standing can change very quickly, but one thing remains the same. Every team wants to avoid these bottom 3 at all costs. Just 6 more matches.
Let's see.
Will decide. Good team.
टीम को है जो है वो भाई हैवी वाला सीन कर रही है। अगर यार इसको कसम से नेट अच्छा खासा चल रहा है, इसको पता नहीं क्या मसला है। Underdog Gaming.
X-Force rejects. Derricks. Nigma Galaxy. 4 Tribes Esports. Orangutan. Gaming Stars. Gaming.
तो भी लाइव देखना ही नहीं भाई यार ये क्या हग रहा है भाई, मेरा नेट कसम से हग रहा है आज, तो इतना हग रहा है ना मैं क्या बोलूं इसको, इसके करके देखते हैं। Wolf Esports
we've reached the moment where every decision counts. Our players are ready to give it everything they've got. Prove they belong at the top.
5 teams watch and wait from the finals lobby. 8 fight for survival and 3 are sent packing. It's time for day 2 of the PMWC group stage at EWC 2026. 32 teams from all over the world prepare for battle on the Gadir City grid over the next 4 days. Players from all corners of the world looking to make their mark and laser focused on the title of PMWC champion.
तुझे आज हगना ही है क्या पूरा दिन? ये तुझे आज हगना ही है क्या? फैन के लगता है तू सही मुझे खज्जल कर रहा है यार.
Esports. AG. Team in the world.
Maple's got one of his own. Good chuck on it. Could be blind. That's it's all.
He gets one. Can he do the drop down? Can he hit the shots? DK Sashi.
He's got them on a broadside. Oh, insult to injury. Take down the down player first. But it is a duo chicken dinner. Not quite connecting. The shotgun is ringing out over the bonnet. Nearly doing the work, but the explosion takes it down instead.
Gotta hit the shots with the shots. Oh, to red. Joe gets it done.
His team should be numbered. Wow. He gives him a reason to remember the name as well. Ragnarok's time as well and truly.
पहला मैच जो है ना वो कांड ऑफ शो करा देगा. अगर पहले मैच में 4 ट्राई कहीं ना कहीं 15-16 पॉइंट निकाल लेती है तो भाई फिर उसके बाद यही है कि 4 ट्राई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी. उसके बाद सबको आइडिया हो जाएगा.
Back for day 2 here at PMWC at EWC. It is me, Blank, as well as Mr. Hodgins, who's joining me here today. Very excited to get into this one. We have 6 more matches so far of Group A to get ourselves through today. There's a lot on the line for some of these teams because some teams will be going home today. Some keys will be getting crushed, Hot Jukes.
That is correct. 3 to be exact. 3 teams, keys, dreams are going to be all done at the end of today. So it's a huge opportunity, right, to put yourself in the running for that top 5. I mean, we still have 6 matches left to go. That's still plenty of time, right? Even for the teams all the way at the bottom to make it happen. But if you are in those bottom ranks, you really need to get it done here and now. Rondo is the match to do it.
We do have a Thunder Talk down towards the bottom side of the tables right now. It's a tough position to be in, right? Again, I think that China has come in swinging this time. One team is at risk of elimination right now. Alula, they were able to eliminate Alpha 7, but can they save themselves here right now to make their way through? I think that it's an interesting one, especially for DK. Again, there wasn't a massive amount of hopes and dreams laid on this team, but they have surprisingly performed so far. It's been nice to see they came out swinging with a chicken dinner start of the day yesterday.
Yeah.
But again, we talked about it during the STC Rewind. But 4 Thrives, yeah, Rewind. 4 Thrives looking great. They are still looking great, and I think they will continue to look great going to today. They had a strong Rondo. Do you think it's going to happen again?
It's going to be tough, right? I think that Rondo being that map that is so important here, I think everybody did their homework to another level night, and are going to mix things up. I mean, I know one team in particular for sure is Nigma Galaxy, because they got taken out immediately on that Rondo there, and they said that, no, yeah, Team Flash, they hunted us down, and I think that the whole lobby at this stage, they saw that, right? They're like, you know what, we're at risk of this happening. You know, even 4 Thrives, I've got to maybe think twice here. So, hey, make those changes, make it happen, and get it done here for match number 1, as it looks like we got the playing going. Let's get this started.
And we are down towards the south portion of the map. for day number 2 as we get into it. This is the last day for Group A, the last day for some of these teams to make their mark here and progress into the PWC. But for some teams, it will be the final hurdle that will trip them up. See what they can make happen. This is a difficult circle, so it's difficult playing path, here on Rondo down towards the south side. Doesn't really open up a lot of the northwest. There's going to be some long shoots here for some of our squads. Stadium a little bit hard to make your way on over. But for Enigma Galaxy, you hope that they have figured out a solution, potentially. Aurora as well. I don't think they were able to get as much action as they might have liked over towards Mulin. There was a lot of fighting in Neox Factory.
But yeah, you can see here, no double plane path, just the southern one. You can see the team starting to hop on out. You got to make sure that you protect that single player going for that recall. That is so important here.
No double plane paths.
Yeah, no double plane paths.
No, anymore.
No, that's right. That's correct. Yeah, nothing. To happen. We got this Ching, and you can see Thunder Talk. That is the team that needs to make it happen here big time, getting into it with AGAL.
It's a scary team to get into it though, because yesterday Maple looked fantastic on the initial approach. Ching underneath from Thunder Talk, but AJ does open up onto Maple of all teams. They are getting word that is potentially a rehost coming through. We will wait and see, and it is the truth. We're not lying to you. So in the meantime, we will have to wait for that one. But I think most of the players are probably not unhappy about that, considering it's quite a difficult lane to start things off down towards that south side in Danqing. It forced a lot of teams out of the way, but then we did get an eastern circle, which wasn't too bad for the squads.
Yeah, no big deal here. You know what I'm saying? We get a little bit more time to talk about these teams, get a little more time for these teams to kind of prep and figure out how they're going to make this happen here, because 24, they got just these next few hours to either stay here in Paris or go home. They want to definitely extend their life just a little bit further. So looking at the leaderboards, let's break that down, right? So top 5, again, those are going to be the ones moving straight to the finals. Bottom 3 are going home. That's it for today. And those teams in between heading into that survival stage. So you have in 5th place, KRX tied with Aurora with 47 points. OG with that chicken dinner on that last game, right? Were able to really make things happen. But it does look like we are hearing.
We lied.
Yeah, we lied. Psych.
We lied.
Psych.
We're back in.
We're here.
Disregard all previous conversation because we are back here on Rondo. I'm excited to go to another region stuff. We'll take this as real life.
That's correct.
Real stakes on the line. Juicy stakes at that. As T24 opens up onto one, now looks for the second. He's going to be out. Can't take him down.
Heavy, bro.
I'll tell you what, 1v2, baby, that was real. 24 for his teammates. Balak ends up going down, so they are stuck with 2. IQ is going to be out there getting them back up here in just a couple of seconds with beautiful play to start things off. The group of death has not disappointed at all.
And again, I mean, it made me laugh hearing Max say this is the deathy group. It is kind of. He's not right. He's 24 even taking a tumble there versus Ayala. Quite easy. They are quite down. Whoa.
Wait.
Was that 4th drive just out?
What the heck, bro?
T struggled. T24 is able to get 2 elims for them, but that is a disastrous result for them. See where other players went down. We did have a slight blackout during the middle of that, so couldn't quite see where the 4th player. It might have been Flash. It might have been Flash.
And we've just talked about that. I was just saying, you know what? Even if you've got to be concerned here because you're at the top of the leaderboards. If someone's going to hunt you down, that's the squad to do it. And unfortunately for them, they go out early. Hey, huge opportunity for these teams right below them to surpass them on the leaderboards.
Yeah, Rondo is like very much a good map for saving your run. A lot of times, Silence opening up. Yeah, Chief is down. We get a quick replay. This is Flower H. This is actually the fight versus Thunder Talk, which was going fairly badly. Now, Flower H was having an absolutely sick day yesterday in terms of the damage numbers. And that is a quick spin around. Did they fully go out, though? Let's take a quick look on the leaderboards. Yeah, all gamers, 4 players alive. They look good. They were able to reset on that one. That's fantastic.
That's what you have to do. I mean, I don't know where exactly IQ was, because he wasn't in a fight with this team. But he was, I guess, trying to go to a recall tower, got caught out, unfortunately. And that's them done and dusted. Hey, the rest of the lobby's still here, though. 15 teams. Aula, Claws, trying to hit some cheeky shots using that stairwell. Silence is down to 1 HP. He gets the knock, and Claws gets naded. Rest of the team, I think, is just a little bit too far support. Actually, never mind. Yeah, right behind him. Quick is there to challenge Furia. Chief gonna throw down some smokes to try to get his teammate up here. But with this fight slowing down, yeah, I think Quick is like, oof, this is a little bit too late to start this push.
Yeah, he's in the struggle bus now. And again, this is one of the situations where it's actually very hard to deal with it, because the amount of sightlines you can kind of angle off here with the smokes, Quick's almost certainly going to go down. Silence just has to play the right-hand side. Chief just needs to eke his way up on the left-hand side here.
Yeah.
He has to hit a nasty grenade to even hopefully clutch this one out, but he's only got one chance, and that's it. Stun grenade goes out, and a nade over the top of it, and he's forced off the edge here. So now they control the entirety of the high ground.
Yeah, and Aula, they need these points pretty bad now. Just with this performance alone, right? Just 3 eliminations, that puts them out of that bottom 3. But, you know, this is that opportunity to do such a good game that it sets you up for the rest of this day. I mean, heck, a win here with double-digit eliminations, that puts them in the running for top 5, literally. So, not the worst start. They got 3 elims so far. They still have all their players up. Let's see what they can do.
It's an interesting approach from Malula, though, because the entirety of Neox is very quiet, considering that original playing path. But all 4 players from Malula are here, which means that if they do lose this engagement versus Furia, that's all that is gone here on Rondo.
Nice free fire there from Ayala, and they end up catching him. Oh, but great return from Yasser. Silence on that back end. Quick gonna go ahead and hold behind this coverage. Yeah, Alula should be able to get everybody up. Chief running out this other angle, though. That's gonna make things interesting. But you're right, yeah, Aula fully committed to Neox Factory, and so far it's working, and they are racking up the points.
Much needed points as well. In 12th place, they have dragged themselves out of what was a danger zone earlier. Just Silence left remaining now. Sticky bomb. No helmet, which is kind of the most disastrous thing about this. So many sightlines to deal with on the other side. Pretty hard approach, but they already got the reset in. Pull themselves back into play. That's over towards Fong Tun, though. Man, they got a journey ahead of them.
Yeah, they do. So that, I was wondering, like, should Silence even think about, like, pushing this right now with the rest of his team so far away? Yeah, probably not. He needs to survive and hold on a little bit longer. You definitely want that recall life just for the time being. Next zone does pop on up. Goes dead center here. The problem is you got that river just chopping right through the center of it. If that zone does hard shift on over to that left side, it's going to make things pretty difficult. But let's look at this here. Thunder Talk, X-Force Rejects. The teams at the bottom battling it out here. It looks like X-Force Rejects are going to get 3. Oh, getting shot in the back, though. That's Ulf from downtown. Sneaking that knock. But it looks like they should be able to get this res. Oh, actually, no, forget the res. They go for this final elimination. They say, we need these points. And AJ does a great job of holding him off with that shotgun.
That's the worst for way. Through the banister. Catches another. AJ looking good right now. Quick step out on the side. Could push over towards the stairs. Taking more damage coming through from Doc right now, but there are flushes to be had. More eliminations is all really Thunder Talk's looking for in this moment.
Don't see me. Don't see me. Reaper's like, I'm not here. I'm not here. Don't look. Don't turn around. Oh, did he miss him again? No, he spotted him there. So he gets the elimination. X-Force do get a little bit of time to now reset this and get this fight done. Shiba's running in all by himself, though. Got to be careful here as AJ is putting in the work. And he is taking on this squad all by himself. But finally, Shiva shuts him down.
Almost 1v4. Honestly, it was very, very close. It was the fact that he got that cheeky angle through the door frame. That
सिर्फ
might
फिनिश
have
नहीं
just
हुई,
been a
6
1v4 coming through
पॉइंट
from
लेके
SJ.
फिनिश हुई। अगर 4 ट्राई 5-6 से ऊपर पॉइंट लेती, मतलब 6 पॉइंट निकाल लेती, तो एक एवरेज हो जाता कि चलो यार एवरेज उन्होंने अपनी
I think
वो कर ली
Xbox,
है,
you can
मूव
see
पे
here
गए हैं।
Aurora and Ulf now on the
बट
move,
4
so
ट्राई में
potentially
2
the
पॉइंट निकाल
pressure
लेगी,
got
अगर ऐसे करेगी
alleviated
4 ट्राई टॉप
slightly
5 में कहीं
over
भी नहीं
towards
रहेगी,
Xbox Rejects,
कभी
but
भी
we'll
4
see.
ट्राई टॉप 5 में नहीं रहेगी, ये इस
Well, that'd be
तरीके
a
से
huge
कर
break
दिया।
for them if that's the case. Yeah, if you're X-Force Rejects, if you're Shiva, right now you're just like, where is the nearest recall tower? Problem is that we're already in stage 2, and with that water in the center of this area here, it's going to make it so difficult for him to find one. But we'll see if that does end up being the case. Looking on over to Aurora, top with 3 eliminations to start things off, looking very, very good here. Quick, it's getting a knock onto Silent, so it looks like Aula is going to be challenging that last player of Furia. They ended up getting that. And now, as a matter of fact, Igor is starting to get into the rest of the zone, but the other two are still deep, deep in the blue.
Yeah, I mean, for Fury, it's going to be a while till they actually get themselves in a position where they can play this one out. Right now, it's a lot of driving, a lot of gasoline required too. Nick Mechanics is still doing a weird thing though. They're doing these 2-2 splits where they send 2 players very far and then they got stragglers behind. I can't tell if it's to try and secure location far side of the circle and then hopefully cut in towards the...
सूर्या और टीम फ्लैश की तरफ देखो, सूर्या और टीम फ्लैश इतना मतलब वो हो रही है ना, पैसिव खेल रही है
sooner as circle pops, but it's super risky. It's a really, really super risky
हाँ,
strategy.
मतलब वो
It's
बैक
working out right now,
कितना मतलब वो ना
and
यहाँ
they're playing
होगा
it
सब
decently.
मोटा खेल, अब होगा यहाँ
But again,
मोटा खेल,
Ralph's
तांडव ही
the
तांडव
same dude who came up with the heel strap, right?
Right, yeah,
Which was real corny, but he's all for corny strategies, but they work. They do work.
So, sometimes you got to think outside the box, and you know.
Yeah, well, maybe he's an innovator.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe corny is not the way to call it.
Who knows, right? I mean, you know what? It's one of those 50-50s, right? If it doesn't work out, he's an idiot, and if it does work out, he's a genius.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's
right now he's a genius.
Yeah,
so,
now
yeah.
he nailed it, right? So with this hard shift on over to the left side, that's going to make things pretty tough as the water is in play. Let's see what Ralph can do if he can bring out some more of those 1,000 IQ plays.
ये मर गए
He'll be holding this dip right now.
ये literally मर गए भाई,
And we're going to see Aurora right down the road from Reefus.
और आगे
A
भाई
little bit of suppressive fire, holding this coverage for now, just making it annoying for Ralph to move.
चांस ही नहीं बचता कि ये बचेंगे, नहीं भाई।
Reefus yesterday,
मेरे मुताबिक
more
ये नहीं बचते, ये
man in the lobby. Difficult to remove him here on Rondo. Last pair alive, but was such a problem for RRQ for such a long time.
मरने वाले हैं, मुझे लगता है इजमा गैलेक्सी। खासकर अगर ऑल गेमर को आइडिया है कि यार इधर प्लेयर
Mate, I think most teams are trying to secure over towards the western side here. It does have a whole massive ball, so they're hoping for the switchback on that way. But this could easily
Oh, man. So this is, you literally have to kind of a coin toss at this point, right? You just have to pick a spot, hope that circle comes your way. If not, it's going to make these difficult. Lord, I do not like that gas can. Get it out of here. And make sure that we get some terror going, because we're going to need all the room that we can get. This circle was actually a huge one. Virtue themselves, considering where they're at the start of the day, this is their chance. Honestly, I think you had a rough day one. Utilize this opportunity to its maximum potential and at least secure your tournament life a little bit longer.
There's still a couple of entryways back over towards the western side, but you're right. I mean, right now, Alula, not only do they have a decent spot, they've got a compound, they've got a high ground to work with, but it does require them to win the coin flip.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the main problem they're running into at the moment. But there is a bridge down towards that south side of the bridge.
Kind of circle मिल जाता है तो
in the process of trying to get back over towards the west. We've got to wait for this next circle first, which will be hitting us real shortly.
Let's see. Where's it going? Will Alula win the coin flip? And boom! They have nailed it here. So it is a rock solid position for them.
What are you doing, bro?
You see Quick, he started moving around. He's excited. He's like, all right, boys, let's get this going. This is our game here. As you see all those teams on the south. OG, Ulf, KRX all going to have to start pushing on up. Ooh, quick moving outside of the zone here. They're going to take that edge, just looking for that, maybe possibly gatekeep some of these teams pushing in from the south side.
Yeah, they have to hold it out, right? It's actually, there is a playable space down here towards the river where you can actually just play underneath Alula. Actually saw Fourth Rise play a very similar position earlier this year. Get a really big game off the back of it. Aru's going to send forward though. He's swinging past on that western side. Yeah, OG, Alula, both really are benefiting off the back of this circle. I do like that Alula just decided, you know, let's just take the compound over towards the west here. Let's not try and spread out too much. Already know that practically 20% of the circle is unplayable.
Teams that get in positions that are so dominant and they just spread themselves too thin. So I like the fact that they are playing it together, but I don't want them to play super passive, right? You still utilize this opportunity to
उन्होंने अपने प्लेयर को जो है वो बचा लिया। मुझे लगता है कि इस टीम के साथ कोई प्रॉब्लम आ रही है
to hunt down as many eliminations as you can. See how that ends up working out though, as we're looking at RRQ GOAT.
ये सामने RRQ के प्लेयर्स मौजूद हैं, काफी दूर फायर इन, वो स्प्रे डाउन करेंगे प्लेयर को। गोड स्क्वाड के ऊपर ट्रेड नॉक निकाला जाएगा, लेकिन फोर्स यहां से बैठे हुए कवर फायर दे रहे हैं। क्लोज रेंज में फूप्समैन गिराएंगे फायर इन को, फूप्समैन एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट कंफर्म करेंगे, लेकिन उनको ट्रेड कर लिया जाता है और रही सही कसर निकाली जाएगी मॉक्सी की जानिब से। एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स कंफर्म किए जाएंगे RRQ के प्लेयर्स के ऊपर और अब नर्फ वो आखिरी प्लेयर हैं, लेकिन गोड क्या रिवाइव दिया जाएगा, क्या फाइट को टर्न अराउंड किया जाएगा? जी नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। नर्फ का आगे आना, आगे आकर प्लेयर्स को नॉक करना और फिनिश करना गोड स्क्वाड को आखिरी प्लेयर पर ला खड़ा करेगा। एंड नाउ इट्स अ 1 वर्सेस 1 जहां फोर्स आए हैं, फोर्स काफी कमाल खेलेंगे। इस 1v1 को जीता जाएगा और गोड स्क्वाड को 7वां एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट दिलाकर पहले पायदान के ऊपर ला खड़ा किया जाता है।
जी हाँ, और टीम गोट वंस अगेन अपनी गुड परफॉर्मेंस जो कि कल के दिन पर इसी में डिलीवर की थी उस पर हमें वापस आते हुए दिखाई देगी। और जो पहला नंबर था, पहली जो पोजीशन थी पॉइंट टेबल पर, उसको टीम हासिल करने के साथ साथ अब हमें जरूर करीब आते हुए दिखाई दे जाएगी। लेकिन GK वर्सेस अनदर टीम जो कि टीम गेमिंग स्टार्स आपको दिखाई दे जाती है, उनके प्लेयर्स को नॉकआउट किया जाता है। मानी एक नोबल इन द मैच, उनको एलिमिनेट कर दिया जा चुका है। फिर स्वैश थे जिनको इस मैच में अब एलिमिनेशन मिल जाएगा। टीम GK उनके पास अभी भी 3 खिलाड़ी हैं और इन 3 फुट खड़े होंगे और उनके सामने वो खिलाड़ी जो कि यहाँ पर भी गाड़ी के पीछे मौजूद थे, इससे पहले के कुछ करते उनको नॉकआउट मिला, लेकिन थोड़ी ही दूरी पर QX डबल जी का ट्रिपल जी का भी नेड आएगा और फिर आखिर आपको टीम गेमिंग स्टार भी इस मैच से हमें गायब होते हुए दिखाई दे जाएगी। सो एलिमिनेशन आफ्टर अनदर एलिमिनेशन और एक एक करके नंबर तेजी से कम हो रहे हैं। 2 मजीद टीमें जा चुकी हैं। जब लास्ट हमने 11-13 टीम्स के इनफैक्ट नंबर को इस मैच में देखा था, लेकिन GK के रैग्नारोक भी बिल्कुल लग ही रहा था कि बस इनकी भी यहां से जो वापसी है वो होने ही वाली लॉबी की जानिब। लेकिन तभी गाड़ी से बाहर निकलेंगे, फर्स्ट एड लगेगी, लेकिन खतरा भी इतना ज्यादा है कि जिस तरह से गाड़ी के साथ मौजूद है, ऐसा लगा कि शायद गाड़ी ब्लास्ट हुई और बस ये गए।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल ऐसा ही कुछ देखने को मिला हमें। लेकिन इस साइड पर देखा जाए फ्लैश के 3 प्लेयर्स हमें इंटैक्ट नजर आते हैं, जहाँ पर फ्लैश के 4 प्लेयर्स हैं। इनफैक्ट चौथा प्लेयर थोड़ा सा दूर है, क्योंकि अच्छी चीज तो है, लेकिन चले यहाँ पर देखा जाए सीओस की जानिब से क्या खूबसूरत इस्तेमाल कर देखने को मिला। AOG का परफेक्ट इस्तेमाल करते हुए नजर आते हैं, जहाँ 0 रिकॉल तो था लेकिन कनेक्शन ऑन टॉप देखने को मिला। नॉकआउट दर्ज किया गया, बल्कि इंस्टेंट एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट कंफर्म करती हुई फ्लैश नजर आती है। एक के बाद एक प्लेयर्स गिराए जा रहे हैं मिड रेंजेस के ऊपर। इस टीम को आप देखें किस खूबसूरती के साथ वो जौहर दिखाते हैं अपने गन स्किल्स के, जहां कोई नजर आएगा उसको नॉक करके सीधा फिनिश किया जाता है। लेकिन क्या ये मौका मिलेगा टीम फ्लैश को आगे जाकर स्लैमिन देने का? बिकॉज उनके पास सर्कल में जगह नहीं है। ऑल्दो जहां निग्मा गैलेक्सी है वहां भी तो जोन नहीं है, ईस्टर्न साइड पे जाना है, फोकस आपका कहीं और है। ऑल्दो इस फोकस के चलते एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स तो मिल रहे हैं, ठीक है, अच्छा है, इट्स अ गुड न्यूज, लेकिन सर्कल में जाना उससे कहीं ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट। निग्मा गैलेक्सी एक साइड से फ्लैश, एक साइड से KRX, दोनों साइड से मिल मिलाकर फंसेंगे ये प्लेयर्स। थर्ड पार्टी हो जाती है या कहीं सैंडविच सिचुएशन तो गलत नहीं होगा, लेकिन फ्लैश को सर्कल में जाने की जल्दी कहीं ना कहीं एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स उनसे छीनेगी तो सही, लेकिन DRX वो अपने एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट छोड़ना नहीं चाहते। बिनी आगे जाएंगे, स्मोक्स का इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा, लेकिन बिनी उन्हें अरोरा पकड़ लेती है। भाई ये चल क्या रहा है? थर्ड पार्टी तो हमने सोचा था फ्लैश करेगी, लेकिन फोर्थ पार्टी अरोरा कर देती है।
जी हाँ, और इनफैक्ट रोंडो का ये मैच हमारे लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा क्योटिक बन चुका है और अभी भी यहाँ से कौन विन करने जा रहा है विल हैव टू सी, क्योंकि हॉक्सी वो टीम के लिए अकेले खिलाड़ी है, वो अकेले प्लेयर है जिन्होंने कल के दिन पर बहुत बेहतरीन खेला था। इनफैक्ट हमें आई थिंक टॉप 3 प्लेयर्स में दिखाई दी थी जिन्होंने निकाले, लेकिन विद द हेल्प टीम निग्मा गैलेक्सी दिए जाएंगे। हॉक्सी गए कि शायद वो जो एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स हैं कंफर्म कर लें, लेकिन बदकिस्मती से ऐसा नहीं होगा और किल फीड के अंदर आपको टीम निग्मा गैलेक्सी के जो एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स हैं वो डॉक ही कंफर्म करते हुए दिखाई दे जाएंगे। सो डॉक का जो नाम है खासा आया है किल फीड के अंदर एंड आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग कि अच्छा डैमेज उन्होंने डील किया है, अच्छे एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स उनके पास हैं और इसकी जो आई थिंक कंफर्मेशन है वो आपके राइट साइड पर आ जाएगी। 8 एलिमिनेशन, इनफैक्ट 6 एलिमिनेशन है एजे के, इसके अलावा टॉप के पास 5 आ चुके हैं इस मैच में, डॉक के पास भी 3 है। सो टीम अरोरा गेमिंग वो जो कल के दिन का आई थिंक टीम का अरोरा का भी थोड़ा सा मिस आउट करते हुए देखा डोमिनेशन में, अब इस पहले ही मैच के अंदर आपको ये टीम अरोरा भी कम बैक करते हुए दिखाई दे रही है।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल ठीक कहा आपने, एक कमबैक देखने को मिलता है अरोरा की जानिब से भी, लेकिन ज़ेओल के ऊपर ग्रेनेड्स आएंगे उल्फ की जानिब से। उल्फ कल के दिन जो पोटेंशियल चिकन डिनर्स इस टीम ने थ्रो किए, शायद ही कोई टीम इतना करीब आई हो एक मैच में जितना ये हर ही मैच में चिकन डिनर के करीब आते हुए दिखाई दे रहे थे हमें, लेकिन आज के दिन उस हालत को दोहराना नहीं है, एक नहीं करता। दूसरी साइड पर देखा जाए ओला स्पोर्ट्स जिनकी हम बात कर रहे थे पोर्टल, वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट द कमबैक्स, ओला करती हुई नजर आई, एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स काफी शानदार निकाले, लेकिन व्हाट इज द पॉइंट ऑफ एलिमिनेशंस जब आप मैच को पूरी तरह से फिनिश कर ही नहीं पा रहे। जिस जगह पे ओला स्पोर्ट्स मौजूद है उनको इस एक मैच की डोमिनेशन दिखाना बहुत जरूरी था। 6 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स से निकाल चुके थे, चिकन डिनर तक जाया जाता तो शायद जंप एक बड़ा देखने को मिलता, लेकिन अब रहमो करम पर रह चुके हैं अपने आखिरी 1 से 2 प्लेयर्स के ऊपर। लेकिन चले जहां पर हम बात करें ओला स्पोर्ट्स की कि स्टार्ट में अच्छा खेला, बात करेंगे फुरिया की जिनके पास 6 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स हैं पोर्टल। स्टार्ट में वो उला के हाथों काफी ज्यादा जूझते हुए नजर आए, लेकिन अभी चारों प्लेयर्स को वापस बुलाने के बाद, रिकॉल करने के बाद ये टीम हमें सर्कल में एक अच्छी जगह पर दिखाई दे रही है। यानी चिकन डिनर कंटेंडर्स में इस टीम का नाम भी आता है, लेकिन उल्फ एंड अरोरा इनमें से कोई एक अगर चिकन करना चाहता है उनको इस फाइट को डोमिनेट करना होगा बिना किसी प्लेयर गवाए।
हाँ जी हाँ, और फाइट का वक्त हो चुका है। टीम अरोरा गेमिंग उनके पास 3 खिलाड़ी, टीम उल्फ उनके पास 3 प्लेयर्स और ये एक 3v3 की फाइट है जहां पर डॉक टॉप ज़ेओल वो एक साइड पर दिखाई दे जाएंगे, एरन स्कारफेस और कैट्स ये वो 3 खिलाड़ी वो आगे जा रहे हैं, अपने आप को आगे लेकर जाया जाएगा, लेकिन टॉप वो खासा सामने आकर लेट जाएंगे। बिल्कुल एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था, लेकिन उनको पता नहीं था कि प्लेयर सामने मौजूद है और ये वो चीज थी जो कि यहाँ पे नुकसान पहुंचा जाती है, टीम अरोरा को थर्ड पार्टी कर देती है टीम ओरंगटन और आतंकी की तरफ से नॉकआउट करके अब टीम अरोरा और टीम उल्फ की जो फाइट है उसको एक ट्रायंगुलर फाइट बना दिया जा चुका है, लेकिन फ्लैश विद अनदर थर्ड पार्टी, इनफैक्ट द फोर्थ पार्टी ऑफ टीम अरोरा वर्सेस टीम उल्फ की फाइट। अब ऐसा लग रहा है कि आपको जो एलिमिनेशंस है वो यहाँ पे तकसीम होते हुए दिखाई देने वाले हैं, वो ना टीम अरोरा कंफर्म करेगी, वो ना टीम उल्फ कंफर्म करेगी, बल्कि शायद टीम ओरंगटन या फिर हमारी टीम फ्लैश जो कि बिल्कुल साथ ही मौजूद है वो ये सारे एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स लेकर जाने वाले हैं। देखिए वो दो टीम फ्लैश वो आगे आए, टॉप दी ने कंफर्मेशन दी और टीम अरोरा गेमिंग इस मैच से अब एलिमिनेट हो चुकी। सो टीम अरोरा गेमिंग 10 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स, एक बेहतरीन मैच, इन टोटल 11 पॉइंट्स टीम निकालेगी और नंबर 3 पॉइंट्स से उठाकर टीम का इख्तिताम हुआ।
अगर आप मुझसे पूछेंगे पोर्टल कि इस वक्त क्या वक्त हो रहा है तो मैं शायद आपको बताऊंगा कि ये फ्लैश का वक्त चल रहा है, लेकिन चलें फ्लैश जिस तरह से खेल रही है 8 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स, एक अटर डोमिनेशन देखने को मिली अरोरा की जानिब, जिस तरह से पुश किया गया, जिस तरह से बिना प्लेयर गवाए
कैच के काम चेक कर रहे हो,
ये बात वाज़ेह करती है फ्लैश की उस डोमिनेशन को जो कि हमें फ्लैश को पहले पायदान की तरफ जाता हुआ दिखाई दे रही है। लेकिन चले जहां पर फ्लैश को हमने देखा एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकालते हुए फुरिया भी अपनी गोलियों की बौछार करती हुई नजर आती है ओला स्पोर्ट्स की जानिब, जहां क्विक को गिरा दिया जाता है। स्टार्टिंग फेज के अंदर ओला स्पोर्ट्स ने जो डोमिनेशन दिखाई थी जिस टीम के अगेंस्ट, अब उसी टीम के अगेंस्ट ये टीम प्रे बनती हुई नजर आती है और फुरिया एक एक करके प्लेयर को हंट डाउन करती हुई नजर आती है, प्लेयर्स को हंट डाउन करती हुई नजर आती है ओला स्पोर्ट्स के। लेकिन कोई क्या उनकी पोजीशन का अंदाजा है? जी हाँ, स्मोक पॉप इन करना कहीं ना कहीं इंडिकेशन था कि मैं यहां मौजूद हूं। एनए के ओपी वो यहां एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट स्टील ऑफ करते हुए नजर आते हैं। ओजी का टॉप 5 टीम्स के अंदर आना ये बात भी बता रहा है कि ओजी भी एक प्लान के साथ आई है एंड दैट प्लान इज टू स्टे अलाइव। चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, रोटेशंस पर रिलाय किया जा रहा है। फाइट में आना बिल्कुल भी इस टीम की तरफ से देखने को नहीं मिला। जहां जहां मौका मिला रोटेशन करके सर्कल में जगह बनाई गई उनकी जानिब से और अब वक्त हुआ चाहता है एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स के ऊपर नजर डालें, अब थोड़ी सी एग्रेसिव अप्रोच दिखानी पड़ेगी, डिफेंसिव स्टैट्स को साइड पे रखना पड़ेगा। नो डाउट अगर आप डिफेंसिव रहते हैं, किसी तरह से आप अपने चारों प्लेयर्स को लास्ट फाइट तक ले जाते हैं, मैन एडवांटेज हासिल कर लेते हैं, उस आखिरी फाइट में आपके चक्कर अंदर निकालने की पॉसिबिलिटी तो बढ़ेगी। लेकिन अगर आप वहां एलिमिनेट हो जाते हैं तो कल की तरह जैसे सेकंड स्पॉट पर आकर सिर्फ 8 ही आदाद मिले थे, तो आज भी शायद वैसा ही कुछ देखने को मिले। लेकिन कल के दिन का इख्तिताम चिकन से, आज के दिन का आगाज चिकन से, क्या ऐसा ओजी कर पाएगी? क्या बाकी टीमें इसकी इजाजत देंगी पोर्टल? ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है। लेकिन दूसरी साइड पर देखा जाए, आई थिंक उल्फ स्पोर्ट्स का बचना यहां पर इम्पॉसिबल दिखाई दे रहा है।
यकीनन, और उल्फ आई थिंक उनका यहाँ पर जो बिस्तर है वो गोल कर दिया जा चुका है और थोड़ी ही बस दूरी पर हम है कि हम टीम उल्फ को इस मैच से एलिमिनेट होता हुआ देखें। टीम ऑल गेमर्स, उनका भी एक सोलो प्लेयर है, सो वो भी ज्यादा सर्वाइव नहीं कर पाएंगे। ये दो वो नाम है जो कि इस कंपटीशन के अंदर फॉर द विनर चिकन डिनर अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमें थोड़ा शॉर्ट रहते हुए दिखाई दे रहे नजर आ रहे हैं आने वाले टाइम में। लेकिन टीम ओरेंगटन, फ्लैश, टीम फुरिया, 3 कंटेंडर्स हैं, ये वो 3 स्क्वाड है जिनके दरमियान ये फाइट होगी। और जिस तरह से आपने टीम की बिल्कुल आई थिंक कल के दिन का जो फर्स्ट मैच था, कल के दिन के खासतौर पे मिरामार से हटकर आप बाकी मैचेस की बात करें तो काफी हमें दिखाई दे रहा था बॉडी लैंग्वेज से कि ओरेंगटन वो इंतजार करते हैं फाइट्स का। लेकिन आई थिंक सो जो आखिरी फेज है अगर उसमें वो सर्वाइव कर जाएं तो जस्ट लाइक द लास्ट मैच मिरामार जिस तरह से उन्होंने निकाला, उनका आखिरी में जो फाइट्स करना है वो खासा बेहतर था। सो ये जो चीज आई थिंक हेल्प आउट कर सकती है टीम ओरेंगटन का। लेट्स सी दिस टाइम अराउंड इस मैच में कितने मजीद एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स हैं वो टीम ओजी हमें यहां से कंफर्म करते हुए दिखाई देगी। लेकिन फिल वक्त टीम ऑल गेमर्स वो इस मैच से एलिमिनेट कर दिए जाएंगे। टीम ओजी के एके ओपी आरू वो दोनों आगे जाते हैं और आतंकी वीर का साथ निभाने के लिए मौजूद है। लेकिन आरू का वो एक नेड और टीम उल्फ स्पोर्ट्स जिनके 2 खिलाड़ी मौजूद थे इस मैच में जो कि बिल्कुल आस लगाए हुए थे कि कोई इनको ना देखे, इनको यहां पर सर्वाइव करने का चांस मिल जाए। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल नहीं पूछा गया, लेकिन फाइट स्टार्ट हो गया। मेन यहाँ पर जो खेल है उसको खेलने का वक्त हुआ चाहता है और टीम फुरिया वर्सेस टीम फ्लैश वर्सेस टीम ओजी आगाज करेगी टीम ओजी जिनके आरू फुरिया के अयाला को नॉक करते
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, अयाला गिरते हुए दिखाई देते हैं, साइलेंस को गिरा दिया जाएगा, फुरिया के सारे प्लेयर्स एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगे और इस सब के चलते ओजी के आतंकी और आरू अपने नाम एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स दर्ज करेंगे। लेकिन 7 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकाले, क्या ओजी इस मैच का चिकन डिनर हासिल करने वाली है? सामने फ्लैश के प्लेयर्स मौजूद है, टॉपजी के ऊपर ग्रेनेड जाएगा, टॉपजी काफी ज्यादा हीट महसूस करेंगे इस ग्रेनेड की। वेस्टगॉड सामने बैठे हैं, फ्लैश के पास एक डिसएडवांटेज यहां दिखाई देता है, या कहा जाए कि ओजी के पास एडवांटेज इस तरह से है कि उनके पास ना सिर्फ हाइटेड एंगल्स हैं बल्कि साथ ही साथ मैप कंट्रोल रहेगा। लेकिन फ्लैश, टॉपजी और उनके बाकी प्लेयर यूटिलिटीज के साथ ही टीम ओजी को फाइट में नहीं जो है वो धूल चटाना चाहते हैं। स्मोक्स डिप्लॉय किए जाएंगे, वर्चुअल कवर दिखाई देता है जिसके चलते फ्लैश के प्लेयर्स आगे आते हैं। लेकिन टॉपजी का एंगल ये थोड़ा अच्छा साबित हो सकता है, आरू स्मोक के अंदर यूटिलिटीज डंप करेंगे, एक और अच्छा प्लान रहेगा। लेकिन जियोस आगे जाते हैं, शॉटगन का इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा, एक 1 वर्सेस 2 सिचुएशन बनेगा जियोस के ऊपर जहां आरू आगे जाएंगे, कारी जर्ब लगाई जाएगी, विस्गॉड पीछे से आते हैं, एक 4 वर्सेस 2 का सिचुएशन, बाउस बच जाते हैं लेकिन कवर फायर देखने को मिलेगा। फ्लैश वापसी करेगी इस फाइट के अंदर, 3 वर्सेस 2 पे कन्वर्ट किया जाएगा, बाउस मौजूद है लेकिन बाउस गिराएंगे एंड इट्स 1 वर्सेस 1। लेकिन ओजी गेट्स द बेटर ऑफ टीम फ्लैश और इस मैच का चिकन डिनर ओजी के नाम हो जाता है जो कि कल के दिन का इख्तिताम करेंगे डोमिनेशन से, आज के दिन का आगाज डोमिनेशन से। फ्लैश को इस मैच से बाहर किया जाएगा एंड ओजी गेट्स द विनर चिकन डिनर।
Well, absolute domination I must say। और टीम ओरेंगटन उन्होंने जिस तरह से इस मैच में इख्तिताम किया, जिस तरह से उन्होंने टुवर्ड्स द एंड वो डोमिनेशन करके दिखाई, इट इज एक्चुअली व्हाट इट्स ऑल अबाउट कि आप वर्ल्ड कप के अंदर इस तरह के जो कमबैक्स हैं उनका इंतजार करें, एक्सपेक्ट करें। और इनफैक्ट आपको अरीना में उनकी जो सपोर्ट है वो दिखाई दे रही है, खासा उनको चीयर किया जा रहा था एक एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट पे और रॉकी सो उनकी तरफ से इस विनर चिकन को हासिल करके अपने जो स्पेक्टेटर्स हैं, अपने जो व्यूअर्स हैं, ऑडियंस है, फैन फॉलोइंग है, उनको खुश भी किया गया। सो ओवरऑल आई थिंक टीम फ्लैश, फुरिया, टीम ओजी, 3 टीमें थी, 3 के पास यकसा मौका था लेकिन पहले वो फुरिया को एलिमिनेट कर देना और उसके बाद फ्रॉम दैट फाइट जहां पे आपको एक लग रहा था कि शायद फ्लैश के पास जो शॉटगन है जिस तरह से उन्होंने पहले स्टार्ट लिया है वो नॉकआउट कर पाएंगे। हैट्स ऑफ टू टीम ओजी कि उन्होंने अपने प्लेयर्स को ज्यादा यहां पर लूज नहीं किया और एक उस फाइट को 4v4 से इनफैक्ट वो 1v3 तक लेकर गए। उनके 3 खिलाड़ी लाइव थे और टीम फुरिया के इनफैक्ट उनके ओपोनेंट टीम फ्लैश के सिर्फ एक प्लेयर वहां पर आपको स्टैंड करते हुए दिखाई दिए। सो ये वो मैच का खुलासा है, इस मैच के विनर चिकन टेकर्स हैं, पॉइंट टेबल पर कहां पर आए हैं, हमारे पास जो बाकी टीम है वो कहां तक गई है। आई थिंक ये बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग हो चुका है बिकॉज हाई चांसेस जिस तरह से उन्होंने एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकाले हैं टीम
आइडिया ही नहीं था कि भाई यहाँ पे प्लेयर है उस साइड।
They can be on the #1.
वेल #1 तो नहीं, पोर्टल 45 पॉइंट्स पर ये टीम मौजूद थी। 10 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकालने के बाद 11 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकालने के बाद चिकन डिनर निकाला गया है। 20 पॉइंट्स मजीद अगर ऐड ऑन किए जाएं 65 पॉइंट्स, एंड आई थिंक इनके मुकाबले में शायद हमें #1 के करीब ही #1 और #2 पर दिखाई देंगे। 1 से 2 पॉइंट्स का फर्क जरूर होगा, लेकिन ये जानना जरूरी है कि ओजी के #1 पर दिखाई देती है, #2 पर दिखाई देती है, लेकिन जब आप 2 चिकन डिनर्स बैक टू बैक निकालते हैं पोर्टल तो पॉइंट्स टेबल पर आप एक बड़ा शिफ्ट लेते हैं। और अगर आपको याद हो जब दिन का आगाज हुआ था तो मैंने ये बात आपके सामने कई बार रिपीट की थी कि जिस तरह का कंपटीशन है, एक बड़ा मैच आपको #1 पर लेकर जा सकता है, एक बुरा मैच आपको बॉटम पर लेकर आ सकता है। यही वजह है कि फोर्थ थ्राइव्स ने जब बुरा खेला तो हमें वो टीम अनफॉर्चुनेटली अपना पहला पायदान छोड़ते हुए नजर तो आई। अब शायद वो 3rd स्पॉट पर जा चुके होंगे, लेकिन ओजी जब उन्होंने अच्छा खेला तो यकीनी तौर पर #4-5 से उठकर 5-6 से उठकर ये टीम हमें #1 के आसपास दिखाई देती है। कंपटीशन मजीद बढ़ चुका है, लेकिन जानेंगे इस सबको एक ब्रेक के बाद।
Number 2. So obviously you guys got yourself a win on Miramar. You were one of the latest teams coming to Miramar actually. So is that part of the strategy for you guys when it comes to urban endings, as well as what were your concerns towards the late game of that game?
Not really a strategy, because we intend to play dynamic as per the situations, and particularly talking about that game. It took us quite a while to collect our vehicles, so it got us a little late. So that was the first factor, and the second factor was that team landing in Power Grid, I guess it's GSTR, so they were trying to like maybe set up a trap around San Martin, so then we had to take a detour from our original planned path late as well, so it just worked out for us.
Perfect answer. Wow. Okay, that's some great insight. Thank you. Let's go back to game 1 because it's a bit of a different shift. Obviously, it's the first game on the stage, etc. It's the Rondo game. You guys have got a good compound. You're playing a bit passively here and there. What were your concerns? I saw that Geek was keeping close eyes on you in that Rondo.
Of my teammate Atanki, and the second one was our vehicles didn't have a lot of fuel, so it was hard to like drive around and take info of our surrounding teams to actually see what's going on, if there are any third party opportunities. And also yeah, we had a good position, but the thing was that it was like on the back we had high ground, and on the front we had like a complete low ground.
What the fuck, bro? Why?
So if we have gone like either of the ways, the other side teams would have definitely shot at us, so it would have been difficult to come back to our initial position. So I was also like not so satisfied with that game, because having Rondo and only 2 elimination points is like not how we play, and not everyone plays, because Rondo gives you a lot of opportunities to take fights, maybe take free eliminations of the teams, and especially when you are at a good position. So yeah, it was also like a little dissatisfied for me, but yeah, it was a good start, so we didn't have to get into the second game with high pressure on us.
Fair. And overall, yesterday, how does the team look at it? Do they see it as a success here so far? And are there any adaptations coming in today too?
Not really success, but the last match really helped us to start our day 2 with a good base, so it's not like we are very far behind from top 5. So coming to day 2, we are just going to plan going game by game. We are just not really focused on the position we are at on the points table. We are just going to focus on our games and the things that we can do better, and trying to not repeat the mistakes that we have done in the past.
Arup, thank you very much. Amazing interview, and good luck for day number 2.
Not only is Aru great at giving interviews, but he's great in the game being the IGL, as he was able to secure 5 eliminations. And when we talk about IGLs that have what it takes to not only go to the finals and maybe end up challenging to do it, he was able to showcase that perfectly here in this Rondo.
I mean, this is why it's important to have international experience. He played PMGC last year, didn't go too good, but he knew what hopefully a few shots missed. Okay, if you want to critique, is like a few of the shots maybe should have connected, but you love to see them not just get a win, it's a back-to-back from India. Let's go.
Yeah, the passiveness is gone, and obviously you heard it from him as well. They know they made those mistakes in those earlier games, but to be able to come back from that and understand that the passiveness is what was putting them behind. So it's good now that they have changed around to this aggression and making it their game.
Yes, we end up comparing it with the team that we also needed to see them being able to perform well here, and it's none other than Furia. Furia able to show up as well, Neptura, with those 9 eliminations.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. I think we were both kind of talking about this, Max, right? Where they were really hedging their bets throughout the end of this game, right? On either side of the river here. They were going on one side of the coast, then on the other, just making sure nobody was coming up behind them. And they sweep around. I think it was Ulf on that, or no, it was Ulala. Good stuff coming in there, Liz.
Yeah, I mean, even if we...
Bro, what the fuck, bro? क्यों कर रहा है यार ये मेरा नेट में?
Back to the earlier game, Furia versus Al Ula, they basically had the contention on the top of the roof, and either one of these teams could have actually taken them down, which was super funny that they then go into their rotation and they're next to each other again to have this battle out. But of course, Furia came out on top, and then this is exactly what we expect to see from Furia at the start of the matches. But if we go off of yesterday, it can be a slight downfall for them. So I hope that they can prioritize these eliminations early on like they have and move themselves into the position.
And not only that, we got to talk about the bottom teams as well, Lace, because the bottom teams ended up showing up here. Even though they might have not ended up showing towards the end of that game, they did use that rondo to go after those eliminations. Esports, Thundertalk Gaming, we finally saw them.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look at Thunder Talk Gaming, I've sort of placed them, they just need a 5-point average that includes eliminations and placement points to push themselves out of that bottom into that bubble. And I mean, they had 3 eliminations early on in contention, and it was basically, I'm pretty sure it was AJ. He almost got a 1v4 on a team. And I mean, that would have set them obviously into a great motion because they actually had a free path rotating into the center of the zone.
As we see Orangutan take over that first place with 66 points. And the wonderful thing of this is that it puts OG in the perfect situation because OG now has absolute.
For Orangutang especially, we are looking at a team here that yesterday was, you know, now.
Talking about things you want to see, I'm going to say one thing we didn't want to see was 4Thrives taking a massive L here. Rondo. I mean, really, clearly a very big mistake. The mistake that's very easy to avoid is don't drop in Ulf's territory, right? You send your recall player and you're surrounded by 4 Ulf players. I can tell you that is not a good place to be. So hopefully, if they do have a bad playing path, they can try and find a better option. Even just go get a car and send it forward, loot, and get your teammates recalled maybe a minute or 2 later on down the line. 4Thrives on Rondo need to fix that slight recall system.
As we're looking at those bottom 3 teams, Gaming Stars, Thundertalk Gaming, and Esports Rejects, good thing that they were able to get those points laced as they were able to keep that gap even closer to be outside of the top, out of the bottom 3. But for some of the other squads, the thing is that now you have Alula as well performing. You have Furia being able to perform. They need to continue on with this consistency to try to make it out and hope that those teams that are above them end up getting eliminated early.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look, Alula got themselves out of that bottom 3 position. Obviously, Thundertalk took the 3 eliminations, but weren't able to carry on the placements that they had from yesterday. But, you know, in the contention with Fury on the building, you saw Claw sort of taking up and entering that fragging position. And basically, we had, I think it was who was I looking at? Oh my God. And then we had the moment move around the back, and there was other 8 be able to hold across the building. I mean, they have the ability to be able to get these eliminations, but they focused on that early rotation. They took the fight away from Fury. They're like, okay, we're going to cut our losses. We're going to get back into that position. And this is exactly how they clawed their way. I see what I did there? Claw their way out of the bottom 3 there. And if they can just carry on this, hitting a 5-point average per game, they're safe.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case, but we'll see, because right now, I mean, with that back-to-back from OG, India starting to step up, and they're looking to be in the finals, as we're going to be sending it over to none other than Jackie, the man with the coolest jacket, and Kalaris.
With the not so cool jacket here, I'm out impressed.
Yeah, you've been done, mate.
I've been done. And I do actually preface this a bit with the fact that when I was talking to Aru, that was before the day actually started. So I didn't get actually a chance to talk to him about the win for today, because it hadn't happened yet. But it really has shown with that victory that they got here on Rondo, a 2nd place in the day 1, a 1st place now here, and also a 1st place in Miramar, that Orangutan is looking really dynamic on all these maps and really able to adapt to the changes that Rondo potentially brings.
Yeah, they're coming out giving it absolute chutzpah on the gameplay, which is what you need, mate. You know, we're about 6 or 7 games into the event now, James, so you got to really give it your best, much unlike that little bit I worked in.
Thanks for that. I really appreciate that. I'll be honest, I really wasn't expecting that.
No.
But on the opposite side of things as well, right, when we look at how all these teams are kind of using utility at the moment, it's going from strength to strength to strength. We've seen some real pinpoint precision, multi-nade plays. KRX was fantastic yesterday over on Erangel, just timing those kinds of plays out perfectly.
Yeah, I think that's actually something we were both agreeing on, right? Day 1, we were talking about historically how sometimes there's been a lot to be desired with professional level PUBG Mobile on hitting those keynotes with utility usage to really make the most out of it, because it's pivotal late game, and it can be the difference of a chicken dinner or not. This event, in terms of engagements and closing fights with at least defensive utility, I think that's been drastically better. We're still seeing some gaps maybe in tactical play. We're talking flashes, right? Some of the smoke plays left a little bit of room to expand, James. But for opening and closing down elims, it's been way better at clearing combat.
I think one thing that has really stood out on Rondo more than anywhere actually is the deployable cover flares actually. Yeah. Some teams have been using a lot early that I think they could benefit from just saving a little bit towards the later stages of the game, because deployable cover flares, it's one of the most powerful things that was ever added to the game, and if you can keep those into the really late game, that's even more powerful.
Oh yeah, I mean effectively at this level as well, right, it's not even as much necessarily you being as cutthroat to get those elims, it's just not leaving yourself exposed to be taken down.
True.
So if you can actually play around that, build yourself into a better position to cover late game, saves your bacon. We were pulling some of our hairs out, it's why we looked like this when we were sat there with the early drops, mate.
Oh, I'm getting old, I'm not sure.
You're never really sure. Just to work it in as well, whilst we're talking about the adaptation of play styles,
yes.
GOAT obviously on Rondo, they look far more... It's all right to talk about GOAT, can I do it again, James?
I was like, yeah, I was waiting for it when it was going to go on. Okay, you're allowed to talk about GOAT.
I'm allowed to talk about GOAT. Well, I guess I'll gloat on that one, James. Call that a baby GOAT. That's calf wordplay. But anyway, GOAT team do come out far faster on Rondo. They play with aggression and they look sick with it. That's exciting because in their regular flow of battlegrounds, they're late rotators. They don't want to take those early fights if they can avoid it, because they ramp up late game and look way better when they're fully suited and booted, James. Here, they do prove they can play both play styles.
Do you think they can hold on to a top 5?
I'd hope so. I think they're a dark horse for the event, but said this day.
The whole event?
Yeah, dark horse, mate.
Oh. Hey, that's an exciting potential here, because they're not really one of the teams that a lot of people are kind of including in that top 5.
No.
You got other teams like Flash that managed to get themselves to the end of this late game again. And actually, I was curious about Flash because I looked back at their games yesterday. I think if Flash was to do what they did yesterday compared to all the other days coming up, I think they wouldn't even make finals with what they showed yesterday. But at least now they've already kind of righted that ship a little bit in this Rondo game to get to that 2nd place, right?
Yeah, I think, look, there still is well enough time. Well, I say that, 5 games left to go for some of these teams, so there's a little bit of time. Nearly did it yourself there, James. I've rotted his brain immediately. But yeah, I think you can correct the ship, but obviously coming in early into game 1, having that bit of an awakening. I think for a lot of these sides, you imagine getting back to the hotel last night, you're unpacking
unpacking the bag, not looking at really things you can celebrate, more issues you can fix, and just unpack that bag, mate, get it sorted.
Yeah, I mean, the win that they got yesterday, Flash, on the Erangel game where where you had Furia with a 2-2 split. I spoke to Nigma Galaxy as well. They were misreading the situation a little bit, but Flash had so much room on that east side to then be able to move into that field and hold that down. That's what was the key to victory for them, to get those points on the board. I had my concerns. I'm glad that they dispelled them here today because, again, they're a big name to try and kind of go further in this tournament. But anyway, thank you very much, Jackie. It is now time to head on over to the commentators once again here for another game here at PMWC.
That's Jackie, the jacket. I'm here with Hot Jukes. We're good to go and boring blank. But yeah, we're getting into our 7th game, 8th game. He's really ruined me that 6-7. Yeah, that's annoyed me. Yeah. We're into our 8th game now. There isn't a lot of games left, as Jackie was saying. It is coming to a close quite quickly now. And I think that for some of our squads, they do need to get a move on. I mean, Thunder Talk, I had a lot more hope for this squad, but it does seem that potentially Crushed is where it's at.
Yeah, you don't want to get those keys crushed. You want to survive, and the way to get it done is on good old-fashioned Erangel. Here we go. Southern playing path here. Super Southern. Yeah. Good circle for a team like Aurora. You know exactly where they're headed. But for the rest of these squads, they're going to have to get it done. Ain't that right? Blank the tank.
Blank the tank. I'll take that. I'll take that. Robust. Yeah. Explode on the scene. But yeah, I do have a very southern playing path here. It's incredibly rough to play around with. Aurora happy with this one. They can get down towards that south side fairly easy. Fourth Rise also a fairly decent start for them. Over towards Ferry Pier as well as the yellow. So you wonder if they're going to run into any trouble in this area. I think Sosnovica is going to be a little bit more fixated on. But you're right to point out what you were pointing out there, which was the elimination count coming through from Aru.
Yeah, he sneaks into that top 3. He's right there. He could easily push himself to first if he goes and gets some good eliminations in this game. Looking at the match rankings right now, they are pretty stacked. Because I'll tell you what, OG is on top when it comes to the overall. 66 total points. 4 Thrives right below. Man, Pakistan on top.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, 4 Thrives are in second right now. It's a tough place to be in. Yeah, 4 Thrives, 61 points. OG just blowing them out of the water right now. But you could definitely tell the difference between 4 Thrives as well as OG in terms of the elimination points. 37 eliminations to 46. And if we rock that back to Aru, 15 of those 37 elims are coming through from him. He is absolutely a monster right now. And I really do mean it. It's Aru, the arrow, flying straight towards those targets and playing his team straight too, because that is a difficult thing to do as an IGL, to be both at the front.
No! Run, Aru, run! Run, Aru, run! Oh my gosh! The bows with the knife.
Oh, brother.
No way!
Yo. OG might be cooked this game.
Oh, they're pissed.
Oh, never mind.
They're not happy.
Upset. They're upset. Flash trying to take him down the last match. In the final 1v1 on the squads, Atanki rocks up to the tree line. Both behind. You're right, the knife is out. The serrated blade is not enough. But the rest of the squad is here to play.
That is what I call revenge, folks. Are you kidding me? Aru getting thirsted, but it looks like Orangutan get the last laugh here.
Shows they don't need Aru, but it would be nice to have him, but they won't have him this game. Down to 3, AKOP able to get some stuff done there. Secures his 3rd elimination of the match as well, and Flash rock away with Win, but in this case, they seriously took the L.
Are they hunting him down? Is Win actually going for it here? No way. That would be insane. He's got him in his sightlines. We got a runner here, folks. And it's OG Win making the moves. Full sending it. Surely these guys got to get away.
They absolutely do. And I mean, for OG, they're happy to go wherever they like, but for the Flash, they're going to have to head over to the hidden village with Naruto, with our new Ninetales Fury orc skin, which looks awesome, by the way.
Sick.
2 separate versions of the same thing, which is crazy.
He's hunting him down, dude. He's looking.
I know. This is some serious frustration coming through from the Flash. They don't want to lose out like this. He's got to keep the reputation high, apparently.
Wow. Gonna go get some loot here, and the rest of OG get to safety. So what a crazy way to start things off. Aru running for his life, dude, straight legging it.
My brother was in trouble.
Oh man, yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
No, he was feeling the tickle of the blade on his back. He was just ahead of them. I mean, he had to pull out the old flick of the wrist with the knife to get that thrown at point blank. The only way to get it done. I mean, he was impervious to blades quite some time. Only the point did it.
Dude, that tickle was so close. He's like, I can't even run serpentine at all. I can't move. I
gotta go forward.
Just straight away.
The boys were coming to support him real quick, though.
Yeah, they did.
That I respect from the rest of OG.
And they came in heavy.
But they know how important he is.
Yeah,
they know
dude.
just how important he is. So to keep him up is a really big thing.
Yeah, you were just talking about it, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's so ridiculous to see your top fragger also be your IGL.
Yeah.
And you said it yourself, and I agree. It's so difficult, right? You have so much to manage, so much to focus on.
Yeah.
But when you do have those rare, just superstars that can.
You had Beowulf back in the day. That guy was unreal, but they just don't come around all that often.
You don't see it. When you do, though, I mean, talk about the trust you gain from your squad, right?
Yeah. He said go here. He's also carrying us.
Yeah, he's also carrying. I think we gotta listen. You know what I'm saying? So it definitely does help.
for this.
Yeah, for sure. Like, yes, sir. Oh, we got you. Right? We're coming. And hey, they saw their leader, right, running away from a knife, and they came heavy. But unfortunately, it just happened to be just a second too late.
Hoops. Sent some shots over towards Furia. Honestly, I don't think Furia's last game was terrible at all. I think they got fair far into it. And that was despite having a really, really hard start for them. I mean, their recall beacon was just so out of the way from the destination. And even then, they were trying to figure out it. I do think them getting in quite late was almost a blessing because they could decide on which side they wanted to head towards. But by that time, you have little to no information of what's happening around the map.
Yeah.
4T taking shots over towards KRX as they do pass on by. This is towards those yellows on the southern edge. They're just moving through the forest, the south side of Pachinki, but Enigma Galaxy once again already flying out to a new location.
Yeah, a little rotation shenanigans early on. I want to talk about that point you were talking about earlier, though, right? Furia, 14 points in the last match. And they were one of those teams that was really critical because they're one of those squads we honestly we're kind of expecting to see the top 5. Let's look at this replay, though, as Aru is running for his life, saying, please stop, guys, leave me alone. And those shots strayed the rest of the team off, but oh my gosh, Bose with the knife throw just said, nah, we're shutting them down.
You see, they can just see the death crate appearing. Man, they had even had the vehicle in his face, right? Tires scratching the cheeks.
Oh man. And Bose gets that knock. And I believe Bose picked up that scar from Aru.
Really?
Yeah, because, I mean, he didn't have it. Otherwise, he would have definitely shot him. But I think Aru had the weapon, but he was just like, no, I can't even turn around right here. They're just too close.
It's a tough one. But, I mean, OG gets away with it. They get some more points on board. 3 points in total, actually. Drops to 69, which is nice. But only 3 players.
Yeah.
I think it's still doable.
Definitely.
And for OG, they get a really easy start up towards Yasnaya, which is very central right now. DK, though, up against Alula.
Got him quick with the quick knock there, and he needs it. I mean, 4 points. Ula are definitely moving up because prior to this one, they had 21. So with 33 now, that does give them a good boost. The problem going into today was there was a good little point gap between that, you know, 6th to the 7th at the bottom placement points. You know, GK, Furia, they had a 12-point gap there, and it kind of just goes down from there. So for Furia to get a good game in, they now balance themselves out. They still need a good couple games if they want to push into top 5. And Alula, starting off really strong here, now put themselves in a good spot to at least hit the survival stage. Next zone does pop, though, and it is going to be in that mansion, shelter, Yasnaya area teams like Aurora coming in all the way from military base are going to push on up. We're going to look at this heaven area though, and it looks like it is going to be X-Force Rejects that are going to hold that down.
X-Force Rejects doing their best here. All gamers also moving out the way. These boys need the points more than ever. Circle does shift over towards our eastern side, so we do have like some of these awkward compounds, some ditches over towards the eastern edge as well around the forest. Very playable for the likes of Goat as well as Nigma Galaxy, who has set up, but you also have these winding roads. For Nigma Galaxy, once again, they're on that 2-2 split. They're on their wildness early on. But yeah, I think one team that I would love to see more out of right now is definitely Ulf.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people know that I'm a big fan of this team, but right now I think I have a small amount of disappointment. I think there certainly can be some better plays coming through. They have shown individually some clutch moments, but again, it's not what you expect of a team that gave 4 Thrives such a run for the money over in PMGO overall. So if we can see a bit more of that, but maybe there's just some new teams on the block. I mean, for instance, OG just looks like a different team to me, honestly.
Yeah, you got Ulf. I mean, they're still not in the worst spot when it comes to the leaderboards. I mean, we definitely expect them to always be in that top 5 position. So anything less is kind of like, hey, you know, what's taking them so long, right? But I mean, one good game, we'll see them in that spot. This could be it. I mean, they're in Yasnaya Fields right now. The zone definitely, for some reason, loves to favor that kind of area. So hardship goes in that direction. You could see them definitely pop off. But, you know, you are right. There are so many teams. Like in this time, we've never seen the lobbies just so well balanced, right? In years past, we've seen, you know, a few dominant squads, other squads that are just kind of struggling, but now at this point, anybody can take it. I mean, Thunder Talk's at the bottom. What's happening?
I mean, the Thunder Talk, they just haven't played well, have they? I think that's we've already down to that point. There's been some missteps all over the place. I think there's been some bad rotations coming through, and then when it's come to the gunfights, they are being outclassed in some of them. I think Thunder Talk has a lot more in them to give. It shouldn't ever come down to AJ looking to win a 1v4. But again, it just shows that there is that potential there for Thunder Talk. But you're right, it is a fairly balanced lobby, but balanced towards being, this is a high-ranked game. Right? Yeah. It's a high-ranked game. You know, no one's pulling any punches right now. You best get out the way. For Gaming Stars, they're playing on this 2-2 split right now. They were wondering if it's going to head over towards those fielded areas. It does not. So they're going to regroup off the back of this one. I would say right now regrouping is probably the best thing to be doing. But Yasnaya getting cut out here is a little tough.
Yeah,
wondering what OG's next move is going to be.
That's going to be the question, right? What is OG going to do? What's Ulf going to do? It looks like Ulf, they were in the Yasnaya field. They don't get blessed. They're going to go ahead and do a huge wraparound here to reposition. Well, let's look at Go. Yeah, Thunder Talk just getting picked apart once again. Awake running for his life here. Does get a little fortunate with that player from GOAT getting knocked. Maybe that's from Nigma Galaxy. Moxie up close and personal with Gene, catches him slipping, and that is Thunder Talk. Wow, another rough game for them.
Yeah, I mean, GOAT's just too good of a team. That's all there is to it. They got the Jackie blessing.
That was it, honestly. Once that happened, it's so
he's wrapped them in the golden jacket, and they're ready to go. I think for GOAT, it's been all right. Again, I think for GOAT, the main thing that worries me about this squad is the inconsistency. But hey, if you can have 16 Elim games with a chicken dinner, oh, you're good to go.
Yep. And it's kind of crazy because we saw in PMMI GOAT, they took the slot for 4 Thrives and weren't able to really honor it in the way that they wanted to. But they come here into the World Cup, and at least at this group stage, they're looking good, right? Second place so far after these eliminations they have. Hey, just a little bit more work and they can end up on top.
A little bit more work, yeah. I think we really do need to have to wait to finals, though, to see that come through. Because...
on top of group stage, yeah.
On top of group stage, right?
They got a long way to go.
A long way to go.
If they want that, they want that watch, that belt.
Hey, I mean, at this rate, though, they would go straight to finals in the current position they're in. They wouldn't play the group stage out. we can get that direct qualification, which would be nice.
क्वालीफाई तो कर जाएगी मतलब अब
If they
ये
can
या
keep things
फाइनल
up,
जो
that
है
is. We do have a few more games left today. We'll
ओ जी बट
few more Aaron
करेंगे
goals.
क्या होती है
That's right. Into our Miramars to close things out with the wonderful John and Jackie.
Yeah, crazy prize pool, by the way, man. It's so wild. You have, you know, $1 million in the group stage alone, 152 grand on the survival stage, and then we get to the finals, $1.7 million. This is what I'm talking about here, folks.
We're definitely going to be handing out some big prizes at some point. We're going to be going away with some cars. I'll say it that way. Yeah.
Let's get it going.
It'll be cool. Again, I think that money should be reinvested in the team.
Yep. Well,
But also-
to say you were the team, right? What's the first thing you're reinvesting into?
As a team,
Yeah.
God, get those boys a better scrimming area.
Yeah, that'll work.
Give me the refrigerated drinks. All right, I want vending machines for free. As well as, you know, all the rest of the cool things, you know, the white balls, the black balls, everything you might need. Tablets, etc.
Coaching staff, personal masseuses.
Your
right?
favorite phone.
Yeah. Yep. You gotta have it all, I mean, to really make it happen. Here. And that's the thing, is like, I've had the pleasure of looking at some of these top squads set up, and you know, teams like Alpha 7 who live together, have for years.
They did reinvest in a really good way,
Yeah.
actually, from all the ones they went through. Go on, sorry.
No, I mean, a lot of these guys, I mean, for those that don't know, I mean, these mobile gamers are treated like athletes. I mean, some of them have personal nutritionists, they have exercise programs, they play for 6 to 8 hours a day with a coach staring at 4 monitors, just analyzing, figuring out how these guys can get better. And, I mean, you got millions of dollars in prize pool on the line, right? You got to give your players as much advantage as you possibly can. And one thing I do love, especially I've noticed about this tournament, is adaptation. Prior, so many different squads will see, like, okay, a bad performance, no change. It's the same old kind of play style. But now we're starting to see some like, all right, hey, let's make some adjustments, like Team Flash. Let's hunt down some squads in Rondo. Let's see if we can take them out. 4 Thrives ended up going out in that last one here. But they're still in a good position, you know. But Aaron Gale is always going to be that map to where championships are made.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for adaptation-wise, teams have had to get a lot better as times go on because we are having more 2-day sets. Used to be in the past you could get away with first day,
that's a great point.
Second day, and then adapt to the third day. But now it's a case of you've got to do your research. It's why we see teams coming back so late to the hotel. Right, they go through all the VODs together here in the arena. But we're getting back in towards the action. Things are starting to pop off in a big way as Ulf does open up. RQ's looking quite good here. They have been putting the work over towards Aurora. Now taking some gorgeous shots over towards all gamers.
Gonna look at KRX, they're getting some more eliminations. Yeah, as getting punished here. It's just Maple up left for the squad. Vinny gonna try to throw that through the window and not hit the mark, but the rest of the that one actually did. Maple's hurt. He's gonna back it up as his whole team is now gone. Gonna have to do a crazy 1v4 here. QXZZ's got that S12K though. And yeah, he's waiting for his team. He's like, you know what, why don't we push up as all 4? Guarantee this elimination. Sounds like a good idea.
There he goes on the window, goes way too far. In fact, Maple's just going to drop down, get towards the other building. This is a cheeky play. You have expected to get blasted on the approach. Smaller building, one way up the stairs here. A better chance for a 1v4. I mean, we'd love to set it up, but it's really going to happen. Enigma Galaxy heading over towards RQ. These guys have been making a lot of noise so far. And Enigma Galaxy, they're looking to turn that music down.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy putting that work. We saw them come in super late last night, and I was saying like, hey, what were y'all guys doing? Y'all guys studying? Y'all guys were talking about? And they said ping pong. You know what I'm saying? And you know, sometimes you gotta build up those team building exercises, get that synergy going.
You telling me they did? That's what they were doing, ping pong the whole night.
That's what they said. And it looks like it's working out right now because they are in a good position in the zone.
Did you just expose their secret sauce?
Maybe I just did.
Okay, now everyone's going to be on the ping pong. Now Enigma Galaxy can't get on the ping pong tables. Look what you've done.
You're right. What have I done?
You got to take that back.
You know what? It was
Put that back in the back of the
VOD
box.
review.
It was VOD review. That's right.
That's what we were doing outside.
Exactly.
Yep, as well.
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about here. You got to pull out all the secret sauce, all the stops here.
Yeah.
Oh, Goto, look at that. Force on the roof, getting these little bank-nades in, causing a problem for Gaming Stars. Yusuf gonna have to do something. He's only got the pump shotgun. Oh, he just tries to take us back and gets turned on as Go Team are just making it happen here. Once they got that Jackie blessing, these guys just can't stop.
Well, I mean, man, imagine just giving them so little respect that you don't even check the corner there and still winning the fight. That, yeah, Gaming Stars, we need some more ping pong.
We need it. We need it. We need to do something here, right? Gotta make sure you're locked in going towards the end. The hand-eye coordination, those thumbs are just rock solid here.
Kind of like mine.
Yeah.
Oh, medium rare.
Medium rare?
Yeah.
I'm more of a medium guy myself.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something I could play with hands like the rock.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The thing. Nades over the top though, towards 4 Thrives. Enigma Galaxy taking a fight over towards Go in the meantime. 4 Thrives have been under pressure from the immediately start scattering. Do not want to fall prey to the same situation they did versus Enigma Galaxy over on our angle yesterday.
With Zypha. Oh, Cash getting ran over by our IQ there. And 4 Thrives were just circling them like sharks, and they are putting in the punishment on Ulf. Man, Ulf just can't seem to get something going here. And 4 Thrives now with 5 eliminations are looking good in Erangel.
I mean, right now, I don't think they're going to drop to the bottom 3. Getting towards that top 5 is going to take some special towards the end of the day, though. They haven't played right. They are dead center team. Zypha finds the OG exit from Yasnaya earlier on, moving down towards that southeast side currently. X-Force rejects in front of them, playing in heaven.
Yeah, the problem with this is that we still have the top 4 teams in the circle here. And if they all do well in this game, that's going to start creating a little bit of a point gap. And if that happens, especially in the next game,
I kind of feel what's going to happen here. Thrives, as well as Heaven, this is the type of team that would just send it. They're going to send just underneath though, and actually try and deal with OG. WizGod opens up though, and this is good damage. Zypha also falling. Aru's not there, but doesn't matter.
Tanky put in that work, getting out Zypha. Yeah, now it's just IQ up left, so OG with the stiff arm there. Getting it done. Trying to hold on to that top spot. Now they got some good solid points. If you look at them right now, they're at 71. That is a good almost 20 points away from 6th place. If they end up strong here, that could be a straight lock for the top 5.
Yo, you know what happened? I reckon Aru went to this game. He was like, guys, you can't perform without me. Then we got some serious problems. I'm going to go drop over here. You guys drop over there. I'm going to get knifed up. It's going to be okay. You guys got to play on a 3, and we'll see if you can make it work. Remember everything I taught you. And it looks like they're doing him proud right now as 3 players. They hold off 4 Thrives. Leave IQ as just 1. Maple still going, miraculously by the way. Can't believe he even made it to 8th there.
He's going to go ahead and take at least 1 point. Take that as Aurora and Mansion are completely hard stuck. You got Enigma Galaxy staring at him. Yeah, look at that Satan from downtown. He's got some good coverage here. And this is outside of the circle, so I'm not surprised we're going to see Enigma Galaxy just kind of wait it out. Look to maybe get these last 3 eliminations and then push into the zone from there. You got Coops up close and personal. Keeping an eye on things, but you got to be careful. You cannot afford to get knocked. Igor, though, actually from Funia is staring at this as well. Man, Aurora, this is worst case scenario for you. 2 monster squads looking at you. You're outside of the circle here. Man, they're just going to try to do what they can.
Nade underneath. Through from Coops right now. Stock seeing it enter. Another one could do the trick. And Coops is feeling it right now. He's been a fantastic player for the squad. Steps up now, 1v1 versus Reapers. They're down. It is Chief to find the final shot from far, far away. It's been a rarity though, seeing a heaven circle in a long, long time. Usually it's a little bit of a feature, but never the ending position. See exactly where stage 7 heads over towards. Does it drop down towards that southwest side?
Let's get it going here. Enigma Galaxy putting in that work. They have the edge of the circle here. We'll see where exactly it's going to go ahead and shift onto. But they got coverage right now. Protect those vehicles. That's so important because if the zone hard shifts away from them, they're definitely going to need them. So keep those protected. Wait for that next zone. You got 477 still up from GOAT, trying to soak up some more placement points. Next zone does pop though. Where are we headed?
Enigma Galaxy will absolutely have to move, and we are over towards Heaven. Gives OG another chance here as well on that western side. They're looking for the turkey here, dude.
The OG fans were happy about that one. I heard some claps happen the second that zone shifted. Let's see how this all works. Yeah, they are looking for that turkey. 3 in a row here. Here goes Enigma Galaxy though on the drive. 477 stuck out, and they actually pass him up completely. They're driving straight towards OG.
He's going to have to hold them off. Right the other edge of things. It is a 4v3 here. Tanky the first to fall. But WizGod actually is able to get a bit of a clap back over towards that way, and Ralph is left behind. So only 2 players for Enigma Galaxy, possibly allowing OG to reset.
IQ last player up for 4 thrives as well. OG are hurt though. That nade looks good. WizGod, ooh, barely getting out of the way of that one. Coop's gonna throw another though. Coop is hungry. He finds a nice headshot there. That one stung. He knows exactly where they are. This nade is an eviction notice saying hello and goodbye. Gets the knock on a Tanky.
They're on their last legs right now. I think there was a bare moment where everyone was on practically 10 HP. WizGod will finish off IQ off in the distance. That felt personal.
Coop's throwing a quick Molotov down low. He needs to start doing some of that low toss action we saw earlier. But he's got another nade locked and loaded. Let's see if he can throw this heat-seeking missile down south. Oh, he's got to watch his back though, and he gets him. Coops is doing some damage right here all by himself.
Lemonade goes a little bit too far. WizGod takes another nasty hit. Smoke's going forward here, trying to keep AKOP alive, but a 4th place is still fantastic for OG. Setting goes down, that will give time. Potentially WizGod move up and pick up AKOP in the midst of all the smoke here. Makes the dash now.
Devil gets a knock onto Satan. What is going on right here? We got Coops hopefully trying to get that res.
Demon on demon action. This is crazy.
Meanwhile, Furia is going to put in some work, and Silence, he's got dead edge. That's the gun to have here. Furia, man, looking to finally as Silence gets another knock there, and actually Coops down to his last single HP. Nice little vehicle switch there. Hops in the vehicle, hits the passenger seat, ejects, gets himself to safety for a little bit longer. But, looks like that nade is gonna do it.
They'll take a 4th place though. OG secures at least a 3rd. Goodness me, AKOP is kind of tearing Xbox Rejects apart, but finally they get shut down, and this is a free game for Furia. That's what you get, Devil. Take down Satan, friendly fire. Game's gonna end just like that. And Furia will pick themselves up a win. And it feels good for them. Coming off the back of that rondo into this Erangel. A real turnaround today.
That is how you get it done right there. Furia, you know, that was just a sigh of relief, because yesterday they were just hunting circles all day long, couldn't catch a break, and here they get the chicken dinner. But speaking of breaks, X-Force Rejects, right? They stopped into Heaven, they held that position.
Yeah.
Zone ended up getting locked onto them. And for a team that was pretty much last place, right, that gives them an opportunity, right? That could be that door open for them to at least get to survival stage.
Yeah. But Enigma Galaxy though, again, it's a decent move. I mean, Ralph gets caught on the back lines there, but it's understandable. That's a hard bit of terrain to push through.
Yeah.
Coops does a wonderful job though. The team's going to be massively proud of him. with the way he handled that ridgeline versus OG. Goodness me, I mean, if it wasn't for Furia, potentially takes down the whole team. But yeah, for Furia, they were very quick to the mark. I think that's the main thing from Furia. They analyzed and saw where the opportunities were there, pushed over the top, and as soon as X-Force Rejects pushes out that building, goodness me, did you see how quickly Furia marched to the other side? That was wild.
Yeah, they knew that, hey, this is our chance to win it, and they took it. Furia is one of those squads that are so high IQ when it comes to those kind of opportunities. They're not going to miss it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And you're totally right. I mean, once we saw that zone shift, Enigma Galaxy knew they lost this game, right? They're like, hey, you know what? We just got to try to do whatever we can. Those kind of rotations, you're going to have a sacrifice, right? Just to be able to even get there. But they did utilize that opportunity to its maximum, that's for sure. That's what it's all about. But Furia, they knew they had that one in the bag, and they took it.
Again, it's nice to see some more aggression coming out of Enigma Galaxy. It's nice to see OG on the front lines taking some good fights, and without Aru as well towards that end there. For X-Force Rejects, I need a little bit more to be convinced, because you are playing from heaven. It's a god compound at the end of the day.
It was luck, right? It was luck. But you know what? Sometimes luck is all it takes.
It's just what you need.
It's just what you need, you know, and they just happened to get it. And it's good for them that it happened now in the second game of the last 8, right? So we've seen it in the past where teams that are coming in a little bit nervous, don't have that as much experience as some of these other guys, they get a lucky game, and sometimes that just gives them the confidence they need to actually do something, right?
Yeah.
But, you know...
no, it's true, because you certainly start to play a little bit more different.
Yeah, you're like, oh...
Especially nervous teams as well coming into this, you know. It's a big stage. We have fans from around the world here as well. Sometimes it can be hard either disappointing your fans or trying to uplift them in the process. So you get yourself a lucky win, boom, you're good to go.
Yes, indeed. And man, it's so good to see these teams, right, be able to pull out all the stops here towards the end. These leaderboards have been bouncing all over the place here. But you know what? We got Calaris with Flash. Let's go ahead and hear what these guys have to say.
That's me. Thank you very much, Hot Jukes. Yes, I am with Top Z from Flash after these 2 games, because I really wanted to talk to them about a very unusual circumstances that have been happening. But first, let's start with day number 1 and the results there. It was kind of mixed results here and there, but then you got a first place on the Erangel yesterday. So talk to me about the team's approach to yesterday. Are you happy with those results from yesterday? What did you think overall?
Ngày hôm qua thì mình đã làm khá là tốt và đang đứng ở một cái vị trí thứ nhất ở cái map là Erangel á, thì mình cảm thấy là cái màn trình diễn của mình ngày hôm qua nó như thế nào, mình có hài lòng với kết quả ngày hôm qua không?
Đối với em thì ngày hôm qua bọn em thật sự là chưa làm tốt.
In my opinion, yesterday, to be honest, we haven't done a very good job on the maps, I would say.
Okay. That's fair. And coming into day 2, you got a second place on the Rondo after holding on the east side, and then that was against Orangutan. And then game 2 happens today, and then Orangutan hits you guys on Erangel as well. So what's your thoughts about that, and do you want maybe some revenge on Orangutan after all that?
Với ngày hôm nay á, thì mình đã đứng ở top 2 ở cái trận đấu đầu tiên á, và sau đó thì mình lại bị đối thủ là Orangutan á, đã ném bom trúng cho mình á, và hạ gục mình. Thì ở trận thứ 2 thì mình cảm thấy như thế nào, liệu rằng mình có muốn trả thù đối thủ của mình hay không?
Sau trận 2 thì bọn em cũng rút được kinh nghiệm nhiều hơn, vì trận đó cũng khá là không có may mắn, nên mấy trận sau bọn em sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao nhất.
On the second maps, I would say we were pretty luckier than the first maps, and we also like have our own experiences based on the first map. So we did a good job on the second one, and I think like based on that result, we will keep continue, you know, like pushing harder for the next round.
Okay, thank you very much, Top Z here. Good luck with the next games, and that does it for us here down on the stage.
Jackie Powers here, live from PMWC at EWC 26. I'm meant to be working with John Allen today. Find him. Is just kicking off for another day of games. Don't miss it, as it's going to be explosive. There's only one rule: just don't wake John.
John looks so sweet just taking a nap right now. One team that was not allowed to take any naps today was Furia, because of the way that they were able to perform in day one. But in day two, Max, they are bringing it.
Oh, they were sleeping day one, but now they're wide awake and they're back in the fray. It's so good to see them play around heaven, maybe making sure they clear their backside and then just pushing into heaven, playing the high ground spot. And we'll have a clip later on of how they wrapped up that game properly. But Furia, it's so good to see Brazil is showing some presence here in this group. And 16 points, oh, that's going to put them way higher up on the rankings.
And we're looking at the second place Orangutan with the points. Honestly, the consistency that we're seeing out of this squad is exactly what we want to see. And if they're going to continue on like this, pretty soon we're going to be saying that that squad is going to be going straight to the finals, because they're creating a bit of a lead there all the way down to the team that's in 6th place.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for Orangutan to come in today with a win and then a second place. As far as the match rankings go, right, the second place in terms of points, just 14 points is a big amount to be coming in to the first Erangel for. I mean, we've got 2 more Erangels for them to come on through here, but yeah, Furia able to really just wrap things up. I do want to say big ups to X-Force Rejects as well. They had heaven and they kept it.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh dear. Yes, the replay coming on through of the oddest fight I think we've had so far. Get him! No! And then the rest of the team going, how dare you? No, we're coming in hot here. Just going to avoid some trees, go around a little bit, and just pile in.
It's a very dangerous game of tag with knives. Who does that?
This shows the camaraderie. You're like, oh, you took out our leader. How dare you? And this is the energy that I love seeing from OG. I do want to sort of touch on, if we go back to, sorry, oh my God, I'm having a break. X-Force. Look, they were from the bottom. Now they're here. This was something, okay, this is something that they needed to do, I guess, a little bit earlier on in the stage. But look, you were saying they had heaven. That was good. They were able to have line of sight. Even when the contention started with for Thrives against OG, they were able to grab a couple of eliminations from that position. But the mistake that led, obviously having that, they were pushing out of the building, which Furia, obviously with their 1000 IQ, were able to capitalize on that. But look, they had 16 points heading into today. So having that game pushes them out of that bottom 3, which is exactly what they need to do. But is it something that they can sort of carry on into these next matches? I do feel that they rotated incredibly early. They didn't really have the utility to sort of back up these fights that were happening down on the hill, which any sort of grenade, I think they would have taken that home. So it was a little bit difficult, too early of a rotate for them. A little bit of luck mixed in between it, but hopefully we can see more of these adjustments going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to jump in here though as well, as I think this is exactly the game that they were needing to now push them forward into the next couple of games. You know, if you've had kind of a rough day, you do just want to get into the top 5, have a survival game, be assured that you actually can get in there, and then you can come into the next game going, okay, we've made a top 3, we've got some decent points, there's a little bit of pressure off of our shoulders, we've reminded ourselves that we're able to actually compete at this level, and we can go on forward now. So I'm hoping for big things coming in from them.
Yeah, and for Esports, honestly, I don't agree with what people were saying in regards that they got lucky. They were able to defend it off against a lot of people. But moving on to some of the other squads, I actually know we got a clip about Furia that you've been wanting to see, Max. Oh, you know what? Before you even show it, let's how about show some stats. They were passive, but the thing is, it ended up working out in their favor because they were playing that to win it.
I just wanted to see a win from Furia, genuinely. That's all I wanted to see.
They gave it to you.
After yesterday, we didn't get it, but here we go, looking at the final clip. You might be thinking, oh, they're just going to go from Chiefs compound straight into the side of X-Force Reject, but no, they put themselves between the outskirt of the circle and the middle portion of the circle, meaning X-Force Reject, even the side of NGX, Orangutan are all going to be forced naturally into their position. So all you have to do, set up a very solid defense. And you do that, by the way, with an MG3, which is the best weapon to have Mr. Silence himself, our MVP prediction of the tournament. I loved it. They now see the number of players is down to just 2. Just nailed it down, take home that win. That was literally a perfect finish in terms of execution from good old Furia.
Yeah, and see, that was I just want to touch in that. That was a great sort of overview of what I was sort of explaining. Like, they didn't need to leave that position. Furia obviously capitalized on that, which is excellent from them. But yeah, I mean, Esports Reject should have just waited.
Yes, we're looking at the overall here. Orangutan now with 80 points, and that's just what I'm talking about. Like, right now with this squad, they have a 25-point lead over 6th place. Top 5 is where you want to be if you want to end up going to the finals. You could end up almost saying, because the way that they're currently playing is so consistent, this squad could be already going to the finals. I don't care if it's too early, but they're playing like it and they're looking like it too.
I mean, honestly, I think we get to the halfway point, and I think that statement is going to be very true, just based on what happens in the next game, right? 4th Rhymes as well, they're starting to go down the leaderboard just a little bit. RRQ, I mean, yes, X-Force Rejects have made it out of the bottom 3 by quite a bit, actually, but Team RRQ, that's not a team I was expecting to see down here, Max.
No Peko, please, where is No Peko? I want to see some presence from him, though we did see a little bit higher up on that second page, this Ulf, and a lot of people would say that's disappointing, right, for a team that was second place back at PMGO Season 1 and did so good, especially during the PMGC finals. Let them cook, right? They're slow starting team. Yang Tashol, right? I don't know how you say in Turkish, but they're slow starting team. I wouldn't be too scared for them, at least as they don't make in the bottom 3. We're fine. Ulf will come back eventually in this tournament.
I was going to say, I don't want to flex on my Turkish just yet, all right?
We're not there.
Let's hold on to that one. But before we move on, how about we talk about some predictions here? Because everybody currently watching at home, you can go to the EWC Play app and do your predictions if you haven't already. And if you do end up winning something, make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. I want you to tell me quickly, predictions. Who's going to be winning the next game?
Winning the next game is going to be 4th Rhymes.
Enigma Galaxy.
Stop asking me, because apparently I get it wrong and then I get roasted. So don't ask me that question again.
Such a cop-out.
X-Force Rejects, that's who I won, all right? X-Force Rejects, show me, keep on that momentum going. But we're actually going to be going to none other than Barty with the defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos.
Are we good?
Right you are, Seven. I've got the defending champions of PMWC joining me on the main stage here. I've got Yangon Galacticos. Smile, let's have a quick chat. You know, cast your mind back to PMWC last year. You guys managed to secure the championship. The way that you did that was by consistently putting up placement points. You didn't play too aggressive. You just played your game. Now we've had an entire year since then, and you're going to be joining the group stage tomorrow. Has the strategy changed? What's the plan coming into this year's PMWC?
Especially for the strategy, I don't want to use smile or rugby too much, but we will prepare for every every scenario that, including the we experience in 2025, any new situation that might happen. Also, we don't rely on the same strategy because this is PUBG. Yeah.
Okay, keeping the cards close to the chest. I like to hear that. Now, let's talk a little bit about what you're wearing. This is very, very cool. Your Yangon Galacticos skin has just released in-game a few days ago. Traditional Myanmar dress, if I'm not mistaken. Please tell us how it feels to have this kind of representation in-game.
I mean, I'm so proud to be here representing Myanmar and wearing Myanmar culture clothes on the international stage. And also, so that is so meaningful for our fans and Myanmar people to be like a Myanmar traditional clothes on the international stage.
And if you could say anything to your fans who are watching and preparing themselves for you guys to step out onto the stage tomorrow and compete, what would you like to say to them?
I mean, cheer for us.
Cheer for them, that's what they say. Now, for those of you at home, if you want to get your hands on this incredible skin in-game, just go over to the PMWC event in-game, okay? Now, redeem with perk vouchers, and once you've done that, you'll be able to get your hands on the Yangon Galacticos Champion Outfit Ancient Charm Set. Yangon Galacticos, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I'm going to shake all your hands, boys. Thank you so much. The gloves are really cool as well. And with that being said, let's head back over to the casters to continue day 2 of the group stage.
I don't know about ancient charm, that guy's got musical charm. What a sweet guy. And what a fun team Yangon Galacticos has been. Last year in EWC 2021, they were fantastic. It was good to watch them then. It's good to see them again here again. But we're heading in towards Aragon next, map number 3.
Let's get it going here, man. Hey, I want to say one thing. I love, you know, good old-fashioned esports jerseys. I want that, though. I want one of those, man. So if you got that in a triple XL, bring it on down. But you know
it looks comfy, dude.
It definitely does. It definitely does. These guys are looking fly, you know, here. But you know what? Speaking of fly, I think it's time to get this started here into the second Erangel of the day. Only 3 more matches after this. But this is going to be a crucial one.
PUBG up to 80 points now. I think it's going to be difficult to knock them out of that top 5 unless there's some incredible shifts up in the rankings as thing goes on. But honestly, I think OG, they're right now. They are feeling good. I don't think anyone's going to challenge them too much. They might drop out of first place, but I'd love to see them stay up there throughout the entirety of the survival stage. I can see Hoxie currently has taken our top player spot in number 1 with 17. Actually, Aurora, Tom is doing a huge amount of work for them with 16.
Let's get it going here. If you take a look at the top players, yeah, top with the most damage. Wow. 4,357. Unbelievable performance right here from him. Fortunately, we don't see Aurora on top of the leaderboards here, but they're right there. They're still in 5th place. But OG already now have a nice point sponge, like you mentioned. The Golden 14, nice amount of points as well. Completely tied up in 2nd and 3rd. This is going to be a close one. It's really going to come down to the last match to see who's going to be in our top 5.
Absolutely. Now I'm looking at the leaderboards. RRQ in 14th. So RRQ qualified on a technicality. They've been working hard, putting in the time to try and get through towards that group stage, potentially through to the finals. It'd be a shame to see them go here in survival stage, but right now they are not playing up to scratch, so they do a little bit more here. 28 points of the 32 the X-Force Rejects have been able to grab the back of that last game. But we do have Naruto skins in game at the moment. We have Ninetales Fury Org there as well, so you can draw for the Naruto character set 2 and become a sage yourself in game. As we all know, all of the viewers of PUBG Mobile are filled with wisdom. Because you're here.
You could have learned any Naruto jutsu, what would it be?
I told you. Wait, John asked me this question yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah.
Asking the same one?
I have the same answer. What is it? Rasen Shuriken.
Ah, very nice.
I had like such deja vu for a second there.
There you go.
Damn, let me...
I'll tell you what, I'm going.
Give me a second.
Okay,
give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds.
You know what? I'll tell you, it doesn't have a couple seconds, and that is going to be Thunder Talk Gaming once again, losing players super early on. Sitting is knocked, and Shiva with the vehicle swap is going to go ahead and get that confirmation. But he's actually going to have to watch out because Seeing is already there, putting that punishment down. So Thunder Talk, X-Force Rejects, battling it out back and forth. Reverb is going to get thirsted. Sitting did survive, and he looks like he is going to crawl to safety. Are you kidding me? So Thunder Talk shutting down that push from X-Force Rejects. One little mistake, that's all it takes.
Absolutely. X-Force Rejects leading 1 there. I was looking up jutsus in the meantime.
All right. Change your decision?
No, but hey, I actually have this tattooed on my back, but it's the dead demon consuming seal. That one's cool. That one is cool. Unfortunately, I wouldn't use it because I would knock myself in game using that.
Maybe lock down your lunch so no one takes it, right?
I know. I have to.
That's right. You know what?
I need a res, bro. Need a reanimation jutsu right now. Come on, bro.
I'm going with the flying Raijin, dude.
Yeah, that is cool. That is big.
You can't. I think it's just too dang good. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you need me, I can have you marked, pow, and I'm right there. But what can I say?
I mean, Minato is the GOAT, so yeah, you ain't wrong. Jumping down towards Sosnovka, and we do have to talk about this.
Yes,
we do got to talk about this because this is fun to watch, but it is also the first time we've actually seen it down towards Sosnovka. We get to watch these players duke it out on day 2. Down towards the south side of the map from the top, already making their cross right now. Enigma Galaxy are also looking to move across the fourth drive. They're just not holding it. I think they were much more concerned with having a spot right now. They're on 69 points, which is great. It is good. But we want to see a bit more for themselves. They don't want to end up dropping out on a catastrophic turn of events coming through towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 is definitely the goal. More placements, the better, for sure. And with 69, they do have a little bit of a gap from 6th place. But with how these teams are playing, I mean, that we've seen games like that get shut down in just a game alone. Especially when you got Furia climbing up the leaderboards. They have 54. They're within easy range of Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, as a matter of fact, they're one of these teams that really need this game right here because things are getting spicy for sure. Looking on over here, especially, this is a very difficult zone. We have a nice hard shift down to military.
My boys have got the double hovercraft.
Hovercraft!
That is actually a massive advantage on Sosnovka. You want to keep those up as long as possible. You can sort of hide them down towards the south side if you wanted.
Yeah, especially if you can go hunt down one of those welding guns. Man, that's going to be so good for them here towards the end. And it looks like out of 2 teams that are already in military base, 4 times and Enigma Galaxy are mighty close to each other here. Meanwhile, KRX is going to be storming the beach here in a little while as well. So that's going to be interesting to see. A lot of teams want to take in that position there.
Yeah, KRX actually heading over towards the slope, moving upwards towards 4th Thrives' position. Ulf is yet to cross yet, just worried at the moment. There is a jump to be made for Ulf here into top 5. They want it on this game. Similarly for KRX, Furia, The Flash. You're right, Enigma Galaxy is at the moment. Keep a white-knuckled grip to keep this one going.
Dude, these last 3 matches coming up are going to be so insane. You know what?
I'm excited.
Me too, and I am just so happy that... Oh, look at this. GOAT going down. Killer Joe is out. He is hurt. X-Force rejects do cross the bridge. They hit Novo, and they end up getting the better of GOAT. Meanwhile, look at this. They're on a glider, getting themselves a position in this next circle.
Yeah, it's sad to see as well because it's going to be Fuchsman as well as Force going forward. What kind of plays you want? There's also a crash glider here too, so it looks like GOAT was double gliding, KRX is double hovering. Trend around the map. But yeah, I think for X-Force Rejects, this was cool. I like this from them. I gotta disagree with 7 though.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that last match, it did feel a little bit lucky, honestly. You play Heaven, and they sort of immediately lost as soon as it moved away from Heaven.
Yeah.
Okay. There is, and that's okay. It's okay to get lucky sometimes. It really is. But it also feels bad when you instantly lose players running out into a singular sideline. I want to see more of it. So that right there is more promising to me than anything. And it's coming in at 8 minutes into the game. Capability to take down a squad moving in and to set up at Novo.
And actually get some eliminations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all I know is that if I get zone locked towards the end, I'm feeling lucky. That's for sure. Right? You gotta still put in the work even if that happens. This next circle does pop all the way down to military. So yeah, now there's no question of where this zone is headed. And
thank God.
Yeah, thank goodness. I think we're tired of these like crazy water in the middle of the island circles. You know what I'm saying? So no splits here. It's just going to be who is the best in order to get this win.
Right now, obviously the center of Airstrip is pretty strong. Good place to play. You could even head over towards C block too. Not a bad spot. Worth playing going forward. KRX with the double hovercraft have a ton of capabilities to move in, but it seems like they may have ditched them somewhere.
Oh boy. Let's see the action is starting to ring off those studios, getting mighty close here. GK gonna go ahead and find a spot in military. They're gonna be able to hold the satellite position as well. Oh, nice jump shot. Ragnarok though. Oh, it wasn't nice enough because Hoxie shoots him out of the air and shuts him down.
Aurora trying to make the cross here versus Ulf. Ulf got across a little bit earlier. They rung the bell on this one, and Aurora starts to move up. Reaper's already down. Joel trying to hit some mad shotgun shots. I don't know what he was thinking. And out top with his signature Mini 14, it's not enough as Kelsey from behind will find the shots towards him, leaving just Doc, the last player alive here for Aurora.
Man, tough cross and a bad time too. Match number 3 here on the second day. Aurora in 4th place. Going out like this is going to be tough. It's going to really be these last 3 matches for Aurora if they're going to make it into the top 5. Worst case scenario for Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, Flash, Yudia all pop off here. You can see Maniac looking for some cheeky angles. And look at him go. He's going to be able to try and jump all the way to the top, and he does. So Maniac busting out his parkour skills, showing people this is how it's done. This is how you get up on top. And Ulf's gonna have to be mighty careful. Those footsteps are pretty loud though. Let's see if they can hear him up there.
Doc's like, what the hell, man? You're making a lot of noise.
Oh man, the coach didn't look too happy. I don't know if we saw that little coach's corner. Let's see if Doc can make him smile. As Rolex is like, hey, nobody's here, right?
There's no way.
Nobody's here, right?
Are we trigger discipline on this one? That's crazy.
Oh, gets the thirst though. And he did get shot in the back, right? Am I tripping?
No, you're not.
अभी हो चुका है
to stay that.
गेमिंग स्टार को डॉग का तो आइडिया हो चुका है। ओ भाई मैनियक ने मार दिया
And the coach corner.
बट अब ये कि इधर होने वाली फाइट होने वाली यूएलएफ की, लेकिन मेरे मुताबिक यूएलएफ अगर फाइट में जीतती है नुकसान तो होगा ही। और पीछे से अलूला आ गई। भाई यहाँ तो भाई सफाई वाला सिस्टम बचने वाला।
If I'm going down, this is how I'm doing it.
और भाई इधर सफाई वाला सिस्टम बचने वाला है और इधर कोई चीज मतलब नहीं। पीछे गेमिंग स्टार, अलूला, यूएलएफ और यहाँ जो भी टीम थोड़ी देर और रखेगी मसला ही होना वाला है उनके लिए।
If he was on top of here, interesting.
अलूला रुकती है उसके लिए भी मसला है। अलूला जो दिख भी नहीं रही। आई थिंक अलूला क्या है कि इस साइड से जाने की कोशिश कर रही है। नहीं अलूला जो है वो आ गया और जो यूएलएफ है उन्होंने अपना एक प्लेयर जो है वो के अंदर सर्कल में कर दिया। अगर किसी किस्म का ऐसा कुछ मसला होता है तो वो मतलब कोई एटलीस्ट मतलब प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट के लिए भी तो खेल सके ना, या कुछ एंगल बनाने के लिए कोई एंगल बनाया जा सकता है। अच्छा ऑल गेमर जो है वो ओजी के आसपास हैं और ओजी जो है ये बाहर है ओजी बट देखना पड़ेगा ओजी के बाकी प्लेयर।
However, a lot of these teams are going to have to make their way out.
मुझे लगता है ऑल गेमर को आइडिया है कि जो
getting out across that road, you're massively
भाई ओजी और एंगटन वगैरह या कोई
anyone else has those sidelines. This is a big
अरोरा गेमिंग को वही पहली जो टीम होती है वो अरोरा गेमिंग है।
I like this play. You're right now at 28 points. Top 5 is going to be really tough.
पूरा का पूरा स्क्वाड मतलब
you got to make a crazy play.
अरोरा गेमिंग बाकी ओजी का कोई प्लेयर नहीं गया
और का right? Like
प्लेयर है
take the risk
now,
especially with Miramar coming up. Let's full send it to the center, and they do make it there safely. So it looks like that did end up paying.
और ऑल गेमर भी उसी साइड से जा रही है
first onto one of the players from our queue. So
देखना
maybe
पड़ेगा
a
इसको
little bit
थोड़ा
too
सा।
greedy on that rotation.
ठीक है, फ्यूरिया जो है वो
Yeah,
बहुत
well,
अच्छा
I
खेला
would
है आज
say
के
you
दिन,
should
बहुत अच्छा
assume
इन्होंने
the
खेला
players are
है।
going to be playing that
पिछले जो
towards
दोनों
the
मैच
very
जीते
most
हैं फ्यूरिया
crucial
बहुत अच्छा
edges.
खेली है।
I think it's a very tough
KRX
area to
जो है
work
वो
with as
भी
well.
मतलब काइंड
And
ऑफ
they had so much
बेटर है,
space
सबके
here,
पास
you know. I just think
Yeah,
the
पॉइंट
there
है।
wasn't a reason.
यूएलएफ के
That's
पास भी
crazy.
मौका है कि वो आ सकती है
So
ऊपर,
Bartok will
और
get himself
ऑल गेमर जो है वो
off the back
उसके
of
लिए
that. A
थोड़ा
lot
सा
of teams
मुश्किल हो
are
जाता है।
unwilling to move
ठीक है,
down the
क्योंकि
right side of the
जब तक
scoreboard.
ये
And it also seems
वो
that
वाला
a
जो
lot
एक
of teams are unwilling to move
पॉइंट
on
हिट
the
करेंगे,
outer
मतलब
edges
ये
too.
कहते हैं कि
Yeah,
47 से
that's
ऊपर
one of
पॉइंट
those
में जाएंगे,
mistakes you
मतलब
point out,
50
right? Because
60
it's just a
पॉइंट तक।
pure mistake.
लेकिन
Like,
ऊपर वाली जो
certain
टॉप 6
ones
है
that
वो
you can
क्या
be like, all right,
एक भी किल
it was a
पॉइंट नहीं
coin
निकालेंगे,
toss. They
पॉइंट
could
नहीं
have gone left,
निकालेंगे,
they could
जरूर
have gone
पॉइंट
right, they
निकालेंगे।
just made a
तो
bad
ये
miss.
सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम
That was
होने वाला है
one
भाई
where you
साहब।
just kind of lost a player pretty
तो
unnecessarily.
ये एक आधा एक या दो मैचेस ही अगले
And
रैंकर
it's
के एक
those
या
little
दो मैचेस
tiny
हैं, ये
ones
सबसे
that
ज्यादा क्रूशियल होने
they
वाले
just
हैं
like are a domino
और
effect
हर
to
टीम
their
के लिए।
demise. So it could have been like,
अगर
oh, we
कोई
can
भी
one
टीम
game
जो
with
चाहती है कि
15
भाई
points,
क्वालिफाई कर जाए,
but now we're
या
stuck
नहीं
in
भी, अगर
second place
लास्ट वाली जो
position. You
तीन
know what I'm
टीमें भी
saying?
हैं
We'll
वो
see
भी
how
अगर
that
वो
plays out as
चाहती
we
हैं कि
go
भाई
through
वो
this
क्वालिफाई करें,
So the
तो
circle goes
उनके लिए भी
up.
सबसे ज्यादा
We're gonna have a
मतलब वो
crazy shift. Does it
क्वालिफाई
stick
नहीं,
around?
मतलब सर्वाइवल में, क्योंकि
That's
उनके लिए
gonna make
बहुत
things
मुश्किल है
interesting.
70 पॉइंट। ओ
Man,
भाई भाई
that's
भाई,
that's
सर्कल
RRQ though.
बहुत ज्यादा
You make a big play
बहुत
on the
ज्यादा
south
शॉट
side,
शिफ्ट
and
ले गया।
as
फोर्थ
soon as
ड्राइव
it's
को
going to
बिल्कुल
move
भी
out
मतलब
away
उसमें
from
एडवांटेज
airstrip,
नहीं
it
है।
runs it
यूएलएफ जो है
straight
उधर से
back.
निकल चुकी
And
है, गेमिंग
KRX,
स्टार भी निकल
honestly,
चुकी
for
है
them,
अब्दुल्ला,
they're
और
doing this with this
शायद
spot.
गेमिंग
They're even up
ऑल गेमर
now.
को बिल्कुल भी आइडिया
They've
नहीं है
still
कि
got
बैक
the ball
साइड
on
से
the
ओजी
ground.
आ रही है, और
They
ओजी
will be
बहुत
very
पैसिव
well
खेल
set
रही
up going into this late game.
है।
Not
इस
that he
लेवल का
won't, but
पैसिव
he
खेल रही
creates
है
some
ओजी के,
really
मतलब
good
लाइक कोई
impromptu
यकीन
cover.
नहीं कर सकता।
All gamers
ओजी
will
कितना लेट
try to
वो
across this
करती है
bridge.
अपना,
Gaming stars
कोई
realizing now they
सोच
need
नहीं
to move
सकता।
instantaneously.
गोड का शायद अभी
RRQ
गोड का एंड आ चुका
flip
है,
to a new area.
गोड
Blue
का
flags
आखिरी
on the
प्लेयर
other
जो है वो
side.
जिंदा है भाई
Made the
यहाँ।
push
A
quick.
bunker each.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Your RQ, the zone swapped on over. Take those
शायद यहाँ तक
anchors,
भी
secure
ये
those
चीजें जो हैं
spots.
वो
KRX, I believe they were holding those satellites.
फायदा भी दे रही है, सपोर्ट
Those
भी दे रही है,
hovercrafts,
ये
so
इनका
that's a
बहुत
really good
ज्यादा
position,
मतलब
especially
बैक
the
एंड
zone
पे
decides
रहना,
to go ahead and
बहुत
hardship
ज्यादा
down
पैसिव
south.
रहना, ये कहीं ना कहीं तो
So
फायदा तो दे ही रहा
teams
है।
now taking some of their final spots. A lot of teams though still need to get into this zone. Our top of the leaderboard squad, OG, they are still way over there in blue, just barely crossing the bridge, super late. Ula is in the same position.
सूर्या को शायद आइडिया नहीं कि ऑल
It's
गेमर
a
का
hard,
प्लेयर
it
शायद नहीं है आइडिया
was focused on
इसीलिए
towards
मतलब वो
the
इंटर
bridges
कच्ची
there.
कर रहे हैं कि
They were
भाई
really on
कि
winning
कोई प्लेयर ब्लू
positions.
कहीं आस
All
पास
gamers
नहीं
a
है,
little
जो
bit
भी है
scared of it, and I know that OG likes to really analyze how they want to go forward. So if they still think a team's there, like they did yesterday at
Let's
Miramar
see
Gaming Stars,
क्या
they'll
होता
try and
है।
figure out a different situation. Now they're trying to wrap on the northern edge, which I do
सूर्या
think this
ऑल
is
गेमर यहाँ आ चुकी है और
kind of
ओजी कहाँ से गई
interesting.
है,
They
बस ये
could come
देखना है
down
कि
from the
ओजी
hillside
भी
and
ना पीछे,
sling into the south side.
ओजी मुझे लगता है उधर से फुल घूम के चली गई है वो।
But it's certainly,
फोर
it's certainly
ड्राइव
an
की
interesting
गेम
one.
स्टार के
And I
साथ
think
फाइट
when
हो
you, if
चुकी
you
है
see
या
all
मतलब
gamers flying in towards
लॉन्ग रेंज में
the
नहीं
eastern
गेमिंग स्टार
side,
का
maybe
चोरी
this
कर
is the
दिया है
play, and it looks like to be what they're going
जो
for.
फोर ड्राइव का
They're
किल
sending it right now. Igor is trying to
और
survive
फोर
this
ड्राइव की
one.
शायद
Bertini,
लॉन्ग
looks
रेंज
like
भी
one of his tires did get popped
कह
out.
सकते
He's
हैं
in trouble quick.
कि मिड
Big
रेंज या
time
लॉन्ग रेंज
prepared.
वाले साइड
AGAL, yeah, just trying to send it to
सूर्या के
safety.
जो है वो
But
ऑल गेमर के एक
Yala
प्लेयर को
pops
आयला
out
ने
the
जो है
vehicle.
वो ऑल गेमर के एक प्लेयर को
It's not going to
किया
be.
और बाउस ने जो है
Marshalling
मैपल को
this northeast
फ्री
road
कर
for a
दिया
long, long
किल
time. Pulling out the badge.
हो रहा है और साथ ही यहाँ भाई
Yeah,
बैच जो है टीम फ्लैश जो है
badge
लास्ट
has
गेम
been put away
के अंदर उन्होंने
apparently.
गलतियां की हैं, उस गलतियां को सुधारने की
By the Flash here.
फ्लैश की तरफ
We
से
are playing on that eastern side
तो
as well. So
देखते हैं कि क्या होगा?
Double back to the hillside. Again, I kind of like what OG went for, you know, just barrel down that hilltop. You out of the sightlines for quite a while until you in front of C block. It's not the craziest position, but you get a position at this stage. Yeah.
Fourth highs
The fact that you even here with all four players up, it definitely is going to work out. Their med situation has to be super low.
Yes.
They blew.
Good point.
They blew through them just getting into here. But you know what? The fact that they are here and have such a point sponge on top is a big deal for them for sure.
फोर्थ हाई की तरफ कैमरे का शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है.
You know what I want to say one thing? These next 3 matches I'll sign about it. They're going to be so wild, right? And I'm just very, very happy that John got his rest before that.
Oh, he needs that nap. He needs that nap because you better be bringing the thunder.
नंबर में जब प्लेयर हो
those next few games.
15 प्लेयर रह जाएंगे अगर नंबर में.
And the talk.
तब जाके ओजी फाइट लेना चाहिए. ओजी अच्छा जी ओजी ने एक प्लेयर को नॉक किया.
Yeah, the problem is the coach
fight हो रही है
is that they're shown for about 2 seconds. We realize they're very sad, and then we take them away.
They're just sad, serious, dude. They're just like.
I think the production should keep the coach calling the cameras
कहाँ फाइट ले रही है ये
50.
Yeah,
we gotta lock in with them.
Good 15 seconds.
इधर दिखाई जा रही है
to
इधर
see the
कोई
coach
फाइट ही नहीं हो
PMWC like in the middle of a fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
फोर्थ हाई वो बिल्कुल एज पे है.
As
Silence putting some shots downrange, holding this position. This is a tough circle, especially if it does go down south. That airfield is, there's not a lot of coverage in that area.
बहुत मुश्किल जगह बननी है क्योंकि टीटी के प्लेयर को मारा तो टीटी ने भी इनके ऊपर एम रखी है और उसके बाद इन पे नजर रख के बैठी होगी कहीं ना कहीं जो है वो 4-5 के लिए सर्कल में जगह लेना बहुत मुश्किल है। यहाँ तो किसी टीम पे इनको जो है वो स्लैमिंग देना पड़ेगा एक आधा या किसी न किसी तरीके से। फ्लैश को विन को नॉक कर दिया गया हुदैफा की तरफ से, शायद 4-5 जो है किसी एक दो प्लेयर को नॉक करके स्लैमिंग करने की तरफ है कि स्लैमिंग देंगे, नॉक करेंगे, ठीक है, उसके बाद जो है स्लैमिंग दिया जाएगा। तो देखते हैं कि क्या किया 4-5 कैसे करती है।
Yeah, and the good thing about where Furia is like it's pretty much almost impossible to hit a nade on them, right? That chain link fence makes it so difficult, and you can just see them just holding those utils, throwing it out, going back to that little coverage. So, but Team Flash full sending it here on to GK.
Flash जो है उन्होंने स्लैमिंग दे दिया आगे, ठीक है, GK Esports की तरफ स्लैमिंग दे दिया। शायद अगर ये है कि शायद कोई जोन नहीं रहा तो 4-5 को तरफ देखना पड़ेगा कि और ओजी की तरफ ओजी जो है उनके प्लेयर दोबारा नॉक हुए थे और वाइप भी हो चुके हैं कि ओजी की फाइट कहाँ हो रही है, मतलब लेकिन ये है कि यहाँ जहाँ कंटिन्यूसली फाइट चल रही है तो वहीं ही फाइट दिखाई जा रही है अभी फिलहाल। इधर ये वाला जो पूरा एरिया है ये एक साथ का मतलब आग से भरा एरिया बन चुका है पूरे का पूरा। और फ्लैश टीम फ्लैश बहुत अच्छा खेलती हुई और बहुत अच्छा उन्होंने किल निकालना है, 6 किल निकाल चुकी है टीम फ्लैश और टॉप 6 में आ चुकी है। निगमा गैलेक्सी जो निकल चुकी है, यूएलएफ और 4-5 की फाइट हो चुकी है। अब ये देखना पड़ेगा कि फाइट कैसी मतलब क्लोज रेंज में हुई है या किसी लॉन्ग रेंज में हुई है या मिड में हुई है, ये देखना पड़ेगा।
From Flash, a good identification of how that building is best aggressed upon. So yeah, well done, very, very well done. And now they have the ability to hold up both KRX and Fury in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, we had to see GK up on that top floor, and you could see exactly that's what Flash is doing. They have 2 up on top.
अभी इधर बहुत ज्यादा मतलब जो है वो chaos बर्पा हो चुका है। यूएल जो है वो फ्यूरिया और केआरएस के बीच में फाइट हो रही है जहाँ फ्यूरिया के 2 प्लेयर नॉक चुके हैं और फ्यूरिया जितना ही अच्छा मतलब जो है वो उसमें कह रही थी लेकिन उतना ही अभी उनको मसला हो रहा है, उतना ही इनको प्रॉब्लम हो रही है इस मसला गेम निकालने में। क्या फ्यूरिया ये गेम निकाल पाएगी ये देखना पड़ेगा सब, लेकिन यहाँ तक मुझे लगता है ये नेड फ्यूरिया का जिस मैच का आखिरी होगा। मुझे जहाँ तक लगता है फ्यूरिया के लिए अब यहाँ से निकलना या हिलना भी बहुत मुश्किल कर दिया जाएगा हर टीम की तरफ से। और 4-5 जहाँ तक 4-5 की तरफ देखें, 4-5 तो सर्कल को चेज कर करके लगता है उनके पाँव में छाले पड़ चुके होंगे। तो 4-5 जो है वो सर्कल को चेज की जा रही है, लेकिन सर्कल हल्का सा भी होता है कि वो किसी किस्म की मतलब कोई हेल्प दे दे, वो वैसा भी नहीं कर रहा सर्कल। इसके लिए 4-5 को बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होगा अभी अगले सर्कल में, क्योंकि इसके बाद जो सर्कल होने वाला है वो बहुत ज्यादा डेडली सर्कल होने वाला है। और सर्कल जो है वो जिस भी टीम को जो सर्कल के पास में आसपास में भी आ रही है तो वो बहुत मसला होगा। और ओजी जो है वो सर्कल के अंदर ही है, मिड में है समझ लो, और वो बिल्कुल मतलब आराम सुकून से खेल रही है सर्कल बिल्कुल। और वो किसी किस्म की मतलब जो ओजी जो है वो हल्की सी भी मतलब क्या है कि फुट स्टेप नहीं दिखा रही, ना कोई किसी किस्म का कोई प्रॉब्लम दिखा दे रही है, ना कोई मसला शो करवा रही है। बट ये है कि इधर 4-5 जो ऑल गेमर जो है वो उसके ऊपर स्लैमिंग देना की कोशिश कर रहा है कि ऑल किया जाए। तो सर्कल जो है 4-5 को बिल्कुल भी हेल्प नहीं कर रहा, तो सर्कल आगे से आगे जाया जा रहा है। 4-5 शायद फाइट में आ रही है, एक फाइट में आ चुकी है, ऑल गेमर का प्लेयर को 4-5 की तरफ फिनिश कर दिया गया और शायद 4-5 को कहीं ना कहीं हल्का फुल्का सर्कल की जगह मिल चुकी है। सर्कल देखना पड़ेगा कि 4-5 को जगह मिली है सर्कल कैसी जगह है, क्या 4-5 वहां से गेम को जो है वो जीत सकती है या नहीं जीत सकती, ये देखना पड़ेगा। और यहाँ यूएलएफ के जो है वो बन चुके हैं क्रॉसफेयर जो है वो यूएलएफ के बन चुके हैं 4 के प्लेयर पर 4 के जो हज़ाफा है जो अपनी टीम से काफी दूर है ताकि आगे जाके जगह ले उधर और यूएलएफ के जो स्कॉर्पियंस हैं ये सारी टीमों को बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम दे रहे हैं। देखना पड़ेगा कि ये मतलब ये कैसे होगा सारी
This is a large game. 8 eliminations coming through. An almost impossible push for them that they're making happen here.
निगमा गैलेक्सी के जो प्लेयर हैं ये बहुत ज्यादा जो है ना वो जो प्रॉब्लम दे सकते हैं सारी की सारी टीमों को। देखना पड़ेगा कि ये कैसा ये नेट बहुत हैवी नेट भाई, ये नेट बहुत ही ज्यादा अच्छा नेट है और 4th राइव को ये नेट बहुत ज्यादा ही मतलब हेल्प करवा सकता है इनको जीतने के लिए। क्या 4th राइव ये फाइट जीत जाएगी सकती है, देखना पड़ेगा। 4th राइव ये फाइट जीत चुकी है और किसी को भी आइडिया नहीं है कि निगमा गैलेक्सी के प्लेयर यहाँ कोई
Legendary players on the same location. It's Balak, Aaron and Coops comes out on top. Goodness me.
निगमा गैलेक्सी ने बहुत ही ज्यादा मतलब किया इसके बारे में, लेकिन देखना पड़ेगा कि लेकिन निगमा गैलेक्सी जो है वो के जो प्लेयर है आखिरी के आखिरी प्लेयर जो बचे हैं और हुज़ैफा जो है शायद वो हुज़ैफा जो है सर्कल में है, हुज़ैफा के पास सर्कल की जगह है लेकिन हुज़ैफा के पीछे एक प्लेयर है कोर्ट के और जिसका हल्का सा भी जो है वो हुज़ैफा को आइडिया नहीं है और ठीक है तो लेकिन 4th राइव इस गेम में 7 किल निकाल चुकी है और उसके बाद जो है वो टॉप 6 में आ चुकी है। अगर एक या 2 टीमें और मरती हैं मतलब 2 से 3 टीमें टॉप 3 में या टॉप 2 में अगर किसी न किसी तरीके से अगर फिनिश किया जाता है तो 4th राइव के लिए बहुत अच्छी होगी ये सिचुएशन। 4th राइव जो है वो टॉप 1 में आ सकती है और अगर टॉप 1 में आया जाता है या किसी तरीके से जिस गेम में 10 के आसपास पॉइंट निकाले जाते हैं तो 4th राइव बहुत अच्छे तरीके से जो है वो क्वालिफाई करने की रेस में शामिल हो सकती है। वैसे तो टॉप 6 में ही टॉप 5 में ही है 4th राइव, लेकिन देखना पड़ेगा 4th राइव कैसे खेलती है, किस तरह की गेम खेलती है। और जहां तक बात की जाएगी टॉप टीमों में जिनके पास सबसे ज्यादा प्लेयर हैं वो है टीम फ्लैश, KRX और RRQ। और KRX जो है उनको आइडिया है गोट के प्लेयर की जो है वो पता है लोकेशन का कि आइडिया है कि यहाँ कोई ना कोई प्लेयर है जो कि कैंप करके बैठा हुआ या होल्ड किया हुआ वो, लेकिन देखते हैं कि KRX कैसे इसको प्लेयर को कब और कैसे फिनिश करती है ये देखना पड़ेगा। बट 4th राइव को वो एक सोलो प्लेयर जो निगमा गैलेक्सी के थे जो होल्ड करके बैठे हुए थे उन 4th राइव को जैसा मतलब डसा है वैसा कोई भी डस नहीं सकता, तो ये देखना पड़ेगा। लेकिन टीम फ्लैश जो है वो KRS की जो फील्डिंग सेट की है टीम फ्लैश ने वो कोई भी और टीम किसी सोच नहीं सकते। KRX एक बहुत बड़े ट्रैप में शामिल हो रही है क्या? नहीं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं। KRX जो है वो बच जाती है और अगर KRX यहाँ से इंटर होने की कोशिश भी करती है तो क्या होगा ये सोचना पड़ेगा। और हुज़ैफा जो है वो KRX के प्लेयर को पीछे से नॉक करते हैं, क्या हुज़ैफा को इसका किल मिल पाएगा? क्या हुज़ैफा को इनका किल मिल पाएगा? और हुज़ैफा को भाई यहाँ एक किल मिल सकता है, मिला है बिनी का और देखना पड़ेगा। और KRX के 2 किल हैं वो हुज़ैफा को मिल चुके हैं, बोर्ड जो है वो फिनिश हो चुकी है और देखना पड़ेगा शायद हाँ यही है हुज़ैफा जो है वो आ चुके हैं और ओजी जो है वो फिनिश हो चुके हैं। हुज़ैफा जो है टॉप 3 में अपनी टीम को लाने में कामयाब हो चुके हैं और मुझे जहां तक लगता है कि RRQ जो जैन पोस्ट जो है उनको आइडिया है हुज़ैफा की पोजीशन का और जहां तक मुझे लगता है कि वो कहीं ना कहीं ये सोच रहे हैं कि ये पुश किया जाए हुज़ैफा के ऊपर। अगर ऐसा होता है तो हुज़ैफा के लिए बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम खड़ी हो सकती है। अगर हुज़ैफा को किसी से अगर पता है आइडिया है कि RRQ की टीम इधर है तो बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा होगा, लेकिन मुझे जहां तक लगता है अभी टीम फ्लैश जो है ये होल्ड कर आगे जोन की सर्कल जो है होल्ड करने के लिए। और मुझे जो मेरा पर्सनल जो है कि इधर जो चिकन निकाल सकती है टीम है वो है RRQ जो है वो सर्कल में भी है और जो बीच का सर्कल है वो बहुत मुश्किल है। जो टीम फ्लैश जो है उसके पास सर्कल का होल्ड कर ले, अगर थोड़ा सा और होल्ड कर ले तो बहुत अच्छा होगा।
Yeah, I think gross is a good way to put it. RQ is moving forward though. They get themselves over towards the ballistics. Flash playing up on top.
और आरआरक्यू जो है वो आरआरक्यू को हुज़ैफा की पोजीशन का भी आइडिया है कि उधर कोई प्लेयर है, उस साइड पे कोई ना कोई प्लेयर है। और क्योंकि अगर उन्हें पता है कि अगर हम फाइट ली तो कहीं ना कहीं वो हमें स्टैब जो है वो बैक स्टैब कर सकता है वो प्लेयर, इसीलिए जो है वो टीम हुज़ैफा जो है वो नॉक करते नहीं, आरआरक्यू की जन फोर्स ने जो है वो टीम फ्लैश के एक प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया। क्या हुज़ैफा इसका किल ऑफ कर पाएंगे? नहीं, टीम फ्लैश के यूज है वो हुज़ैफा को जो फिनिश कर देते हैं, बट फिर भी हुज़ैफा जो है उसने टॉप 3 में जो फिनिश किया है उसके लिए ये 4 के लिए बहुत अच्छी चीज होगी, क्योंकि 4 जो है वो 7-8 किल्स निकालने में 8-9 किल निकालने में कामयाब हुई है और टॉप 3 में भी आई है और प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट के साथ 12-13 पॉइंट जो है वो 4 को मिल जाएंगे, क्योंकि 4 के लिए बहुत अच्छा होगा। और जहां तक मुझे लगता है ये चिकन जो है वो आरआरक्यू का ही होने वाला है, लेकिन जहां गेम की अच्छी गेम की बात करें तो लास्ट गेम के मुकाबले में जो है वो टीम फ्लैश ने बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है, लेकिन क्या टीम फ्लैश हार मानेगी? नहीं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं। टीम फ्लैश कहती है कि आप कुछ भी हो जाए हम कभी भी हार नहीं मानेंगे, और यहाँ जो है वो सिचुएशन बहुत ही टफ हो चुकी है। लेकिन जहाँ बात की जाएगी टीम फ्लैश की, तो टीम फ्लैश का आखिरी प्लेयर और आरआरक्यू जो है उसके जो है वो आरआरक्यू के जो है वो 3 प्लेयर है, और आरआरक्यू जो है अभी मुझे जहाँ तक लगता है कि मार देगी, और वही हुआ, आरआरक्यू ने लेस देन सेकंड ही जो है उसको खत्म कर दिया गया है उनकी टीम को।
Up the leaderboard with that one. It's an important moment for this team at this stage of the day, but the fight is not done yet. They do not want to drop back down towards that bottom 3. There is still a chance of it happening, but right now they could breathe a little easier.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, they definitely are. They didn't breathe well enough to where we saw no pop off right from that win. It's just like,
I know.
All right, good. You know, we're alive. Okay, let's see what we can do though before we really get happy.
But Flash, honestly, they played well. I think the aggression onto that compound versus Geeke, it was gorgeous. That was gorgeous. Really well set up, honestly. And I think there's been multiple times we've seen Flash where they've demonstrated just great map knowledge, but more than that, great tactical knowledge of how to play those moments.
Dude, not to mention we saw those beautiful setups with those gas cans, right? It just goes
फिर भी 4th drive का ये मैच काइंड ऑफ बेहतर रहा है,
right? To make
4th
sure
drive
they win
पहले
those
नंबर पे
games.
नहीं आई
That's how you get it done.
पॉइंट ज्यादा थे शायद, लेकिन जहाँ तक बात है क्योंकि आई थी
to qualify for one of the biggest tournaments, they'll do it. All right.
तो अभी देखना ये पड़ेगा कि 4th drive के कितने पॉइंट निकाले हैं और अभी टॉप 1 पे कौन सी टीम आ रही है। तो आरआरक्यू तो टॉप 1 में नहीं आ सकती, आरआरक्यू टॉप 3 लास्ट बॉटम ऑफ 3 में थी, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो जो है वो एक जो कहते हैं कि प्रॉब्लम वाली जगह से निकल के ऊपर तो आ चुके हैं। लेकिन जहाँ बात करें अगर जहाँ बात करें कि अगर वो टॉप में, तो टॉप में है, तो अब देखना पड़ेगा कि टॉप जो पहले नंबर पे कौन सी टीम है वो किस टीम ने फिनिश किया होगा, ये देखना पड़ेगा।
PMWC at EWC Trophy.
भाई ऑनर ऑफ किंग क्यों लग गया? Fourth rise. Let's see क्या होता है। It matters where you stay. Okay, bro. अरे अभी हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि भाई कौन सी टीम जो है वो टॉप में आई होगी और कौन सी टीम जो है वो जो है क्या ओजी टॉप में ही रही होगी या पहले नंबर पे देखो ओजी के इतने अच्छे पॉइंट हैं, कट ऑफ पॉइंट तक तो ओजी पहुंच चुकी है। लास्ट 3 मैचेस में ओजी अगर अच्छा खेलती है, कुछ ना कुछ पॉइंट निकालती, 4-5, 5-6 पॉइंट्स, तो ओजी के लिए कोई किसी किस्म का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है कि ओजी जो है वो क्वालिफाई कर जाए, किसी किस्म का कोई मसला नहीं है। बट जहां बात आती है भाई लाइट गई। अरे
Third place. Close enough to see the trophy, but never close enough to lift it. For Aurora Gaming, the road to the Esports World Cup is about more than qualification. It is about finishing the story this roster started last year. At 2025 PMWC, they established themselves as one of the most mechanically gifted teams in PUBG Mobile. Their aggression was fearless, and one knock could quickly become a complete squad wipe. Doc, Top, Zeol, and Refus could all take over, but at times, they looked more like incredible individuals than one fully connected team. Doc was named MVP.
За бидрийг одоо төрүүлэхэд зогсоосон зүйл нь гэвэл үгүй миний хувьд бол яг тэр үеийн яг сэтгэл зүй жоохон нэг тийм байсан болоод тэгээд ер нь зоонч тэр rotationч тэр ер нь тийм болоог баха.
Then came PMGC, another huge international performance, another MVP level showing, and another third place finish. Two of the biggest tournaments in the world, 2 podiums, but still no trophy.
За өнгөрсөн жилийн гэх юм бол бас 2 том тэмцээнд 3-р байранд орсон. Тэгээд энэ жил одоо тэгээд чадхаараа чэндэ.
Now, they return under Aurora Gaming with a new organization, the same firepower, and another opportunity to finally win. The question has never been whether they have enough talent. Their MVP titles have already proved that. The real question is whether multiple stars can now play as one complete championship team. Their qualification run showed promising signs. Aurora still played aggressively, but their rotations looked more controlled. Their pushes had more support, and the team appeared more connected. That growing coordination was on full display in the final match.
Oh, the nade of Refus, the 1v4 from a range!
They wiped out the last team and won the EECA finals by the smash rule with 145 points and finished first in the regional qualification ranking.
That will be the tournament going their way. They've done it. Aurora are your champions.
자, өнгөрсөн 3-р байранд орсон болохоор одоо жишээ нь авраг авахаас одоо нөө хой суугдсан алдаануудаа ер нь тэгээд бүгд засч орж ирсэн. Тэгээс авраг авахын төлөө ер нь чадхаараа хичээнэ.
The MVP awards are already there. The international podiums are already there. Only one thing is missing, the championship. Aurora Gaming arrive at PMWC 2026 as the uncrowned kings of PUBG Mobile, ready to break the third place curse and finally become global champions.
उसके बाद 40 का कोई एक प्लेयर था मेरा मार में जिसने तुरंत के तुरंत गिव अप कर दिया था, नहीं तो वो फ्रैग भी अपने को मिल जाता। क्या तेजी में उसने गिव अप किया था भाई विनय भाई की। हाँ भाई उसने क्या तगड़ा गिव अप मारा भाई, ओजी को वो फ्रैग मिल जाता शायद। भाई बहुत तेजी में उसने गिव अप किया था, मेरे को लगा मिल जाएगा फ्रैग पर थोड़ा सा इधर उधर हो गया। बाकी
अच्छा तुम्हारे इंडियन प्लेयर्स जहाँ पे 3v4 होता है एंड जोन में, वहाँ
इसके RX जिनसे फाइट लेनी है, there are some
they are going to be eliminated also me।
दोस्तों मेरे पीछे जो आप ये
JV आईफोन ले
फाइनली PMWC का स्पिन आ गया और सबसे बड़ा मोह में उनके साथ हो गया जो ये सोच रहे थे कि भाई ग्रोजा ऑटो मैक्स होगी, मतलब इसके साथ किल मैसेज और रेट इफेक्ट होगा और अमाम कह रही है कि मजे ही होंगे।
इन इस्लाम ऐसी 3 चीजें जो कि तुम्हारे मुस्लिम पेरेंट्स यानी कि माँ बाप नहीं बोल सकते, बहुत ही बड़े वाला गुनाह है। नंबर 1, तुम्हारी लुक्स का मजाक उड़ाना। देखो मेरा बेटा कितना मोटा है, कितना पतला है या फिर कितना गिट्ठा है, भले ही मजाक में ही क्यों ना करें, बहुत ही बड़े वाला गुनाह है। एंड नंबर 2, बहुत सारे माँ बाप ये गुनाह करते हैं कि तुम्हें दूसरों के बच्चों के साथ कंपेयर करते हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल अली के बेटे के कितने अच्छे मार्क्स आए।
मैं गया हुआ था जिम और जब मैं वापस आता हूँ तो मम्मा के
मैं करने लगा हूँ गिव अवे, तो ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ पता है मेरा गिव अवे खड़ा गिव अवे होता है।
उसके पास चारों प्लेयर की मैन पावर। Whoa, wait, come back. I actually want to see if we can get a club. Is there any club championship update?
Oh, no. But I'm literally going to get one right now, so stay tuned.
Ah, thank you. Glitter Explosion, our championship update person. Just the girl. She knows everything about CC. But going back to some of the other with 4 Thrives, right? They're still battling with OG for that first place. If you end up being in first place, you will be able to crush those keys.
Yeah, they've been having a bit of a tougher time in the last few games today because the finish is always just a solo of 4 Thrives. We're not seeing like the dominant force, 4-3 players alive just steamrolling every team in these matches. No, it was Huzaifa earlier on in that Heaven finish. It was IQ. I want to see the just dominance of 4 Thrives back in these games because right now it's been a bit silent, but day 1-7 was just so good for them. It should still be enough for them to remain in that top 5.
One team that we haven't seen being able to be dominant or even currently in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken, when we get a chance to end up looking at the overall, is Ulf. Ulf is a team that a lot of us were expecting to go straight from groups to finals because of the performance that they have had this year.
Yeah. I mean, their first few games to only achieve sort of like 10 points, which is not bad compared to some of the other squads, but it's unusual coming out of this match. And they were able to have that control over the western side. They had that little bit of defense. They were able to sort of get the car and play on the hill against 4 Thrives, but they were so incredibly grouped in that contention. It just took one of these opening nades from 4 Thrives to be able to eliminate that, and then they just didn't have the ability to maintain that spot. And their squad should be able to do that. I mean, at the end of the day, it was about 8 eliminations coming out of that match, something that they needed, but this is something that they should be doing every match.
They definitely should be doing that every match. Now we're looking at the bottom 3 max. We got Alula, Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming. Thunder Talk has been pretty much non-existent, so I'm sorry, Thunder Talk fans. I'm just gonna skip it. Gaming Stars as well. Alula at one point showed us that they could maybe even try to push for the top 5. That's not the case right now, as they're currently sitting at the bottom 3.
I gotta say, unfortunately for the side of Alula Club, it's just 2 players doing most of the work for their side. So I need to see presence from the other 2 players. Hopefully it'll be enough, because right now, 7, it's a 2-point difference between those teams in the bottom 3 and the teams just above them. So Alula 6, but nothing really stuck for them, and eventually the angles they had was enough to
still showing that the championship update.
Every team in these matches.
Not bad compared to some of the others. Is something that
Thunder Talk has been pretty much non-existent.
Last team and won the ECA finals by.
Thank you, James.
I will not throw my
even
card
give us a thumbs up. I threw my card.
I've learned my lesson.
Oh,
sir.
wait. This is a PUBG Mobile blind box. There's something inside. Let's open it.
There's a Giga Rare one.
Oh my gosh.
The mysterious, the joyful.
Wait, y'all ready for this?
Is that the clan or can't?
Lace, wait, you ready for this?
I want the pink one.
Max is already going.
Oh my god, you guys are already ripping it.
Sorry, we're littering right now. Don't worry, we'll pick it up after this.
Oh, there's more packaging.
Oh, I thought I got the special one.
Oh, there's a card in there too.
Oh, did I just get the one I wanted? Oh, no.
Hey, I got
Wait,
the pink one.
That's the one. Is that what we get? Let's open it. I'm
got
just gonna have to put this down.
I think
here.
I got the pink one. Sorry, spoiler alert.
What did I get?
We're clearly not good at opening blind boxes.
If you like ASMR, if you like ASMR, here you go.
El Clasico.
Yeah,
Wait.
boy. Wait, did we get twinsies?
Twins!
Wedding.
Please let me open this. Yes.
Oh.
Yes. I like this. You know what? I'm the rest of the day because we're now heading to the final 3 matches of PMWC at EWC 26 Group A. Who's going to be making it? This is awesome.
I'm loving it. Some excellent blind box opening. Of today, and obviously for some teams, John, that's the brutal reality of the situation. It's not just the last few games they're playing today, it could be the last few games they played this entire tournament. And obviously for what we've been building up for throughout the season, throughout this year, back-to-back grinding for some opportunities to really arrive in Paris, France here at EWC 26. John, if it's taken away from you in the space of 12 games, it's going to be such a gut-wrenching feeling.
Well, that's going to happen. It is going to happen necessarily to at least 12 players.
Yeah.
Because 3 of these teams are going to be going home, as the desk was talking about before. It's, you know, Alula on that bubble right now, 33 points to 35. They need to jump up a little bit further. It's a little bit further to go for the teams beneath them as well, but it is still all to play for as we enter the back half of the day. Over military base, looks like we've got 3 teams dropping out. Goat will be heading on through. Novo. A very heavy West Blade bot.
Yeah, it is a bit. Ooh, shift on that as well. God, we've had some kind of rough circles so far. John, I don't know if you'd agree, mate. Past day, especially today again. It's been a bit aggro. You're probably going to look up and go, you know what, not that bad. We love a late rotate, guys. This is the dream.
Yeah, grab some of those hovercrafts, pull a KRX, send in 2, and get in late into the game, or at least try to. Looks like Flasher on the hunt. They've spotted 2 players in a buggy. Out of the window he goes. Wint for the spray down. Doesn't quite connect on the first one. Reload. Leaning out the window. 3 players in the car trying to chase them. But it looks like X-Force rejects are wily to it.
Yeah, Win looking for the lineup. Full gangster level plays as he leans out the back seat with the boys tracking nicely. That's going to be the bonnet over the top of Reverb to get their first elim. It's not ideal for reject, John. You've dropped into a field and you've been mowed over.
Right till the very end, Jackie. That is a top tip for PUBG Mobile. But they are going to be playing on and around bubble as well in that 13th place position. It is rough. Especially given that they're one of the few teams who's already dropped up towards this north side, right? With 4 players, they have such a better opportunity with Severny to grab everything that they want. And if you guys want to spots here, well, you have to wait for that probably. Next qualifiers.
Yeah, maybe another year, maybe another time. But obviously for the squads. quicker rotate to actually get yourself set up, find some safe ground, get yourself truly looted rather than just with scraps when things kick off.
अभी तक गेमिंग है जो RJC है उसी के ही अबे क्या
All four players. Even one at a pivotal point like this makes it far harder to actively fight. And Reject, I mean, not, you know, being rude, John, they need the extra level right now. You need the...
What the fuck is happening, bro? What the heck?
it on a situation like that where you start all the way out on that northwest side. So, yeah. I just hope they didn't waste too much time. It was pretty quick though, so I don't imagine that they have. They also have all of Yasnaya to be looting through. We are seeing the classic Galaxy send two out and see how they go. I'm in about a minute.
Yeah, this has been... well, you know, you're relatively working for them. It's been something they've adopted far more with a 2-2 split, being a bit more proactive. Opportunity that they might run into some bystanders and possibly get a read on it. Avoid early interaction if possible with this setup. It's TTG just nearby. Ulf and then flat.
Them. Yeah, absolutely. They have really picked things up today. Obviously taking that top spot right now, just about pipping.
Again and again. Sorry,
yeah, for Orangutan, they're looking much more coordinated today. Looking like they really have it figured out. In a lot of situations, I think it's safe to say. Quick refuel there, 4 thrice as I forget some target practice.
What the fuck, bro? Why are you doing this, bro? Why are you doing this?
Roll them down, but you can see why people talk about Falak the way they do from the play in the end there. I would say too much risk for my liking.
Man, I think, you know, at certain times you've got to dial it on, right? And if you can rep yourself in those moments, we've seen when he does need to sort of realistic time. And that's not gone anywhere. Chance they might run into some uncomfortable water though. You got this wrap over the bridge from Aurora, KRX just up ahead, and 2 of the 4 men split from Nigma, not too far away either.
Yeah, still in Pachinki though. If I know anything about them, they're going to stay there until Zone 2, and then see where they can go. Okay, no, they are on the road now, so they have finally looked to leave Pachinki. As we hop over on board with Geeke, they are currently moving out towards the east side of Roshok, trying to find a way to maybe have a chance to cross the river later on. It looks like Orangutan are further ahead in that pursuit though, and that's going to make things difficult. Will cause a bit of a roadblock there, and instead they post up in some of the buildings. At the moment, with the river as it sits, you're more going to look to prioritize the eastern side of this circle right now because it's so much more mobile. Teams out there are going to have the opportunity to send all the way down south if it needs, if it comes to it. But the teams around the river, they're going to be a lot of it's very, very difficult that rotation. But that's just where you have to put yourself just where you are going.
ये फाइट कुछ ज्यादा आगे बढ़ेगी नहीं, पर नीक में गैलेक्सी जो है वो इसी जगह पे
Yeah, it's fair enough.
जो है वो एक सर्कल को मतलब घूमी जा रही है बहुत ज्यादा मतलब देर से, तो देखते हैं कि निगमा गैलेक्सी मतलब क्या करती है, क्या इस चीज को किस हिसाब से चलाती है कि इस
situations where they want to instigate. He's always keen for a fight. Took some warning shots over towards OG, won't really invest much into it, but info goes both ways. They don't need to all-out brawl right now. They'll avoid that encounter.
ये सर्कल जो है बहुत ज्यादा मतलब रिस्की है सारी टीमों के लिए, किसी अगर दो टीम जिन्होंने हाइट वाली साइड पे अच्छी सी पोजीशन होल्ड कर लेती है.
Yeah, keeps Yasnaya on the north side of this circle. Again, out to the east side, going to have better access to this one, but I'm looking at you wondering what here. It's a difficult spot for them. Do they try and force their way across the bridge? There's potential for them to get a good start.
सबसे पहले रैंगल जैसा सर्कल जो है ना बनता जा रहा है, तो लेट्स सी कि क्या होता है. लेकिन ये काइंड ऑफ जो सर्कल जो है देखते हैं कि लेकिन ये समाया जो है फुल मिड में है, तो देखते हैं कि सर्कल किसको फेवर करता है इस वक्त.
Very, very central, and potential to backswing if they do need to end up going to the north side in a crazy circle shift.
Ooh, that one as well. Lovely work there, John. He's probably damaged the vehicle a little bit for resale value, but hey ho, for what it was a nice rotate right up the road.
You know what, a chicken dinner's worth every drop, so we'll see if they can leverage that position over on the east side. Very stylish though, and you're right, yeah, style points definitely super important here.
Pretty on brand for Fortnite, isn't it? Style from what we've seen. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a bit more of that. Right now they're looking over just towards the ridgeline. Got a bit of a read on TTG, but once again, you don't want to throw the first domino and have a blow up in your face. But Flash, they're really big ones, but they're full of those, you know, the things you used to buy from the penny shop, throw them down, they blow up. It's like, bangers, John, bangers.
Absolute bangers. Let's see if we've got a banger of fight on our hands here between Team Flash and Gaming Stars. Win pulling the pin. It looks like the opener has gone well. Has already fallen. So it is not looking super healthy. We've got Chaos also closes in from the south side of this fight, Jackie, which is going to actually force it into a scenario more uncomfortable than it already is. Locked forwards now. Gaming Stars trying to rebuff Team Flash. KRX going to continue to just slightly creep around the wings of this.
Now on the periphery, keeping their eyes open. Swash going in.
और गेमिंग स्टार के जो प्लेयर है वो 1 HP बचे हैं.
there on contact.
और गेमिंग स्टार ने जो है ना
Rolex
दो प्लेयरों को जो वो
damage as well. The trading
कर दिया और यहाँ जो है वो
a pretty good recovery
जो ये
for
फाइट
Flash,
को
John.
Yeah, it looks that way.
और टीम फ्लैश ने अपना एक
Go
प्लेयर
down,
गवाया.
and Flash hold their nerve in the fight.
एक प्लेयर गवाने के
Cheeky angles being held there. The two ghillie suits on the inside of the building, not going to matter too much, but it does probably feel a little bit more insulting when you see a little bush Wookiee coming around the corner, taking those shots at you. In the meantime, we saw a player earlier drop from X-Force Rejects. It looks like they may not find too much more luck out in the open as they rotate towards the Wizard Tower here. This is very, very central in those Yaz fields. He is completely isolated, and SapG has nades for days. He's got one more and he puts it
knocks them down. 10 points for that one. As he'll be walking away with his head held high if this was basketball. Right now it's PUBG Mobile though, and they're living their movie. Tilly Limbs chimed in. They did lose easy for Bad Boy, so it's a 3-man squad from this point forward.
See what they can get done with that. I'm keeping track of the Enigma Galaxy rotate that we saw, the wide split. The forward duo actually rotated back around the side and re-injected from that south section. Now Enigma Galaxy sit on the south side of this one. Should potentially have a pretty good position into the circle, but Fourth Thrives moving in from the east side could make that difficult. This is an interesting rotate coming through from AGAL, right? They are actually going over the north side of the Yaz Lake, followed by Alula, but they're going to have to try and cross the bridge. It looks like that bridge is going to be available for them. But are they going west? If they don't have the scouting information, you might expect that Grosshawk Bridge could be sat underneath.
Yeah, I suppose the paralysis by analysis on that one, overthinking it just in case. We'll see if they take a bit of time for a slightly longer rotate on it. Right now, more of a scout mission to read things. Alula going to double back as well towards Yaz, overcommit on the chase. I'm looking at this very slow
पैसिव
we've
गेम
had from Goat
जैसे
as well.
खेल
This
रही
is
होगी
more
ओजी
classic
जो है,
Goat, John. They
और
like
ये
to
चीजें जो है ना वो
spend
कहीं
the
ना कहीं
time
हेल्प बहुत
dialing
कर
it
जाती है,
down.
टीमों को
A
बहुत
potential
हेल्प
fight
करती है,
versus 4
कहीं
Thrives.
ना कहीं हेल्प
Killer
करती
Joe
है,
loves to
और
stick
जहाँ
his face
बात
into
आती
the
है
mix, but look who gets the first knock. Falak out swinging.
And the flush as well comes on through. Falak on the broadside. To crack him open.
टीम फ्लैश जो है वो
Go down, not quite getting the
ओजी जो है उसने नॉक कर दिया.
Very low immediately. IQ swings on wide. The spray down needs to come through, but the rest of flag, and that could be the high ground they're looking for with Goat in the wings. 2, there is danger on every front. Falak will be back though, and he will look to get some healing done. 4 Thrives look to maintain position on the east side.
Let's see what's going to happen.
Really dig their heels in and hold on
इनकी
to this.
पोजीशन 4 Thrive
Fox attempted to get a large dash on the nade.
और KRS के हाथों में जा चुके हैं फ्लैश के टॉपसी, और टैप टॉपसी यहाँ से बिल्कुल भी बच नहीं पाएंगे, लेकिन टॉपसी को शायद आइडिया नहीं था कि यहाँ जो एक टीम बैठी हुई है, इसकी वजह से वो सामने से जा रहे थे.
No possibility of
हल्का सा भी इसका आइडिया होता तो वो कहीं से नहीं जाते, या फिर ये सोच रहा हूँ कि मैं जरूर यहाँ से निकल जाऊंगा, बिल्कुल, लेकिन यहाँ से वो निकल नहीं सके.
Heads out into the blue with his comrade on the east side, really getting hounded out of town now.
KRX के जो प्लेयर हैं वो ऑफी जो है वो इंटेल इकट्ठी करते हुए कि कौन कौन
blue zone is not going to work out well for you. This central area,
ताकि एक अच्छी जगह को होल्ड किया जाए.
This next circle shift coming on through.
ये जोन कहाँ का शिफ्ट लेता है, और 4 Thrive की तरफ ये
got a lot of access for the teams on the north, out to that west side as well. But I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy here, and I'm thinking they found themselves in a pretty solid spot, as have 4 Thrive. GK as well.
वो कहाँ अपना डेरा जमाएगी ये देखना पड़ेगा, और कौन-कौन सी टीम में जो है
वो slap bang in the middle might just have what they need, because X-Force rejects they're down and out already.
बहुत अच्छी है, और ये RR की बहुत बड़ा नुकसान पहुंचा सकती हैं, और क्विक जो है वो, और अब यहाँ से अलहुला के जो है वो अलहुला के दूसरे जो प्लेयर हैं वो भी इधर मतलब फाइट में आने की कोशिश कर दी उन्होंने, और यहाँ से RR वो बिल्कुल वापरान कर दी जाती है बगैर किसी ऐसी बगैर किसी कैजुअलिटी के. तो लेट्स सी क्या होता है, टीमें क्या करती हैं अभी.
Trying to recoup some losses, see if they can consolidate, re-engage a little bit stronger. That north side does need
ऑल गेमर जो है ये उधर से घूम के आके रोक वाली साइड से जाके जोन में जाने की, जोन में अपनी जगह बनाने की कोशिश करेंगे, और यहाँ 4 जो है वो फ्यूरिया और अलहुला की जो फाइट हो जाएगी, और अलहुला जो है वो बिल्कुल डोमिनेशन पे जा चुकी है, और अलहुला जो है वो बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है यहाँ. अलहुला जो है फ्यूरिया के जो है वो 3 प्लेयर को गिरा चुकी है, यहाँ एक प्लेयर बचे हैं वो है साइलेंस, और साइलेंस वो आयला बचे हैं, और आयला जो है वो भी फिनिश हो जाएंगे अलहुला की तरफ से, और अलहुला बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है, 7 किल की डोमिनेशन हो चुकी है. और उधर दूसरी साइड पे निकमा टीम फ्लैश के
the 7 eliminations they found, they are making that break for the survival stages here and now in match 10. Takes until double digits apparently, but an inch is as good as a mile when it comes to qualification. And that's what they're looking for. As far as they can go in this
कैसे ये फाइट निकालती है ये देखना पड़ेगा, 4 Thrive कहाँ है ये देखना पड़ेगा. टीम बोर्ड पे भी जो है वो निगमा गैलेक्सी जो है वो बोर्ड जो है उनकी कहीं ना कहीं हल्की फुल्की जो है वो पार हो सकता है, लेकिन टीम जो बोर्ड है उनके 3 प्लेयर हैं, एक प्लेयर तो सामने है, बाकी जो 2 प्लेयर है वो कहाँ है ये देखना पड़ेगा.
within today's game.
बैक एंड पे हैं और होल्ड करके बैठे हैं. 4 Thrive जो है वो एक इंटेल इकट्ठी कर रही हैं फुल के कौन-कौन सी टीमें कहाँ हैं किस हिसाब से. अलहुला जो निकल रही है, और आगे जो है वो KRX और ULF जो है उन पे जो क्रोशेयर जमाते हुए देखते हैं क्या अलहुला को कौन सी टीम इधर पकड़ पाएगी, और ये जोन से बाहर से जाना है अलहुला को. तो लेट्स सी व्हाट जस्ट हैपेंड.
They are willing to do so. Great opportunity to loot. Yasser further back.
अलहुला के लिए बहुत मुश्किल है, अलहुला के लिए बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, और अलहुला यासिर है वो जून से ही नोक हो जाएंगे, और जून से अंदर ही अपना जो है वो अलार्म दे देंगे. और बिल्कुल भी, और अलूला के सारी की सारी टीम जो है वो जून के अंदर ही नजर आएगी सारा में, और अलूला जो है वो बिल्कुल भी कुछ नहीं कर पाएगी इस जगह पे। लेट्स सी अलूला और इससे ज्यादा क्या करती है, कैसे अपने आप को बचाती है, क्या 2 प्लेयर अलूला के जो वो बचा पाएंगे, और KRX के जो हैं वो देख चुके हैं अलूला के जो है कितनी देर तक अलूला के प्लेयर बच पाएंगे ये देखना पड़ेगा। KRX के बिन्नी को जो है वो अलूला के जो R3 भी की तरफ से जो है वो डैमेज दिया जा रहा है, क्या वो उनको फिनिश कर पाएंगे, और ये बहुत अच्छा अलूला मुझे जहाँ तक है अब टीम के अंदर से ही फिनिश हो जाएंगे, उनके पास कोई और ऑप्शन नहीं है।
He does manage to get the knock onto Hoxie, and Binny, hang on a minute. Is he just, he's taken quite a hefty chunk out of the team there. KRX going to have to try and recoup something out of it.
All gamer जो है शायद वो 4-5 पे जो है वो पुश करने की कोशिश कर रही है, या फिर इंटर लेने की कोशिश कर रही है, या ऑल गेमर जो है वो अपने आप को जो है वो करने पड़ेगा, और 4-5 जो है वो 4-5 के बहुत सारी टीम है, जैसे कोर्ट हो सकती है, एंड जो है निग्मा गैलेक्सी, और उसके बाद ऑल गेमर सारी टीमें जो है टीम जो भी यहाँ है बहुत सारी थर्ड पार्टियां होंगी, कोई भी टीम जो है वो यहाँ सेफ नहीं है कहीं भी, क्योंकि आस पास बहुत सारी टीमें हैं, हर एक प्रॉब्लम के पास सकते हैं। देखते हैं कि 4-5 यहाँ फाइट लेना पसंद करेगी, या 4-5 यहाँ जो है वो होल्ड करेगी, थोड़ा सा वक्त टाइम लेगी, फिर उसके बाद रुका जाएगा।
You've also got Go Team out in the southwest of this to potentially play spoiler to Enigma Galaxy if they get into it broiled to the north side. Ralph also does need someone to move out.
और बैक एंड पे अरोरा गेमिंग के बैक एंड पे टीम कोड की आ चुकी है, टीम कोड के जो 3 प्लेयर हैं वो एक ही गाड़ी में आ चुके हैं, और ये बहुत बड़ा ब्लंडर होगा टीम कोड की तरफ से, और टीम कोड का यहाँ एंड हो चुका है। अब टीम कोड को यहाँ कोई बचा नहीं सकता, टीम कोड नेड के साथ ही फिनिश हो जाएगी, क्योंकि अरोरा गेमिंग के सामने, और इस साइड पे अरोरा गेमिंग, दूसरी साइड पे निग्मा गैलेक्सी, और ये बचने का कोई चांस ही नहीं है अरोरा गेमिंग के, और अरोरा गेमिंग और निग्मा गैलेक्सी देखते हैं कि और गोड के जो फोर्स हैं वो फिनिश हो जाते हैं, और यहाँ मोक्सी जो है वो भी बिल्कुल एज पे बचे हुए हैं, वो बिल्कुल बड़ी मुश्किल होगी, और यहाँ जो है ULF और OG के बीच में फाइट हो चुकी है, और OG फिर से इस गेम में वो बगैर किसी एलएम लिए वो फिनिश हो जाएगी, और लेट्स सी उनके आखिरी प्लेयर कहाँ बचे हैं और क्या कर रहे हैं ये देखना पड़ेगा। टीम गीक के जो है और अरोरा गेमिंग के आपस में फाइट हो चुकी है, और बैक साइड पे बैक स्लैप किया गया टीम गीक की तरफ से, और अरोरा के जो जोल है उन्होंने गीक के एक प्लेयर को नॉक किया, और अब नेड किए जाएगा, मुझे जहाँ तक लगे, और नेड जो है वो एंड होगा गीक के लिए, और ये एंड वाकई होगा, और एक प्लेयर को फिनिश कर दिया जाएगा टीम के लिए,
Anything but safe in the position he
और ये बहुत मुश्किल होगा यहाँ से टीम के जो ये प्लेयर को बचना, इस आखिरी प्लेयर के बचना बहुत बड़ा एक सवाल है कि क्या गीक के जो आखिरी प्लेयर है वो बच पाएंगे, बिल्कुल नहीं, वो बिल्कुल बच नहीं पाए, और इसके साथ टॉप 5 टीमों में सिर्फ 2 ही टीमें बची हैं, 4-5 और अरोरा गेमिंग, बाकी सारी टीमें जो है टॉप, और ULF के प्लेयर की तरफ से बहुत हैवी वाला फायदे जाता है, और कर दिया जाता है अरोरा गेमिंग के प्लेयर को।
Maybe be dangerous for Ulf as they don't have their wits about them, but I'm hoping that they do right now.
और निग्मा गैलेक्सी इस जगह पे बहुत देर से होल्ड करके बैठी है, और निग्मा गैलेक्सी बहुत सेफ बैठी है। लेट्स सी अब अगला जोन किस टीम को फेवर करेगा, और अगला टीम जो है वो 4-5 को छोड़ता है, और ऑल गेमर और 4-5 दोनों को जोन में मूव करना है, और बहुत सारी टीमें जो है बैक साइड पे KRX या 4-5 के, और अब KRX 4-5 और ऑल गेमर दोनों टीमों
as well for the exit side towards all
देखते हैं कि अब
just trying to keep their tails tucked
ये जोन में अपनी जगह बनाती हैं,
pretty for at least an opportunity that's given to them.
KRX ये करते हैं कि 4-5 आगे निकलने की कोशिश करें, और हम बैक स्टैप करें, देखते हैं कि क्या होता है, कौन सी टीम किस हिसाब से करती है इस चीज को, लेट्स सी व्हाट्स जस्ट हैपन। और KRX जो है वो एक बहुत ज्यादा बैक एंड पे है कि किस टाइम भी टीमें निकलती हैं 4-5 वगैरह, और हम उनको बैक स्टैप करें, और वो देख रहे हैं कि ULF की तरफ से कोई कोई किसी किस्म की टेंशन की जाएगी, कोई प्रॉब्लम या कोई ऐसी कोई गलती की जाए जिसको वो कैश इन करें. लेट्स सी व्हाट
little insight into the back of a third-party fight, something like that.
Aurora के 3 प्लेयर बचे हैं. Aurora बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है. 4 ट्राई का सिर्फ एक किल है. और निगमा गैलेक्सी
they haven't taken that move just yet. KRX
और KRX जो सीधी जो है उन्होंने फ्लैमिंग दे दिया ULF के ऊपर. लेट्स सी KRX क्या बच पाएगी. और ये बहुत अच्छा मौका है 4th लाइव के लिए. 4th लाइव के लिए कि 4th लाइव यहाँ आके फाइट ले और इनको अपनी जगह जो है वो बनाए इस जगह पे. और 4th लाइव जो है वो बैक एंड पे आती है. बैक एंड पे आती है और पकड़ती है और उनके लिए बहुत बड़ी जगह है. टाइम है कि वो ले ले आराम से. 4th लाइव थर्ड पार्टी करती है और बैक साइड पे ऑल गेमर भी आ चुकी है. और यहाँ फाइट ये थमने का नाम नहीं लेगी क्योंकि पीछे से ऑल गेमर भी इन पे थर्ड पार्टी कर दी जाएगी. 4th लाइव बहुत अच्छा खेलती हुई, लेकिन इनके लिए अभी बिल्कुल भी सांस लेने का मौका नहीं मिलेगा. बहुत मुश्किल होगा. और ये एक लीड क्या 4th लाइव ULF के स्टारफेस को नॉक कर दिया जाता है 4th लाइव की तरफ से. लेट्स सी 4th लाइव क्या करती है.
Further damage done. Meanwhile, we switch over to the POV of Aurora.
ULF के कैच जो है वो ज़ैफा को पकड़ लेते हैं. लेट्स सी क्या होता है. 4th लाइव और जो है 4th IQ कैच को नॉक कर देता है और बचा दिया जाता है. बचा लिया जाएगा अपने प्लेयर को और ULF को फिनिश कर दिया जाता है. 4th लाइव जो पहले नंबर पे आ चुकी है 6 LM के साथ 89 पॉइंट के साथ वो पहले नंबर पे आ चुकी है. और उनके पास बहुत अच्छा मौका है. वो अगर ऑल गेमर जो है तो फिर 4th लाइव के लिए बहुत बड़ा मौका है कि वो चिकन निकाल लें. टॉप टीमों में है वो एक ही बची है, वो है वो अरोरा गेमिंग का 4th लाइव और निगमा गैलेक्सी जो है उसके 2 प्लेयर और ऑल गेमर के 4 और TT गेमिंग है उनके जो है वो 4 प्लेयर गेम और 4th लाइव के भी 4. और यहाँ देखते हैं कि अरोरा गेमिंग जो अपने आखिरी प्लेयर को बिल्कुल भी नहीं बचा पाएंगे बल्कि और 4th लाइव और ऑल गेमर की फाइट हो सकती है. क्या होता है. निगमा गैलेक्सी के जो लोड है उनको वो जो है वो 4th लाइव प्लेयर को देखना. ऑल गेमर और 4th लाइव की फाइट हो चुकी है. और 4th लाइव
They do take a tumble. Phalanx down 2. Yeah, this is looking brutal now. 2 players removed. It's all on IQ. Brains of the operation as he sprints through the smokes, looking to get a lineup onto them. Shotgun special.
4th लाइव पूरी की पूरी टीम जो है वो ऑल गेमर की टीम से फिनिश हो जाएगी. और क्या 4th लाइव जो है ऑल गेमर जो है वो बहुत बैक एंड पे थी लेकिन फिर भी वो 4th लाइव के लेकिन ये बहुत बड़ा ब्लंडर था 4th लाइव की तरफ से. 4th लाइव अपनी पोजीशन होल्ड कर सकती थी बैक साइड से जाकर. बट 4th लाइव ने मुनासिब समझा के जाके वॉल के में फाइट लें. बट ये कि फर्स्ट TT पे फाइट जाएगा तब भी थर्ड पार्टी होनी थी. आगे जाके फाइट लेना समझे संगा. और एक सोलो प्लेयर अरोरा के ज़ेओल जो है वो होल्ड किए खड़े हैं पूरे रश को. ज़ेओल यहाँ क्या कर पाते हैं. ऑल गेमर जो है वो चाहता है उनको स्कूल हासिल करने के लिए किसी न किसी पे उनको एक जो वो उनको या तो TT पे या फिर
that high ground would have been great to try and suppress the rotation from AGAL for them. I feel like there's a lot of merit in trying to keep that hilltop going for you. You're right, it's dangerous, but I don't think you're going to win tournaments if you don't like the danger.
वो थ्राइव जो है वो ऑल गेमर जो है कि एक पहले
Galaxy,
निगमा गैलेक्सी जो है वो
a nice little opening.
मुझे क्या लगता है थर्ड पार्टी की जाएगी बैक साइड से अरोरा गेमिंग की
as well.
और यहाँ मेड गोली कराई जाती है और यहाँ वो निगमा गैलेक्सी सारे के सारे प्लेयर मारे जाएंगे. अरोरा जो है वो
Really cleanly played there for a Maple. Nice setup with the molly, instant switch to the rifle to hold the angle. Joel, meanwhile, has been crouching around.
वो भी फिनिश कर दिए जाते हैं. निगमा गैलेक्सी फिनिश होगी और ऑल गेमर जो है वो ऑल गेमर जो है वो क्या यहाँ चिकन निकाल पाएगी या नहीं. अंडरडॉग गेमिंग है उनके पास बहुत ज्यादा होल्ड है जोन का और ये बहुत बड़ा एक मिरेकल होगा ऑल गेमर के लिए. ऑल गेमर जो है
defensive maneuvers. They're committing to get Trez off, and there's no aggression to
Thundertalk Gaming क्या करेगी?
Benade's not quite connecting for Thunder Talk. This is sort of getting a little bit messy, but look at this flex out on the east side, sitting, trying to find an angle, but regroups back in. They're sort of putting themselves on the northwest side of this circle, and not as much pressure as they might need. They do know the full lay of this fight, though. They know where all of these information is there. They would hear those vehicles, they would spot the runouts coming through the angle there on the high ground. They might just be able to do something here. But 5 eliminations for AGAL, 3 eliminations for TTG. These are some fairly quiet games from these 2 potential winning candidates.
Scary as well, man, looking at the setup on the angle. It felt like that was your one opportunity, at least, where you had an advantage in the engagement. Now, as time ticks by, it was a nice setup from XEZ on the top side, just scanning over the periphery of the building. They've got nades to play with as well, so if you crash onto this, TTG are going to have a bump running through, dumping some of the defensive utility out as well. 2 Molotovs into the field.
Trying to hold on to a little bit more later on when you get closer, when you get forced into nade range. Much more tricky around the buildings. I mean, when you don't quite know exactly where they are, you can argue that it would be good to put them in now and maybe find an opening knock against AGAL, but I'm going to look to try and levy that later on. Liu getting rezzed up there was a massive benefit for them. It means that they have this outpost all the way on an off angle. It's covering off so much ground and limits Thundertalk's position really heavily. Not following through for that flush may have just been a crucial mistake for Thundertalk.
On the other side of the coin, it's a play that could pay dividends for AGAL. This is the worrying duo setup as well. Zone we'll see it may be forced to advance over the defense just as it steps on the mark. XCZ still looking on the top side for the P-Cup, sitting on the door. Well, and you'll start to take damage here. The shoe could be on the other foot, John. It looks very uncomfortable from TTG. And the Flower and Maple blowing away too. Suddenly you were at panic stations.
Down they go with their backs to the wall. What more have they got?
It's all up to Singh for Thundertalk, but he does find an answer for 1. Let's see if he's got any more. A 1 versus 4 would be necessary. He's going to start out well, but it's not going to go his way. Thundertalk, power. Just too timorous to take that one down, and instead, AGAL take the top spot. 19 points, 9 eliminations.
A big result in the felt problematic. TTG paying for placements for so long, hoping that it would pay off, but that one moment, John, where it felt like you had a chance to commit to it. It was the biggest opener they found in the space of that 5-minute final game sequence. Didn't commit to it, comes back to haunt them.
Absolutely. I mean, not committing to try and take down Zjol's position out on that west side. I think that they could have done a lot more there to use that high ground. They would have been able to spot the AGAL run up towards the Nigma Galaxy duo. They would have been able to do so much more damage, maybe even flush Liu out, and then flex out towards the east side. They had such a massive opportunity to do that with Sighting moving into that area earlier on. It felt like they kind of threw that one all away, to be honest, Jackie. And when you're at the bottom of the tables, you need to be throwing caution to the winds, not throwing it into the bin.
Yeah, it's brutal, man, because obviously that's the thing, you know, it's everything to gain, nothing to lose in those kind of moments, with how close we are towards the end of day two, being down towards the bottom side of the standings. An opportunity present itself, but the indifference there, that paralysis of just overthinking the situation twice towards the mid game, and then like you say with the late game as well. Yeah, it feels like that's kind of the difference maker, man. You know, hindsight's 20/20, John, but in those moments, a new pair of glasses may be needed.
Absolutely, or at least contacts at the very least.
Yeah.
Because they need to be seeing clearly. Some shifts coming through towards the bottom of the tables as well. Some players, some teams rather, jumping up to try and get into the survival stages. A couple of our teams towards the top as well, making a bid to confirm themselves, to lock down one of those 5 direct Grand Finals qualification spots. So really interesting. Moving out of Erangel now, we're going to be moving over to Miramar. I'm very excited to see what our teams are going to bring to the table on this one. The desert is going to be more rotationally focused. We say that all the time, right? So hopefully the smarter players are going to be able to bring something to bear. Who has got the brains behind the brawn?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to need that large IQ to help you get through these kind of games. These are our replays from the final moments on that one as well. Of course, Thunder Talks, like we said, you had one opportunity on the engagement, though. It was a nice knock from AGAL, and then they just ran through with it, John. The nade opener absolutely crippled them.
我抽进一个和右手一个，可以控，我能过来，不要扫倒，最后一个，我右手倒，重新追一个，不用急，他没去，他是四区，过下了，
Solid comms, they knew what they'd done already.
我来。
As soon as the comms go silent, you know that they've got it locked down.
Yeah. Seemed happy, seemed confident with how they played it overall. Good shutdown towards the end. I like the position as well, where we had that 2-2 setup. Yeah, XZZ basically just on the top side, looking over the ledge of the hut. The way you had to use well further out, like you mentioned, just giving them so much more map control that really did give them that extra edge.
Yeah, well, that is what you need to try and find. I mean, how many nades were in the pockets, do you reckon? Four TT, right, when they were down. It felt like they could have used that utility a little bit earlier on. Sure, it's not like the perfect place, but I don't think such a thing really exists when it comes to this. You do just need to be throwing those downrange. Was not to be. And credit to AGAL for being able to leverage that advantage, right? They were able to read into that. They were able to send out, grab their player back up because they felt, oh, yeah, they're not putting pressure on us. Yeah, just go for it.
That's the thing, right? It does kind of feel like we're really on this one point, but when you look back at it, that was the pivotal moment. The big edge they had. Following everything else, there was no advantage taken. It was very awesome in the setup they went for. Effectively, they pick on contact. Go that way when you're eating. The 1-0 but that indifference certainly hurting in these games.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the rotations around that west side as well, well for them, right? Because remember, early on I was talking about AGAL. West, they were later into the zone. They played a slow game. They played the only team really to go for that sort of thing. And it's obviously worked out well for them in this instance, but I feel like if another team was in Thunder Talk's position, might not have been as easy, but either way, they do manage to make it work. So yeah, very, very smart stuff coming through from AGAL, looking to try and get one of those spots for themselves as well. I'm loving how close all of this is, Jackie.
I know, it has been exciting, right? Obviously a little bit different to the usual spin of things when we're at such a prestigious event like this with the back-to-back games. The fact we're going into a day two with a risk of not only having teams qualifying through, having that sort of, dream moment, this is great, but the sheer defeat, the sheer panic of sitting there and realising that's it, 2 days of play and it's over, mate. You're thinking about airports, John. You're not thinking about trophies, about the history, about actually giving that solidarity to your organisation with a big result after what's been quite a grind to get here for some of these teams.
I mean, at the end of all of this, right, we do crush the keys, but if you're in this sort of situation, you can't let your mind be crushed already. There is still an opportunity, I think, for any team to make it into at least survival stages, given how we were sat before this, and for the final two matches to be so important is pretty important. It is going to be good news. We're going to be jumping down for an interview with Al-Ola.
Yes, we do. I've got Quick here from Al-Ola Club Esports here for a very quick interview before we go into our final two games here on the Qiddiya City Grid. Sandstorm, thank you so much for joining us as well to help translate. Quick, let's talk about what the issues have been so far over the last 2 days, or the points of contention. What's been stopping you guys from gaining momentum over the past few days?
اول شيء شكرا على تواجدك معنا كويك، وحابب اسالك بخصوص الاداء خلال اليوم الثاني. احكي لنا ايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها؟ يعني بين انه مو عندكم مثلا اي نقص بالامكانيات او القدره، لكن يعني في عندكم مثلا نقص من ناحيه الفرص انكم تبنوا عزم في المباراه، فايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها؟
والله المشاكل يعني ما عندنا مشاكل انه استراتيجيه وجن سكيل، عندنا يعني كل شيء موجود، بس عندنا انه نحتاج ندخل بالجو، وجاي ندخل بالجو، وان شاء الله الجيمين الباقيه انه راح نأدي اداء ونتأهل.
I want to say it's not that we have an issue when it comes to our tactics, our strategies. We just need to get into the flow of things. And with 2 games left, we're hoping to be able to get into it and get it done within the next games.
I mean, speaking of getting into the flow, even that last map on Erangel, you guys appear to have better flow, better pacing. You coming down through the north side of Circle, obviously it pulled away from you guys. You took out Furia, everything seemed to be good. And then the pacing slowed down. What happened?
هلا بخصوص المباراة الماضية كان مبين انه في عندكم يعني بوش قوي من المنطقة الشمالية، قدرتوا تشيلوا فريق فيوريا، كانت سرعتكم كويسة، لكن بعدين بطأتوا وتم اقصائكم بالزون. فايش كانت المشكلة وقتها؟ هل مثلا كانت روتيشن بطيئة ولا ايش المشكلة اللي مريتوا فيها في الجيم الماضي اللي تم اقصائكم من وراها؟
اخذنا قرار نشيل ار كيو، بعدين دخل علينا تيم فيوريا وقتلناهم، بس اول ما خلص الفايت انه ما عندنا وقت نجمع انفو ندخل على الزون. رحنا يمين شفنا كوتيم ضغط علينا، رحنا بوجهنا لقينا تيم، رحنا يسار تيم لازم علينا ومتنا من كثر الضغط علينا.
To the flow of it, and we believe that we have the ability to qualify, and we'll prove it in the last 2 games.
I like that, a bit of positivity. Thank you so much, Quick, for joining me in this interview. Sandstorm, you're a legend. Thank you so much. We have another interview here on the Gadia City Grid before we throw it over to the studio. So let's go over to that one.
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Barney. I am with them. And my question to you guys is, obviously it's been a bit of an up and down results so far from you guys. What do you think about the overall games from today as well as your performance?
Bugünkü maçlarda yine iyi performanslarınız da oldu, kötü performanslarınız da oldu. Genel olarak bugünü biraz değerlendirebilir misin?
Bugün çok iyi de oynamadık, çok kötü de oynamadık. Ortalama puan çektik bence. Çok hatamız var. Onlardan ders çıkarıp sonraki maçı İnşallah iyi puan çekeceğiz.
As you said, we had ups and downs today as well.
Order food you love with Food Panda.
भाइयों जितने भी लोग ओजी के लिए प्रे करें अच्छा करने के लिए, कल गॉडलाइक के लिए भी प्रे करना। बस मतलब बस प्रे करो ये गॉडलाइक भी अपनी ग्रुप स्टेज से डायरेक्ट फाइनल जाए। सर्वाइवल स्टेज कोई जाना ही नहीं चाहिए अपनी टीम, फाइनल्स में जाके मचा है बस फाइनल।
promise you all some more updates. Well, we've got them because we swung by the Allianz Vault. We grabbed Trav to give us a little bit of some insight into what's been going on because you guys are already 3 days into your group stage, so break it all down for us.
Yeah, as you say, we're in day 3 at the moment, which means the brackets have kind of reset, the groups are back to the start, and the players are on the same standing again.
Okay.
But the same can't be said for some of the clubs. Team Falcons coming into day 3 competition with 3 players left alive. They came in with 4, so lost 1 along the way. But other than that, the biggest competition, you're looking at Twisted Minds. Sure. Arslan Ash has pretty much done everything you can in this game. So he's just 1 EWC win away from being the GOAT, and that is just a crazy statement.
That's huge.
But over, obviously, we see AGL competing across quite a few positions at the moment, and I'm really liking AGL to go far here.
बिल्कुल भी एक भी मैच बुरा नहीं खेलना है. एक भी मैच अगर आपने बुरा खेला तो शायद आप के ऊपर इतना ज़्यादा प्रेशर आ जाएगा कि फिर आप आखिरी मैच के अंदर कम बैक कर ही ना सकें. बुरा खेलने का मकसद मुराद ये है कि 5-6 पॉइंट्स नहीं बल्कि हर मैच के अंदर आपको 8 से 10 पॉइंट्स, इससे ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स निकाल कर लेकर जाने हैं. तब जाकर आप अपने ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के स्लॉट को सिक्योर कर पाएंगे.
हाँ जी हाँ, और बिल्कुल अभी के लिए आई थिंक हमारे पास एक छोटा सा इंटरव्यू है. हमें इंटरव्यू भी यहाँ पर जो है उसकी तरफ जाना है और उसके बाद जो है वो देखते हैं फर्दर हमारे पास नेक्स्ट क्या मजीद डिटेल्स रहती हैं फॉर द नेक्स्ट मैचेस.
Seeing Falcons right now at the tippy top of it. So still lots of action left in store for all of you at home. And of course, when we have some winners, some more points on the board, or big changes, we'll make sure we're keeping you updated on all of it.
See, I told you Glitter will be able to deliver with the club championship updates. Also, shout out to Trav for letting us know what's going on his stage. But I'm joined by none other than Mr. Blank. He went from casting and now here at the studio with us. None other than Neptune as well, the 7WG. We got to talk about that last game. AGL putting themselves in contention for that top 5, Natura.
Isn't it nice? It's so nice. I mean, we've been wanting AGL to do something for how many games has it been? 8. Something that we're going to see hopefully from them a little bit more is they're being able to actually, you know, think outside the box a little bit, do those wraparound rotations, able to see those opportunities and do it all over again. So maybe in Miramar it will be happening, but 19 points. That is the incentive that they need to do that again.
Yeah, solid from AGL to maybe, hopefully, they'll be able to make it to that top 5. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in those upcoming final 2 matches. One team that we actually ended up seeing there that they ended up getting good placement points, but not eliminations. Thunder Talk Gaming. Absolute bless, but honestly, does nothing with it.
Yeah, bro, why did it take the weaker Chinese team to the stronger Chinese team win? What was that about?
I don't know.
That wasn't cool.
Thunder Talk Gaming was camping insanely.
Big time. Roar has to come off the ridge side into plain view. Got shot by someone else. So I don't really understand the call there. And we're still hitting these strange 2-2 splits. I think sometimes it works really well. Other times, not so much.
Yep. And that one, it didn't work whatsoever if you are Enigma Galaxy. One team that does need the points and was able to put up good points there in the last match was Alula. I really enjoyed the way that they were able to kind of rotate towards the north, and right now we're seeing an amazing performance out of this squad that's trying to make it to survival at least.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. I was watching them versus RRQ, I think, over in the garage area, and it was actually really, really nice to see that aggression come on through. It was a very strong sort of presence that they put themselves into. Strong presence with those vehicles that it was like, hey, we're actually going to be doing something. It's intimidating for the other teams. That's what you want to see from teams more often. And yeah, Alula did a really great job of that.
Well, I think this lobby is quite well balanced so far. Seven.
Very.
It's very well balanced.
Very.
The thing is that there are some squads where the gameplay feels a little less intentional overall. That's what kind of worries me in a big way at the moment, is that for OG, I do think there has been some times where, you know, they'll find a good spot, they have some good rotates in, and then it feels intentional from there onwards. Like that's a passivity that they go for, and it tends to reward them in the late game. Yeah. I want to see a bit more proactiveness from them in future, because I think that could really help improve their score lines. But right now they're absolutely fine. There's no reason to change. There are teams, on the other hand, like we're looking at RRQ, they feel like a team that's been forced to make plays. It doesn't feel intentional, and then they're winning off the back edge. To reward them in the late game, in clutch moments, but it comes off the back of, ooh, did we really want to be here? Now Lepar's gonna have to clutch up.
Yeah, it's true. I think you're right there. It's like, and I'm seeing it from a lot of teams. I'm just trying to think of like all the lobbies that we've seen, all the groups, all the teams rather. It's kind of a lot of the same thing. I think OG in the beginning were doing it as well, right? Not so much today, but certainly yesterday it was a little bit of a, let's see what happens if we go here and then see what happens. You know, it's not proactive. It's not, there's no plan to it. It's just kind of a bit random, and I think a few teams have been doing that. Like,
for OG, they're not going to be that upset, all right? They ended up with the first place, third place, fourth place. This is just something that they're going to keep on improving. And going back to Alula, something that I actually really want, I was hoping you would end up pointing out, I really enjoy how long they took to rotate in, because they were making sure that there was going to be nobody behind them. I really enjoyed that out of them, which kind of allowed them to do that fight that you were talking about with RRQ. Another squad that we actually been seeing now step up, as we're seeing the battle there for first place, is 4Thrives. 4Thrives with those 2-2 splits.
It was very nice, and 2-2 splits are their big thing. The 1-3, the 2-2, they love doing it, and we saw it in some really good form there in that last game. I really enjoyed that. Very strong. Again, the same point I was making about Alula is the same for 4Thrives. Again, they're intimidating the rest of the teams. They've woken up in this game and gone, right, there's 2 games left. We would like to be in first place, so we're going to be more intimidating, playing those mind games, being very strong, not necessarily going full aggro, but being intimidating. Look at what intimidation gets you. 4Thrive, 92 points.
Not even just intimidation, just being proactive and making sure that they don't let anybody push up on them, as KRX was trying to. But 4Thrives right now overtakes that first place. Orangutan still in that second place. Congratulations, Orangutan. You're going to be going to the finals. Aurora came in there in that third, and now we're going to be looking at that 5th place and that 4th place, because I want you to see how close it is from 4th place all the way down to 8th. Wow. It's just 11 points, which honestly, it can, even through this, even through Ulf as well, they can make that jump, Blank.
They can. I think for Ulf, there's a big opportunity here at the end of the day to make it happen. I wasn't massively impressed with Erin's answers there, though. There was a lot of, we can learn from our mistakes, we can learn from our lessons.
Yeah.
What are those lessons? What are those mistakes? Do they even know what those mistakes and lessons to be learned are? And I think that's a struggle thing for me to listen to, really, because I think Ulf, they have good gameplay. Even watching them Erangel on Airstrip, that was really nice. They had a great setup. It's very creative at the end of the day. But I think Ulf, they have these special moments here and there.
Yes.
Right now, I just don't think we're hitting those yet. Ketch isn't really on his A game. I think Aaron's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Scarface, funnily enough, despite having not these massive pop-off moments, he's coming in clutch right now. Blorf can do it. For Enigma Galaxy, I really do want to see them get into top 5. Yes. They have looked very disappointed throughout these 2 days, which I've been, a little bit unhappy about, because I'm like, guys, you've been playing very well at certain points in time. I want that team atmosphere to be a little bit up. You've got Coops with you. He's doing phenomenal work. Hype your boy up a little bit. That's all I want to see.
My boy, Coops! Because honestly, he has been performing so well. But before we go into the next 2 matches, we're going to be sending it to Kalaris and the man with the big energy, Hadouks!
That is very correct. We got Miramar on the way, and we want to talk a little bit about that. I've got Hot Jukes with me to talk about it all and how it's going to go down. Obviously, with only 2 games remaining here, Jukes, some of those teams on the bubble, they've got to make moves.
Desert, baby. The last 2 matches, and that is where you gotta clutch it up. One team I gotta talk about right off the rip is Go Team, right? They won the second to last Miramar yesterday. The one thing though was that they land in that El Azahar area. Both circles in both matches ended up going down to that Los Leones region. So I think that was advantageous for them here, but the zone could go anywhere here. Can they repeat that? They're gonna need to, because Enigma Galaxy is going to come from.
I think they did such a good job west side of Impala to be able to have which compound that they did and then be able to rotate south on that. So that was very, very impressive. On the other side of the bubble, though, I want to talk about GK just a little bit, right? Because they started off the entire tournament for their group stage so far with a win, and since then it's slipping here, slipping there, and I would like to see GK do a little bit more. What are your thoughts on that regard?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was really demoralizing for them in just that other match where it was down in military base. They had such a great position, and they were not able to put any shots on a team flash at all. They took it and won the game from that spot. So it's all about, you have to adapt, right? You're at the biggest stage ever. You're live here in Paris. You got to be able to calm down, settle down, and make it happen no matter what.
Well, between you and Jackie, I'm never escaping the GOAT team subject here from all of this. All right, no more barring, no more barring. It's time to head over to the commentators here for the 2 last games of the day.
Hey, look, we don't lie, James. We don't lie. Me and Jukes know what's up. It's all about GOAT, baby. They're going to be out there swinging, but it's Miramar time. And I got someone that I describe as a GOAT sat right next to me. And it's not because how he looks. It's because he's the best at casting. Get in there, John.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yeah, that's right, buddy.
I was looking on the other side of you. I was like, what's going on there? Is someone else sitting on the desk with us? No, he's being very kind to me.
I know.
That's a very strange feeling, but thank you very much. We are going to be heading into Miramar Lickety Split, and it is Hubble Bubble, Toil and Trouble. 5 teams will go forwards and 3 will fumble their opportunity to make it towards even the survival stage. The down towards the bottom of the tables is looking mighty dejected so far, and it is starting to open up a bit of a gap, a 6-point gap between 14th and 13th on that bubble. Towards the bottom of the tables, that's pretty significant.
It is. That was kind of slick with it as well with the wordplay, John. You were giving me some nursery rhyme type beats there, and you're spot on, because it will be a crime for some of these teams if they don't get through, because they can't make dimes here in PUBG Mobile World Cup, and that'll be a travesty. But with 2 games left, you got to smarten up quick.
Make sure that you're getting in and amongst it. You cannot afford to be timid, to be timorous, to be shy, and back off when you have a knock to play around,
Oh, that's
don't
kind remind me.
That's well, look, as long as it's still in my memory, it's going to be in yours too, because it is a real stain on that one. Plane path goes from Minas del Sur over towards La Cobraria up on the northwest side. Fairly chill on this one, waiting for the circle to come on out, and I'm waiting to observe any hot drops, but it looks like for now we're going to be kind of chill. Picardo, though, could be dangerous if Thundertalk do drop down, because 4th drives are on top of it, in and amongst it. But no, Thundertalk, we know what they like to do, and it is get away from other players in the lobby.
You got it in twice in the intro, Bud. I can't believe
I've just got to twist that night.
I know, you really are. You're turning it, you're twisting
Second place isn't first place, is it?
Yeah, I mean, technically. Second to lose, I suppose. Or first to lose.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll take it.
Something like that. with the mad skins that they've got. Wonderful collab, everyone's very excited about it. So like John said, make sure you're checking it out and getting your solo peepers spotting it in game today. And of course, we'll be using our eyeballs to tell you the lay of the land with the teams here. Give you a run through of everything that matters as we get close. Going into the next game, obviously, it'll be a little bit more deliberation, right? We'll know kind of what we're looking like. Top spots, obviously, being drastically important. Skip survival. And then the bottom side of the pack, because otherwise, John, it's not even a matter of survival stage for you. It's just outright goodbye, good night from the event. Yet to come, really, but it might get a bit defined from this very game of Miramar here.
Yeah, if we're going to see early falls from Esports Reject, Thundertalk Gaming Stars, it may just be a death sentence for them to try and make their way forwards. Obviously, there is always those mathematical probabilities, because technically you can get 60 eliminations in a game and get a chicken dinner, which gives you a 70-point match. But I've never seen it happen, Jackie. Not legally, anyway.
No, but you can't see air, and they say that it exists. So you never know, John. That's the funny thing. But hey, probably not, eh? Because that would be crazy.
I hate that you've just said that to me. Because it's right. But only if you're talking about the visible spectrum of light.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can prove it exists, but...
Yeah. Can you? Can you prove it exists?
There's a fan next to you. That seems to be moving some air.
You don't know what it's doing.
I can feel it.
If you can't prove air, how can you prove fans, you know? You've got to start from the basics. 1 + 1 = 2. Thundertalk Gaming can't close out a game. That's the sort of situation we need to be starting from. That's the foundational elements of this universe.
Well, someone's giving you some funny juice today.
Hey, you know what? I had to do a lot of exercises.
You did actually, yeah. Fair play.
I'm going a little stir crazy with it.
Yeah, you work normally do cardio, mate. You know, no one saw the full takes of those as well. There's about half an hour of unedited footage of John getting that clip done. So
I was rehearsing as well.
You were. Oh, it was good to see though, bud. Honestly, I think your rotations would be on point now. The amount of stamina you must have built up.
I've lost it all. I used it. I burned through that candle very, very quickly. Let's take a look at the lay of the land now, because it looks like Esports Rejects with a chance to take a fight against Ulf. And remember, Esports Rejects, one of those teams in danger. Reverb is down and out of there. So already a poor start for our bubble team.
Yeah, not ideal. That one's going to get popped instantly. Akin to bursting in the verbiage we're using here, which isn't what you want if you want to try and rise up and actually get yourself out of that danger zone. Devil up top side with the Mini 14 as well. Alula, we were singing their praises previously. They started to build a good amount of energy. Some of the fights we saw from them actually look good as well. R3B, that awkward encounter versus KRX, so far away in terms of distance, but hitting beautiful shots. So mechanically, individually, John, he looked like he was hitting some great form. Rest of the squad comes alive into this one. It could be a good reset. We heard in the interview as well, you know, yeah, there were mistakes, but we can fix things. We're going to come out on top. Would love to see that proven true.
They definitely want to. A lot of power from that last match to see themselves up towards the survival stage zone right now. On 41 points, they're in a decent spot on this map, up towards La Cabrera. They do need access to the hills to their south, and if they can win a fight with Esports Rejects, that would probably be one of the best case scenarios for them, right? If they can take control of the Crater Fields area, get some of that high ground under lock and key against one of their main rivals, there's very few better positions for a team to be in than to be able to find a little bit of confidence right now. That is going to be weighing heavily on the minds. Everyone sat around them. Enigma Galaxy moving in from that western side. RRQ as well could potentially try and jump into the mix there. Orangutan as well have access to those Crater Fields hills, but got a little bit more time before we see things go really to loggerheads. We've only had that one casualty so far.
Yeah, crew moving up. Obviously, from what we saw, it was a little bit stale from some of the hits, more just getting stuck involved into fights when it was forced upon them rather than taking the initiative necessarily themselves. We'll see if that will change here with the approach. Down towards the compound now, having a bit of a loot up. Satan not too far away. No real read or need to engage onto each other yet. So opportunity to at least get themselves armed without an over-investment. Visual contact there as well. You can see the vehicle driving away, so Satan will clear distance.
Gets a little bit of a wider berth around the roadblocks. For Enigma Galaxy, they're very central on this already. Goat Team, really not so much. Already out in the blue, over towards Impala. Coming in from that eastern side for Goat Team, they are going to need to get towards it, but it's still very, very early days, especially here on Miramar. Waiting for the second circle can often be pretty impactful on a Miramar. Wait for that small shift and try and play for it later on. Get a little bit more looting done out on that east side. We saw Goat Team dropping out and moving quite early on, so the looting phase will have been a little bit offset. Hopefully now, though, they are on the road, and I believe that they are, to try and move in, potentially sweep all the way up to that north side. Could inject towards water treatment, over past Cruz de Valle. But there is Geek in the way, in El Azahar, so potentially be an unexpected blockage in the system for them. The next zone will reveal itself fairly soon, though, so we'll see what they opt to do with that new information once it's revealed.
See what we're cooking with, and this one gets a bit of a shift on the go. Obviously, those later rotates coming up. Condense is relatively central, filling slightly down, so most sides still within a fairly comfortable amount of territory. Water treatment going to be cut out, so you're going to be giving that up for KRX and looking for an advanced path. You can see Geek advancing a bit quicker now as well, speeding up on their rotate through the roadside with Goat in relatively close by contest. And then that chance for AJL to potentially bump into Aurora on the late advancement.
Trying to push in on that south side. There are other options for AGAL here. Maybe not wanting to go past Montenuevo. They could send up. Maybe try and play up towards El Pozo or swing even further north. But you know this side of the map's going to be really heavily occupied. It's a difficult approach. So going straight through may just be the best option available to them. Geek sort of slowly trundling over the hillsides, and Goat have spotted them now. Moxie hops out, looks for the shots, but doesn't quite take it. Doesn't have the lineup with the rest of the team to confidently get a knock, and you don't want to overexpose here. You don't want to be losing players like this, especially with how tenuous Goat Team's position is in 5th place.
Yeah, and it's not something they generally tend to force the issue on either. Historically, even with the roster being a little bit different to what I'd seen in the past, on Miramar they were pretty good with late rotates. It's something they really enjoy playing, right? If they can avoid early game fights, they're going to be building into a big finish. It tends to work well for them. That sort of situation, maybe with the tumble from Ragnarok, if he had a clean shot, could have got an opening pick there, tried to build off it. Not worth the risk from the angle they were left in. So late chase, calm it back down. That's more the Goat style. It'll give Geek a window of opportunity to get into the zone. Is that Reject getting a knockover on the 4-5 shot? There we go.
I believe it was, yeah, but they're a little bit too far afield to really confirm onto this one. And not only that, but X-Force Reject really cannot do too much to get out of their position now. This is that high ground position that I was talking about, with Alula atop it, but actually Enigma Galaxy kind of in the way of it as well. Yeah. You can see there is this cabal of 3 players very, very close by, but they are still downhill from that super duper high ground. For Alula, this is a brilliant spot to take points, to try and extract value from this early to mid game.
Interesting lineup, and like you say, obviously not the best position to try and get that follow-up from. So reset from 4-5s, they're going to be more aware and paranoid about the potential angle and not expose themselves. AGAL were slow on the rotate, they were trailing behind Aurora. That started to turn a little bit with them actually pulling up very close towards the Aurora squad, looking to blot out the sun. It's a nice angle on the peak from top. A weapon he's very comfortable with, takes the pot shot, but quick on the response. XCZ with a knock, John. Damn.
Now Aurora can't really roll forward. Doc and Joel immediately rolling back around to try and keep things together. Reapers with some good suppressing fire. There are off angles as well against this position that could potentially be causing worry for AGAL. Do not want to let their momentum slip. Could jump up into the top 5 themselves after this match. But it is still a long way out from the end of this one, as the res comes through. So Top's back to his feet. They can start to control this eastern side, but the hills for Alula are just so beneficial now. This is a brilliant game for them to try and make this one work. It's so hard for everybody else to try and move in. I feel like Thunder Talk are going to have a really tough time here trying to extract themselves from the southeast side where they sit, which is behind this engagement on our screens now, Jackie.
Yeah, this is something that could be really bad for them with the backstab building. Scouting party play from the rear, whilst the nades are just keeping them hammered into position. AJL do get one knock on the top once again. It's a good nade thrown out from a key player from the team in Flower H, but on the hard commit, Joel is slick with it with a reply. Punishes him, pushing up daisies. That's the only flowers that are in his mind now. Liu on the reply, jumps behind the steering wheel. Off angle push on the ridge. Let's see if he can do anything from this.
Moves out into position. Doc on the high ground has control of the angle, though Liu does need to be careful. That smoke's just about to fade. Drops the Molotov to stop any forwards aggressive pushes as Reefus regroups up to the top. All of Aurora are here, and Thundertalk are trying to loop around this one. Okay, put pressure onto the solo. Let's see what Doc's got. He's got backup now, and the rest of Aurora are trying to move on in. It's a breath of life for AGAL, but maybe they want to get stuck in too, because Doc is still fragging out. Nade out to try and find an angle on towards Thundertalk. And this is a little bit more aggressive. This is a little bit more dynamic. That's what we wanted to see. But do they have the skills to back it up? One step in fire. Kind of rule number one, though, as Jimmy takes a turn around the corner.
Doc on a move up as well, once again armed with a shotty, but it's Joel with an SMG that puts AJ to sleep on first contact. Close quarters combat, Reefus with a hop up, good to shut him down. TTG thought they'd finally got a breath of fresh air, an opportunity to push in an upset versus the lone player of Aurora. But the longer this has gone on, that thunder is being taken away from them.
AGAL moved up towards this fight, but actually took a harrying from KRX. That backstab that you were talking about, making itself known. Maybe AGAL overextending in that scenario and losing a player here, but they are in the zone. KRX not so lucky. They don't really have that sort of foothold. So for AGAL, all is not lost, but the fight may be coming to them from KRX on the north side.
They're top priming the nade as well up top right now. This shanty town could be taken. They know they've got to move quick as well with the zone coming up, so they want to advance and try and force the issue. Low HP for top. Reefus with a bait play, opens the door, holds close on the angle, and the shotgun sings for one. Jimmy replies. It's getting awkward in the encounter, but it seems like Aurora can hold on for now.
No way to put that one back together. Jimmy just sat there and didn't really do much. Unfortunately for Thundertalk, they will go down again, and it's good news for our bubble teams once more, who are looking to try and make that chase. As we turn our attention over to the northeast side, it is Orangutan. Fourth Thrives going at loggerheads to try and push past, because Fourth Thrives have control of this hill, have control of the ground. It's going to make things tricky in this area.
And that respite for Fourth Thrives has been very different from what we've seen throughout the entire event. Always looking for opportunities to force themselves into weakened situations to get advantage from it. Here, thinking about the big picture, knowing they're relatively safe, they're comfortable, they're happy. They'll see if a mistake is presented towards them before they play their card. AGAL on the wrap back up. That three-man squad that got away, realistically, John, with liberties in that situation versus the crunch in from Aurora. How long can they survive, and how long can Nigma hold off potentially this crunch from GOAT?
GOAT as well. This is the battle on the bubble. Remember, Enigma Galaxy trying to chase them. They've already found that opening knock. They're going to know that this is GOAT, and they may just be out for blood. Ralph also cooking a nade there, so they didn't have the barrels down range to take on Fuchsman as he peeks wide. A nade sent back on in, but not really connecting just yet. Does some damage, but it's only going to tickle. And they back off, Jackie. They are falling away from this, not wanting to get too far up and caught into this fight. You can get third-partied. Alola up on the high ground, a massive threat.
That's the thing. Killer Joe, usually so keen for the close quarters engagements as well. It feels like he's your entry fragger, someone that's going to take those risks. Being knocked early left them more susceptible, so they attempt to backpedal. Lord resets, very elevated angle to peek down. Bullets barraging on target, but the longer he takes that fight, the more exposed he is to the hilltop side there that you've got from Alula. So can't overcommit. Killer Joe with a knock once more, back on his legs. GOAT, it seems uncomfortable.
Killer Joe going down, Fuchsman backed off the angle again. And they are just getting forced into a difficult scenario here. Do still have force out in the open, but Alola just making life so difficult. Nobody's having a good time around these cliffs, but nobody's going down either, which is quite impressive stuff. Mox finally clocked by Quick. able to slide away unnoticed. No, he gets found again. That should be a flush, and likely Killer Joe going down too, so Goat cut in half here. Enigma Galaxy with a big opportunity.
There's just no exit path, John. You've got to stay close to the wall and fight up in person, or attempt for a quick getaway. Whatever you choose, Alula just leering over the edge, looking to convert from it. This extended battle between KRX and Aurora as well, leaving them worse for wear every minute that passes. The duo attempts to just get out on it, piece away from the situation, but Jean not given that gift. Another connection, that time it's from Flash Gaming, catching them on the exit with a rotate of the vehicle, only top left.
Moving in on that south side, a solo for Aurora. Goats do manage to get back up to 3. I thought they were going to lose Moxie, 2 players. Killer Joe does manage to somehow get res there. Rotate in the shadow of the mountain, but the circle just keeps giving it to the high ground here. This is good for Enigma Galaxy, but Alula will survive for so much longer. The difficulty is that X-Force Reject are just still in this one. Still a threat, still breathing down their neck.
Seemed like that was nearly the go signal as well, called for. Enigma were looking right on the edge, debating whether or not they do swing off it if there was a peek out, a wide angle in play, but Foops is trying to keep himself close down to the ground behind the vehicle. Killer Joe in the back line, a similar situation. And they better hope they do it cleanly as well, John. Alula could peer over and attempt to clean up if they take sustained damage from this. No one wants to risk it.
Now RRQ in a really important fight right now. They're trying to push in behind Alula. If they get a chunk out of this team, things could change. But a stalwart hold and R3B on that long-range backstop angle is so importantly placed for them. He catches them on the crossfire, immediately shreds a player away from them. That is great news. Not only that, but it gets the information over the rest of his team. Where RRQ are approaching from, how many are they, what sort of angle are they playing around with. It is so invaluable to have that sort of stuff on side. As Enigma Galaxy look to get rid of the remnant to go.
This time they clear on the edge. They knew Foops was knocked once again. The overinvestment from cleaning out the full squad isn't worth the risk, though, so they won't go too deep into it. Stay in the angle where they know they're safe. Lula. Coops looking for a backside lead as Killer Joe sits, staying warm in the burning building with Force miles away from assisting him.
Orangutan in the meantime tried to send forwards. They've lost a lot of health bar, but it looks like they may be able to res up to 3 if they're lucky. All while this is all unfolding, RRQ again suffering, but it's back and forth with Goat, and I think that might just spell the end for them. Only Killer Joe now remaining, the last to stand. Enigma Galaxy all too chuffed with this because they are in that 5th place spot now. Goat desperately wanting to try and stay in the running for our last match, which is yet to come after this.
Oh, Satan spotting it. Seemed like there was the clear there over towards the vehicle. Good shots on target. Stop Killer Joe. Remove Goat. So they're out here. And that's the dream scenario. Licking your lips for Enigma Galaxy. They know that they'll be able to move themselves up. Cleaning limbs added to the total tally. The 4 players still remaining alive. We saw Force falling to RRQ that are trapped down in a divot right now. Resetting, playing inside of the smoke. Such a wide berth of space though, with Silence keeping his sights on this position.
A lot of open angles for them to play around, but leaving this building is going to be so hard for Furia. With the angles that Enigma Galaxy, maybe not Alula, I think they're a little bit too far away to take shots out there, but the position that Enigma Galaxy have on this, they'll have the information. Actually, it might be pretty difficult for them to actually compete on that angle. So maybe AGAL could be more important on suppressing Furia's route out, but a swing down to the south could definitely be on the cards for Furia if they're able to find an opener, get rid of top in the process, maybe find a shot over towards Team Flash. So they do have options. But again, it just slaps bang on top of Enigma Galaxy right in the middle. And there's a big focus on the 5th place bubble with Goat and Enigma Galaxy, but AGAL are there too, and they are right in that bubble contest as well.
And considering how this one potentially could have gone for them with the run-up onto Aurora as well, could have been a very different game for AGAL. Surviving far later than expected off the awkward encounter with the nades that came their way. The backline play from Doc that could have spelled defeat. But ironically, it's Aurora that are down to just the solo outside of the zone, and AGAL that still look to fight on for another day.
Top trying to creep up towards the hills here, but has to go open broadside towards Team Flash if he wants to make it. Furia up and into the foothills now. Yeah, I don't think the angles are there. Alula picking up more points as well. They're finding shots left and right, doing a lot of damage, but they have to crunch down south now. So leaving that position has kept them safe for so long. On the north side. Oh, continuing to just lose a player. Now they're down to one. And they may not last too much longer. Indeed, they will fall. And it's Ulf out in 9th place.
Finished off there as Devil from Reject gets that last shot in with the Mini 14. KRX being shut down as the zone nips at their heels and the fight breaking out all across the battleground. 4 frags coming alive once again. See you later, top, as that's Enigma Galaxy with the spot from quite some distance. Up on top of the rock, Lord, living his movie. There could be so many free points to steal from the position they've got themselves into, John, and you can't get them out.
Just not going to be available to you, not on the card. 4th try still taking a little bit of punishment on the off angle, but they do have to make a move fairly soon. They have to get these reses coming through. Tops for Flash is doing a little bit of work at suppressing Furia's position, but we're hopping on board with X-Force Rejects. This is the team looking to try and displace Alula, or indeed anyone above them, off of that top 13 spot, but they have to lead here with GK in the way. That's made very, very tricky. 4 guys have the long-range angle, but Kevin opens up the bidding. There is damage pouring in, but no knocks are sticking. Not just yet. Finally, the first falls, and now it's 2 of them left to try and put something together.
So many of our squads going at each other right now. 4 frags seems to be taking the brunt of the damage as they fall one by one. Goodbye, good night. Reject could be going the same way as well, as GK have overwhelmed them on the close quarters engagement and pick them off. In the midst of all this, we saw some pot shots hitting onto Enigma Galaxy and leaving them down to just 1 man. It's only Lord that remains up on top of the high ground.
Some big shifts when it comes to the tables. As you say, Enigma Galaxy going down to 1, and AGAL breathing down their neck on location and on the points totals now. Goats dropping to 7th place as 2 teams have now pushed past them. Alula continue to climb, and they make sure that RRQ is now a buffer place behind them, and GK could be next up on the chopping block if they can transition towards this low ground. So a lot of really important dynamics unfolding here when it comes to moving into this final game, and that is a helping hand of a circle towards AGAL.
The benefit of Alula for so long finally starts to slip through the fingertips. Lord still in a position to play off the angle he's secured for himself, whilst everyone else fights at the bottom of the tower, looking to climb over one another to guarantee themselves more from this match. Trying to stay as tight to the wall as possible as to not be shot from below or above. Ayala with a vehicle looking for the move round. Alula having to advance as well. You got the split on either side, it seems. A stereo rotate for Alula and GK.
A 2-pronged approach. See if the horns connect. Ooh, OG losing another. I feel like for the teams in 1st, 2nd, maybe even 3rd, they're going to start to feel safe moving into this last one, but everybody else playing for keeps here. Furia wanting to find these shots, but not quite connecting. The nades not quite getting the distance on the arm there for Flash. I mean, it's a bit maybe overzealous to try and connect onto this. But both teams out of the zone need to try and regroup. And AGAL want to be the lobby commanders to make this one work. And nade downhill has a little bit more legs to it, but doesn't quite find the target. Now Flash are up and into the hill, so it's just got a little bit more dicey.
Keeping the pressure on either side. Nades towards the top for a peek over from Lord, making sure it's uncomfortable for him, and the solo from AGAL that's looking to defend that engage from Furia. Surprise Flash are still alive, and Lord actually does get the peek in onto Furia. Still no trade back towards him. So although it's only a solo, Enigma Galaxy being a thorn in the side of the squads beneath them here.
Alula on that north side, looking to keep the pace going. Coming off of a strong game in the last one, now they're up to 9 elims again as well. And on this north side, they've got that high ground command that they were looking to try and sequester away. How high can they climb though? Furia backs to the blue. They're a little bit more desperate now. And around the corner they go, locking themselves into the vehicle. Team Flash suffering, trying to find a challenge, but it doesn't connect. Is there a third party from AGAL? Doesn't look like they find anything, but Bose steps up. It's rebuffed by Lord. Enigma Galaxy up on high, still here to play.
Stealing away elim after elim in all of the commotion. That puts him up to 6 individually. 3 to his name, make that 4 as he continues to spray. Lord with the eyes in the sky, punishing down now as Enigma Galaxy keep the heat on Furia. Switches his attention round to AGA. They're coming in to close the gap. Goodbye Flower H. It's uncomfortable. Ayala holds his own. Good defense. Damage done. XEZ trapped.
You've also got Igor to play on the angle as well, and there goes AGAL. Dropping down, they do manage to ladder up, but remember the placements haven't kicked in for Enigma Galaxy just yet, so they will be in the top 5 going into the last one, and Lord is not done. Is there nothing this guy can't take a chunk out of? Everybody stepping forwards, and everybody wants to find out just who's up on that high ground.
The Lord of the Mountain. Anyone that dares to challenge him has been dethroned. And the longer he lives on, John, the less ammunition remains. Running low, the economy now playing a pivotal role. How much more can he squeeze out of this? Switches to the Mini 14, bang on the head, goodbye OG.
Wow, goodness me. They eliminate themselves up another place, and 4 teams remain at this stage. It's Al-Ula who have done bits now. Here to solidify, it's fairly certain that they may have done enough here, which is a great relief for them, I'm sure, guaranteeing themselves a solid double. GK try to crawl their way around the edges. Quick, oh, you can't be going out that far in the blue, goodness me. Loses his footing somewhat, and the most of his health bar too.
More of their utility force to be reinvested to get themselves healthy to contest from here. Furia somehow living on borrowed time with some of the awkward fights they've had to even get this far into the runnings. Lord knowing he can't risk too many engagements that won't result in a clean pick with the low ammunition left in reserve. GK and Alula not too far from one another. This could all change in an instant, John.
A single pick. I mean, the fact that Lord is low on ammo is so important for GK here. Their survival would be all but diminished in its entirety if they do find it. But there's a first knock over towards GK. Alula dancing around. Silence does connect, but he has to go for the reload. In the meantime, Lord pitches a point away with some of his precious ammo at range, and he finds more too. Down to his last magazine though. 31 rounds for Lord. He's got 2 nades, but has to back off.
He's got an angle to get his HP back, doesn't need to over-invest. He's already started to break the backs of everyone that's dared to defy him from this angle. Let them fight amongst themselves. Furia putting pressure on, but they're not ready from the peak from the top. Lord, 2 nades in the back. Let's see if these will pay off. Cooks nicely, rolling down the hillside. Alula already steal the point on the Furia.
One more nade for Lord. Drops it right on top of their heads. Looks for the shots. Gets one knock, but it's now who are looking to charge themselves up. Game is over, and they are able to find the high ground. Was indomitable, and Alula take a 12 elim chicken dinner.
The twists and turns on the narrative. Miramar delivering with madness in the desert as squads had to desert all hope the longer that went on, knowing the high ground was irrecoverable. Lord up on high, and he saw everything, John. The difference is, with ammunition running low, he did what he could, and he stole far more points than it felt like he was going to get from that one.
Absolutely. I think it was at least 6 eliminations for him, maybe even 7. So the team is going to be chucked to bits with a 3rd place off of that location. You can see Enigma Galaxy. They are happy. Yeah, okay, yeah, get that celebration in. You love to see it. And they are feeling good because that is going to put them nice and deep into the top 5, Jackie.
That's an unbelievable game of Miramar there, mate. A lot of excitement, right? And you think about how awkward it was for them, constantly trapped with Alula staring at them for so long. They're thinking, do we really commit to the fight versus GOAT? Lord made the heads-up play to climb up. The zone gave them a blessing, and they ran with that as long as they could. Shocking scenes from Alula as well, just always making it uncomfortable for all of these squads. And John, I'm shocked Furious have played that long.
I am too. I feel like they were really on their last legs for so many times. But to get to second place is a real testament to their transitional ability. From that location on the southwest side, they picked their path well, taking that fight with Flash. It was stymied, it was corralled, but it was fought well and with good heart for Furia. Happy to see them getting later into this one. Alula, though, the big news here is, of course, their ascendancy away from that bubble at the bottom of the tables. And with a game like that, are they not too far off top 5? I mean, it's possible if they could do it again. I feel like there is potentially something on the cards. It would be a miracle.
Hey man, they said we can fix things in the last 2 games. That's one half already secure. Have another big performance, give us another reason to get excited. Come out here and wax lyrical with the plays that they can deliver. It could all change. It's why it's so enticing today. It's why it's so explosive. These teams know one mistake, you could have your key crushed and your dreams going with it.
Yeah, 3 keys will be listed for destruction. By the end of today, we will have those 3 keys named and locked and loaded, ready to go. We are going to go and take a look at some of what our sponsors have to say before we come back with our final match. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a few.
Last match.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
All right, we popped on over to the SDC Arena for our final CC update, and I managed to grab 2 people to help us talk through everything that we need to. Of course, we have Ginny, but we're also joined by Blaze. So, Blaze, let's start things off by breaking down what's going on here on your stage.
I mean, so it's absolutely insane. You know, when it comes down to the CC, you got 3 teams here that can really make a run for those club championship points. You got Falcons, 100 Thieves, and FaZe Esports. So when it comes down to those squads on your stage, they're going to be getting some help over here.
Okay, that's actually big because this is an opportunity for a couple of those teams to actually get some more points that they need, Ginny. So talk to me about the CC implications that this could have and if there are any other CC squads that might have some surprises.
Yeah, so when it comes to right now, we have 4 out of the top 8 that already qualified. So you got FaZe, you got G2, you got 100 Thieves, as well as Falcons. Very important to note, however, that G2 is not CC eligible because of the fact that they made too many roster changes after the deadline has already passed. They did knock Gentlemates into this lower bracket, and Gentlemates has competed before on COD, where they got 200 points. They competed in Valorant, where they also got 200 points, and they are yet to compete in Rocket League next week, where they have a pretty good roster. So for Gentlemates side of things, like, they have to win this lower bracket game today to even be in the top 8 and get some points. My question then for you is, how realistic is that, considering what happened yesterday with the 3-0?
I mean, it was a 3-0. It was crazy. You know, I talked to some of the players, and they felt like they were playing a God squad over there.
Oh, wow.
But don't worry, the Gentle Suits are in the building, and if I've seen anything out of that amazing group is that they can wheel their team through some crazy series to push them into the finals.
I love that. I love that, which means that there's definitely going to be some very exciting matches coming up over the next couple of days.
Yes.
So, of course, as we know more, we'll keep all of you updated and see how everything plays out.
Thank you, Genie, Glitter, and Blaze for the update with the CC, because things are getting spicy here at PMWC at EWC 26 as we're going to be heading into our final match of Group A. We will end up eliminating the bottom 3 teams. And talking about those bottom 3 teams, Lays, one team that was able to push themselves out of it from the beginning of the day, Alula, ended up getting that win as well.
Yeah, I just want to obviously mention to you guys at home, they started today with 21 points in the bottom 3. Now, they've had
a nice trajectory so far and being able to sort of keep themselves within that middle, but then to skyrocket to a chicken dinner. And not only that, managed to get about 10 eliminations just before the fight with Furia when they're moving their way down off that peak onto the hill, and then they were able obviously to get that. But that wasn't without some help from one of our teammates who was sitting on the top peak there. But for this team, they clearly understand that these last two games are incredibly important. They have had a steady run throughout this. I mean, looking at this position here, they are actually sort of moving their way down on top of GK, which I thought, oh, okay. Obviously, they weren't sort of putting out that scout to see where Furia were at that moment. Furia were able to get like a couple of knocks on them, but they were able to reset and then get that win.
I have no idea how Fury just kept getting back up. They get knocked back up, knocked back up, knocked back up, and they got really deep in that game. I did not expect them to make it actually to a top 2 finish. That is very impressive. Just highlighting how relentless Fury truly are here, representing Brazil in Paris for PMWC. But the finishing moments here, Yasa giving it his best shot. But Lord in particular, here Niptura, oh my goodness, making it rain from this peak finish with that mini 14. He was holding on to his resources for as long as he really could, but eventually the circle had a different plan in mind.
No, he was exactly the right teammate to be up on top there, right? I think he was really, really good at sussing out exactly where everybody was. He was really good at getting those nades. Some of them went a little long, but a lot of them were right on target. I love the mini that he had as well. That was a fantastic weapon of choice to be up there. So all around, a really, really, really, really good play coming from him. Really? Yes. Really.
But really. And really, Lore was able to put up good performance for Enigma Galaxy, being able to secure some extra placement points as well, putting up those, oh man, look at us, Tomash, let's go. 8 eliminations there from Lord, and the damage there as well, and this is a squad that's currently in contention for that top 5, and they were securing the top of that mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to do that 3-1 split. That's what they had in the mid-game. 3 players down below in the thick of it, fighting all the teams. There was Alula, there was even a side of Go at one point just coming their way. But no, Lord was trying to keep his teammates safe, but he could only do so for so long, right? Eventually, teams are going to be encroaching on his 3 teammates. They get eliminated, and then Lord is alone. But I like what he did because he knew he was limited in resources, right, Niptura? He was not able to really take too many shots. He just held onto those resources until the very end, where he could maybe convert that into a chicken dinner. As you know, that didn't happen. But Podium, as a solo, that is huge regardless.
Huge indeed, as we're going to be taking a look at the overall. And I want you to keep in mind, top 5 go directly to the finals. Bottom 3 gets in home, and the ones in between get to go to survival. 4th thrives, still in the 1st place, but just like actually, let's just focus on 4th all the way to 9, because 4th place with Aurora Gaming, they have been playing great today, but they just haven't been able to create such a big gap, as they only have 82 points, 4 points more than AGAL in 6th place.
No, they do. It's going to be interesting. I have noticed that Aurora have been stepping up, right? They felt that pressure a little bit. They've realized, like, oh, it's not really going our way. We got to up our game a little bit. It is working now. So they are at 82 points. Yeah, it's still going to be all down to the wire in this last game, but at least they're already there. You know, teams like Team Flash are also already there, but 2 points ahead of AGAL. GOAT team as well. Furia climbing up those ranks. They were not in 8th place a few games ago, Max.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at the teams in the top 5, 4 thrives, they're safe. We know they're going to make it. They're going straight into your PMWC Grand Finals. Orangutan, I would say, also somewhat safe, right, going out to this one, because right now they're above the likes of Enigma Galaxy, Aurora, Team Flash. We're looking at Aurora Gaming and Team Flash in particular here. They need a big game, Lace. If they do not get that performance here, all gamers, GOAT team, Furia, you know they're going to chase them down for that top 5.
Yeah, they need to make these opportunities for themselves. And what we're seeing a lot of teams do is kind of letting just the cookie crumble how it will. These players need to start obviously creating these opportunities and making the lobby play to their way. And I must say that from that game, Furia did that. I would kind of call them like the mountain goats of PUBG, because what is with them being able to scale up a mountain, absolutely decimate in every way, which form. But it's good to see Alula here, obviously moving up with 63 points, definitely securing that place out of the bottom 3. Now, I do want to sort of touch on, I guess, a little bit more of like Thunder talk out of that game. This is crunch time for them. They're under pressure. And look, they had a push from Aurora in the building, and they showed no presence, Max. They just sat down there. They didn't create any space, no presence, and got absolutely rolled by Aurora.
Yeah, they have the cloak of invisibility, but no one told them to take it off right now. It's time to take it off. They're looking at this one. The 12 points between X-Force Rejets and RRQ. I would say you are teams in the bottom 3, you have to hot drop RQ. I'm sorry, it is time. If you don't do it here, you're going right home right away, straight to Charles de Gaulle. And as we know, that is not where you want to be.
We usually hate to see the hot drops, but in situations like this, do it. You gotta take destiny into your hands. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Lace. They have to do it.
Yeah, and look, this is what I'm saying, where create your game. Make these plays to position other players into moving and having you create that space. Like, even if they were to look at, you know, players like Alula, who were in the bottom, they actually forced GK to rotate into Furia. They made that play. And these bottom teams need to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, they need to be able to do that, and they need to be careful with teams that are going to be towards the top, like none other than who's that? Who's this? Oh, it's the best content creator for PUBG. Come up here, baby. Come up here. You know what? You don't even have to go that way. Just step over the chairs. You got this.
Hey.
Cool. The beast with 4 thrives currently in first place. Oh, put him on. Put him on. Oh, you should. I would have brought mine too. But my Naki is here, and Naki, the team is currently sitting in first place. How are you guys feeling?
Alhamdulillah, we are feeling great. We are having a great moment.
Ooh, yes, you guys are. You guys have OG currently chasing you for that first place. Whoever gets first place gets to crush some keys. But how are you enjoying Paris so far?
Paris has been really great for us. The weather here is so beautiful. The city is so beautiful. We are really excited to visit the sites.
You're really excited to hopefully end up lifting that trophy. Max, you got any questions for Naki?
What do you think of French people like myself? The locals.
Bonjour,
do you like
bonjour.
That definitely answers my question. Thank you very much.
That is a great one. From what you guys have seen, going back to the game, from what you guys have seen so far out of day 1 and day 2 here, has there been anything that ended up surprising the squad?
OG has definitely been a surprise for us. Like, they're playing really good. Their decisions, I haven't really looked at them that much, but their decisions are really good.
Yeah, their decisions have definitely been good. And for everybody currently watching, don't forget that you can experience the PUBG Mobile fan experience, because it is going to be open from August 11th through the 16th. Go enjoy some of the exciting activities, not only PUBG Mobile and Naruto Shippuden, the amazing collab that we're doing, but also the PUBG Mobile, Spider-Man, everything cool going on there. You can earn some exclusive rewards, so make sure you check that out. But yeah, I'm with you, Naki. I mean, I'm with what you were saying in regards to OG has been able to surprise a lot of those teams. And then towards the bottom, you're seeing some teams that I thought were going to end up performing better too, with extra rejects. But with this one, who's going to be your top 5? I mean, it's pretty much said, but who is actually going to be your top 5? Tell me your predictions.
I mean, this only last match remaining, so I don't see that there are going to be a lot of changes to the top 5. But the teams on top 5, yeah, OG definitely, 4 thrives, as we know.
I mean, you kind of have to pick them. Come on now.
Yeah. And Aurora is playing really consistent, and I hope FL qualifies. They are really my best friends. And one remaining?
Yeah, one. I think if I'm doing the math, Max, math right? One more? Yeah,
OG
one more.
Be good, yeah. OG 40, FL, Aurora, and KRX.
Ooh.
Oh, nice one.
KRX. Okay, I thought you were going to go with a different one like Enigma Galaxy, but thank you so much for joining us. Lace, Max Benatura, myself, 7WG. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time we go into the final match of Group A. Who's going to end up winning it? Who's going to end up in the bottom 3 and get sent home? Let's send it over to none other than John Allen and Jackie.
Oh yeah, it's time to get stuck into the final map for Group A. 3 teams on the chopping block, but those initials yet to be carved. Who will be taking up that chisel and taking down their opponents? Only time will tell, and 5 teams will rise right to the top. Cream of the cream, or creme de la creme, as they say here in Paris.
Maximum way. That's what I'm expecting to see here live in Paris. It's going to get explosive, John. It's going to get enticing. And from what we've seen over the course of the day, it should all build to an absolute blistering affair here in our culminating game. Our last battleground, Miramar, once again on the cards. And you're right, that sharpened steel of the Butcher Blade is getting ready to chop. And those keys will be crushed. Barney will be there on stage, literally grinding all of these teams' efforts into a pulp.
Well, not all of the teams.
No, those teams.
Yeah,
just
three.
those
Oh,
teams.
okay.
All of those teams.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Sorry,
man.
mate. Yeah,
I know we've got to chuck most of them into the grinder. Only one key will eventually remain. But we've got to get there first, and we've got to do it bit by bit. It's incremental, you know. But we do get to do 15 at once over towards the final, so make sure you're going to check that one out as we take our final steps onto the plane with Group A. Miramar has never been hotter. It's time to decide who will move forwards.
Now you can see the keys around the crusher. Our team's deep in fort, getting their last minutes in before we kick this one live. Get back into the plane path and set things off. The players, the organizations, the hopes and dreams. The atmosphere is good here in Paris. You can feel it. Tension you could cut with a knife for some of these squads. And for the top end, John, as much as you're not fighting to lose your chance in the tournament, you certainly are putting your neck on the line to make sure you guarantee a chance to skip that survival stage.
Absolutely. Top 5 is so valuable here. Interesting predictions coming out from Noki back over on the desk as he found himself over. I think fourth rise OG, yeah, 100% I agree on that. Aurora, I think is a fairly safe bet. I feel like not including Nigma Galaxy in the top 5 was a bit of an outside chance. And then even further beyond that as outside chance, KRX being in the top 5 for him. I feel like that's maybe what he wanted to happen. Not what is probably going to happen.
I mean, that's his personal ideal top 5, right? That's his take on it. So it's fair enough, man. Exciting teams. They've certainly all given us something to rave about over the course of yesterday and today here at PMWC. Live from EWC 26. The big 26, John.
God, imagine. I remember when it wasn't 26. Just last year, actually. It was
25.
Yeah,
and the year before that, 24.
No, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it wasn't 25 the year before that. Come on. Don't be silly. Southwest Circle, as the plane path goes straight down the middle of this one from Partona up towards San Martin. It looks like we are going to be heading down towards that Chumacera Hills area, the Ladriera dual peak lines over on that western side. Going to be a major feature there, so transitional areas around there, highly coveted. A lot of ground on the south side is slightly treacherous. Potential to see teams rotating down through Partona, trying to get access to the west, but more than likely we're going to see a long rotate over on the north side, coming down on that west edge past El Pozo to try and push themselves towards those Ladriera Hills.
With the stage set and the potential for the best and the squads at the bottom established, so you know what results we'll be looking out for on this one. We'll delve into it and get an eye line. We heard the analyst saying at times like this you need to really invest that risk versus reward. You can't play it overly safe. You can't leave your fate in hands of other teams. That goes both ways, John. If you want to try and push into that top 5, or if you're looking to actually keep yourself in the competition, not lose those keys, we'll see if there's any forced fights, if the early game is a bit different. Some of the indecision we've seen from squads. You look back, right, what we saw from TTG, moments of difference where maybe if they just committed that risk factor, could have given themselves a little bit more stock to play with. We'll see if that changes here and now.
I mean, right now for X-Force Rejects, they're sat 12 points behind RRQ. That is a big gap to make up. It's going to be very difficult to do that, and even further behind for the teams behind that as well. So I'm really not holding out hope. I feel like we may already have our top 13. I don't want to jinx it for RRQ, but I feel like I'm fairly confident in saying that, especially given where RRQ are on the map, down towards Biodemar already, pretty much slap bang in the center of this circle. Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and jump up there and change things on that front. Would require something quite special, but there are quite a few teams, I think, who could realistically jump into the top 5 here, depending on how Flash, Aurora, Nigma Galaxy do in this game. There are potentially opportunities to jump on through and see what you can get done for maybe, I mean, maybe down to 9th, but maybe even Ulf could give it a fair crack, if not Alula, which is a very outside chance. But 17 points, as we were saying, you know, the 12-point gap feels pretty dastardly to try and get past, but with the form that Alula are on right now, it might be doable. 17 points.
Yeah, they've been looking far better, been hitting some good strides, and definitely guaranteeing themselves at least more of a safety net to play with from slipping deeper down into the depths. Rising though and attempting to climb does kind of rely, like you say, on a few of our squads that have been those point vacuums, those absolute hoovers towards the top side, effectively just falling early, having some kind of breakdown that opens that door for an overlap for a squad to find a way in. So a lot riding on it on the individuals. A lot of small storylines in this one. We'll keep you dialed in with the narrative.
Trying to play small ball and keep yourself rolling straight down the track to the top 5 at the moment. I mean, the differentials between these teams are really quite small. I mean, even up towards OG, an 8-point difference between 2nd and 5th is very, very much surmountable. A 10-point difference from AGAL up towards Orangutan to jump up towards that top spot. So, very volatile, even at this late stage. 12 out of 12, we're at the full fraction. No more matches after this one, and it is still very much all to play for. Unless you 4th drives, then you're pretty much guaranteed to be in already.
They've done more than enough with the plays that they've made over the course of the past 2 days, John. Looked very, very exciting to watch. It would be a real shame not to have them there, to be honest, mate. I feel like it would be a big blunder. So glad they've already proven just how hard they're willing to play here live from Paris. We've heard the arena getting absolutely ballistic time and time again when you see pop-off plays. Hell, even just from one individual, right? Falak starts to go huge. This place gets loud.
I feel like Falak does anything, this place can get loud, I think.
True.
That's, you know what? That's exactly the sort of support that has seen them into the top place right now. It's exactly the sort of support that saw them to 1st place back in PMGO as well. A global title spurring them on. And a 2nd in their sights. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if they can do it, but it's almost certain that they're going to have a crack. Aurora, in the meantime, a lot less certain, but in a scrap with RRQ and Furia. RRQ, remember, the bubble team at the bottom, do not want to be going down early.
No, you could see that kind of kicking in, the immediate reaction when they thought, hang on, I've got a line of sight to try and take a pick here over onto them. Throws a few bullets out, but doesn't want to overcommit. Far riskier for RRQ than it is for Aurora. And Furia, if they see weakness, they might attempt to dogpile on top of that and backstab towards Aurora. It's calmed down off the initial shots that were fired out. But you're still nearby. No safety yet, and that's only the one man from RRQ as well with the split they went for, so it's a lot riskier trying to keep his nose clean and out of trouble.
Ooh, a little bit of trouble finds OG though. Taking a knock over towards themselves, and on the north side, looks like a little bit of a traffic jam between 2 of our teams towards the bottom and our 2nd place team, OG. Having a little bit of trouble here, a little bit of strife. And that's going to be another nade launched over the top. The knock not yet back up, and Swash does get flushed away. Shiva to be able to claim that one. Potential wraparound here for Rolex, but he's spotted and handled. X-Force Rejects seemingly in charge of this fight against Gaming Stars as another flush comes on through. Uso Maniac trying to piece themselves back together, but boom goes the dynamite. Leaves Maniac flagging. Nothing more to be said.
That was quick, it was clean as well, and that's what you need. Good plays made. They're going to be able to shut him down and remove G-Star from the competition off the back of that, make it far more uncomfortable for them, as they now know there is nothing they can do for themselves in this situation to rise up the ranks. They're left dead last in that position, whilst Reject claim 4 points. They've got to do a whole lot more, John, but that's a brilliant start.
They've got to get a whole lot further down south as well now. For X-Force Rejects, they have to move from that northern edge all the way out the back. OG, in the meantime, did manage to get the player res, so they are rotating against a full 4 team there, as well as KRX out on their west side. This is a real gauntlet for X-Force Rejects, and if they're going to qualify, this is the sort of test that they need to prove themselves capable of passing, Jackie. So I'm happy, in a way, that they have that opportunity. I'm not so certain that they're going to be able to pass it, but I'm willing to be proved wrong, and I'm ready to be here for when it happens. RRQ are now only 4 points ahead.
KRX on the ramp over the top, hitting the show-stopping plays, but can they actually punish with the shots? Close quarters combat from Hooksy, good for one, but a right hook straight back in his face. And for Reject, it went from a nice start to a punishing position. Damage done onto 3 players for KRX though. It's just Trey left. Spams bullets onto Reverb. Starts to put them in their place, but recovering from this is going to be awkward. Both teams suffering massive losses.
Shiva not in the fight, a little bit too further afield and already locked down. That's going to be a lot of points added to RJC's total, but they are losing players left and right. Now playing on as 2, they disengage with 7 eliminations. They are getting closer and closer to RRQ as time goes by. And X-Force Rejects with a chance, but yeah, that gauntlet, like I was saying, is such a tough pass. The third party coming through, it's pretty impossible to make that one work. But KRX falling in the meantime as well. A little chime in coming through from OG, helping them out there, adding some more points to the RJC tally.
And OG keeping themselves in a very comfortable position, seeing if they can chase towards 4 Fribes. See who remains at the top of the plinth come the end of today. Exciting to see who our lobby leader is when it's all said and done. TTG here as well. Another team that it feels like even the potential of them really grinding from the spot they've been left in, Joe, is unlikely at this point.
Yeah, it's getting less and less likely for a lot of teams as time goes on. And in terms of top 5 qualification, I'm afraid that Noki will not be correct with his KRX prediction, as he is going to be down in a 9th place spot. But they're going to be seen again in the survival stage. I think I can guarantee that. I'm going to lock that one in. Zypher spots Shiva from X-Force Rejects, and that is going to be a quick flush. Their run may just have been drawn short on the north side, and RRQ, all they need to do is hold their nerve, stay alive, keep things together, and defend their patch slap bang in the middle, although it's got a lot less central now with a hard east shift.
Zone crunching in, Goat already in position. Kike making the move up as well. Alula, Furia, really just the dribs and drabs that remain for Reject over that side as well, with OG potentially in a position to find them on their late pathing in. An Enigma side that looked very talented into the previous matchup off the back of the skillful plays we saw from Lord on the elevated angle towards the mountaintop. Seeing what more they'll get from this. That's the park up from Devil. I mean, there is potential for it, John. RRQ have been attempting to avoid fights up to this point. There's been a couple of opportunities where teams have whizzed near. They haven't risked it, which still means there's a chance. But if Reject can do much, maybe there's an opportunity. It's only a solo, though, so we're looking for a big finish on it with some more elims. It will not be an easy feat and requires RRQ to be shut down by a different team.
And I feel like RRQ's position is just so strong here. It's such a difficult position to try and get up on towards against a full force squad. If they're reactive and fast enough to respond to threats as they come their way, that is the major downside for RRQ, right? You have to play it fairly split in this location. And it looks like they are going to be, I mean, they're spiking out. They are making themselves known, which I think is the right play. Force teams around them to fight against each other as they try and ascend towards it. This is what you need for RRQ. Keep that suppressive pressure, just moving teams away from you. You do not want to give them the idea that, hey, you're a weak fight. But maybe Furia have found their opening. There is AGAL behind them that can make it harder, Jackie. But I feel like Furia, we know how hardy this team is. We know that they've got some real staying power. The question is, can they get up the side of this cliff?
A similar situation once again for Furia then. They've had plot armor in the previous game, but this one might be harder for them. Shots on target towards Leo, so AGAL start to back up. Look to close the distance between their split and play off each other. You've got good cover at least by pushing so far towards the ridge side, so you can't take shots from the top of RRQ. But fighting towards them, like you say, is another story.
It does allow RRQ a little bit more flexibility, I'd say, if you're confident that Fury is not going to push up that cliff, not going to go further in and try and loop around the cliff. You've got some more latitude to send your players to other angles, but there's plenty of angles to try and deal with as Alula charge on in and take on AGAL and take a huge bite out of their player count, down to 2 now, and that bubble just got a little bit safer. And 78 points for AGAL. Team Flash still 2 points ahead on 80.
Yeah, this is really rough for them, John. If they were looking at the idea of having another game where they could really ramp up those points and push themselves into a good spot, you're down to half your chance now with only 2 of the 4 players alive. They were attacked from the side by GOAT as well. And although Furia was safe from the gaze from that top side view of RRQ, it's the roam in from Aurora that's closed the gap to allow them to get shots onto them. Made it more uncomfortable. Got that initial pick over.
Ooh, Nick McGalaxy getting stuck in on that western flank. They are kind of outside in the cold right now, behind 4 Thrives, but getting a pick onto the open is good, but they've lost Coops on the back line and he's all the way out in the blue, Jackie. I don't think that they're going to be able to get him back up there. Devil is keeping him company. Zypher in a real sticky spot, so it looks like that trade will be evened up. So 2 of our top 5 teams taking 1 player out from either side, and it is Devil who picks up the point there, adds them up to 44 and a little bit closer to RRQ. So now you're still not worried.
That feels like a little, a little subtext storyline. We'll keep our eyes on it. It's not super likely with how it's going.
Okay.
But worth being aware of. I mean, he's still on the move, still alive for now.
Yeah, but the zone's coming to get him. He made a deal with himself to be able to get away with that one. I mean, RRQ with the assist from the high ground, suppressing the angle from Nick McGalaxy that was completely had him dead to rights. But where does he go here? He's got to go up, he's got to go around into OG, in towards RRQ. And there's not really a good choice here. It is stage 4, so the zone is quite survivable. So yeah, okay, go for a long wrap. That probably makes more sense on it. Drops that adrenaline in as well, maxing out the stims, get as much healing as he can get.
We'll see how that pathing goes for him once he gets himself back into the zone, sustaining a decent amount of damage, but he had a few meds to try and buffer it out. Not easy though, not comfortable. 4 Thrives with IQ getting line of sight again to re-engage, so a bit of pressure applied from them. And RRQ still sitting where they hunkered down so long ago, waiting for a team to attempt to force the fight. GK with a connection in the rear. Fun to talk, seeing all of this commotion around them as well. As Nick McGalaxy move up towards Alula. That's top taken down by IQ, and Fowler getting stuck in as Aurora are suffering casualties.
This is dangerous for Aurora. They're not safe, not in its entirety. Nick McGalaxy a little bit better on the points tables, but going this low, trying to just wend your way on through. Seems like they successfully shacked themselves up there. Kept 2 of their players across as we hop on board with Alula. A lot of damage done towards GOAT team, and this was a team that was looking good for the top 5 not too long ago, but now their dreams are being dashed at the feet of Alula.
Alula, they formed a fist and they are punching through the defense of GOAT. Moxie takes a heavy blow down on his last legs as the team gets removed from the equation. Goodbye GOAT. Alula coming alive as they begin to punish Nick McGalaxy. Absolutely collapsed on once again as well. Fragmenting the squad. 5 elims here, John.
Keeping up that pace. Alula have changed something. There is a different team right now playing for them. Losing one, taking a knock to the play zone as well. That's going to slow you down no matter who you are. Playing on us 2. I have to see what they can find. It is just too far away to hope for the bubble right now. And Aurora may be breathing a little sigh of relief here with AGL getting cut down to 2 with only 1 of their players alive. This is not the situation you want to be in for Aurora. You definitely want to be putting a little bit more distance between you and that bubble, because 4 points is not enough to feel safe, especially when you think about teams that have the potential to get into this late game, like Furia, who are a little bit further behind, but definitely within striking distance.
Nick McGalaxy go down to a combination of Aurora and 4 Thrives. Removed from the equation as our top team scrap amongst each other. RRQ finally play their card, but it's versus OG, and they come in. Good shots with the AUG, damage on target. attempting to reposition RRQ down to 2 players. That's 1 cleanup as the shots hit onto Wizgard, and they are able to repel the initial assault. Aru behind the steering wheel looks to create space and get away. Play on as a solo.
That could have been the opportunity there. If RRQ had fumbled the roll-up, it could have been the chance for Devil to make his way on in, because he's completed that wraparound that we saw him go out wide for and is now pushing him from Chumacera. Could have survived a lot longer. Looked to get a point or 2 on Elims, get some placements coming through, but now the gap is 6 points, and it makes it all that much harder.
And in the conversation of who'd be on top come the end of the day, it's 4 Thrives that are once again getting the crowd hyped up with the plays. 4 Elims in the back pocket, always showing up in the Elim feed as the arena here at the Qiddiya City grid starts to roar. And Devil did make it in, like you say. RRQ found 2 picks onto OG though, and they're looking for the full flash back over. Aru's got something to say about it. Good for a clash up close. They're trying to force him out of the building and do so. Orangutan out of the running now as they'll be left in second.
And RRQ, another point added to their tally, pushing themselves further and further away. Not too long from now, it could be the GK are up on the chopping block before Thrives. The next challenge over towards RRQ. A nade from Lapar. This is the star player that the desk was talking about, bringing him up as a real clutch potential. Let's see if he's got a little bit more left to give in match 12 of 12. As 4 Thrives currently playing a 2-1 split with Falak, T24 on that western side, IQ much further inland. The back off comes through, and RRQ don't want anything more to do with that high ground, certainly not at the moment.
AGAL finally fall to Furia. TTG trapped down in the ditch with nades being dashed towards them. T24 throwing them in on target. His eyes lighting up with the idea of a prospect of 4 more points for our top lobby team right now. And as the zone eats through them, they are finding success with ease.
Oh, T24 though stays a little bit too long. There is a response finally from Thunder Talk. AJ manages to thread that one through. Furia are getting picked apart in the meantime on the south side as Alula keep chowing down with their 2 players alive. The rest comes through. Falak wants to suppress the rotate, but Thunder Talk have already lost 1 forwards. This is a wild charge from Falak. He is so overexposed on the hilltop. I'm surprised he didn't go down before. And RRQ are going to chime in. So is Doc from Aurora. Putting them back in their place. They may have broken the sentry, but you cannot get a little bit too ahead of yourself there. Either way, they've done enough. They will be top spot by the end.
10 Elims and 1 representative of the squad still alive and kicking its IQ that was down towards the low ground, so he's safe. Doc watching that angle, like you say, they just hard commit, wanting to get the extra points and prove that they can bully this lobby. Doc lines him up and knocks him down. That solo representative of Aurora at least guaranteeing some extra boon for the squad. Devil still alive in the back of the vehicle as well. He's pathing around. I mean, Flash have been so quiet for so long, but thankfully for them, John, the other squads that were close to potentially forcing them out of that 5th place are already gone. They've already left this lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be nice and safe for them to feel like there's really not much to challenge them, as Alula also bite the dust. But they've done enough to see themselves into that survival stage. It's likely that the tables have started to solidify. The only moving part here is Devil, and he is caught between a rock, another rock, and several hard places. It is a tough approach from this north side, and it needs RRQ to start going down because the placements are already at 2, which means that even just surviving is not going to be enough for him. And he goes down there. That will be our bottom 3. Locked in, Jackie. X-Force Rejects joins Thunder Talk and Gaming Stars taking the tumble down. So it's all up to the points now. Who's going to finish and where is it going to be?
Those keys now guaranteed to be crushed, but the dreams live on for an RRQ side that fought for their right to survive here. Another blow back over to Aurora as Doc is shut down, and they're looking for even more. Eyes honed in towards the setup from the 2-2 split of GK. Our final decision comes down to who takes the chicken dinner then between these 4 remaining squads.
GK with the most central position, Flash with the high ground. As you said before, been fairly quiet over the course of this match so far, but they are starting to extend their influence now. GK in the more central spot, as I said before, but they're much more limited in terms of their maneuverability, in terms of their flexibility. It's a question of if they can force the other teams around them to fight with each other, or in the other instance, allow a team to just get straight up close to you. Now with Team Flash within nading range, it's going to get so much more hard for GK to hold off this location.
And Flash, after playing passive for so long, know that they can take risks now. So they look to advance down onto GK. Good first nade connection to blow one of the squad mates away. Present an opportunity to punish off the back of it, but RRQ with a third-party snipe from distance, starting to steal those points and increase the pressure that's mounting on Flash's shoulders.
Secure in their 5th place, but they'd like to go further to try and join on the point scoring a little bit higher up on the tables. 4 Thrives, OG, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy, these 4 teams pretty much, they have made it into those grand finals directly. Flash will be joining them as well. It's really, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not possible at this stage for Ulf to catch up. I don't think there's enough points left in the lobby to make up the difference, especially when you consider that Flash will also be getting placement points for a minimum of 4th place and whatever else they're able to purloin from the rest of this lobby.
Just about the showmanship at this point, giving themselves some extra confidence going into the following games, knowing you've got the comfortable nature of skipping that stage and coming back in to play your best. GK inside of the split as they're set up, waiting for the advance to come in from Flash.
On that northern side, they've got that line up. They're allowing the teams to their south on a low ground to figure out how they want to try and manipulate this one as the nades keep rolling down the hill towards GK, making their life very troublesome. Yeah, Ragnarok out in the open is not going to last. You can't really step out for it. And they add another point. Racking up those elims, finding another knock over towards Kevin. And this might be the final dispatch for GK, who will sit right on top of that bubble. A lovely nade posted on through, stops them dead in their tracks. But the 12th place there is going to be locked in. RRQ will be jumping over them with the placement points that they have earned, leaving GK on that bubble, but nevertheless still in survival stages, which is more than could be said for the 3 teams beneath them.
Their keys will remain. And RRQ just proving that they've still got more to show over the course of the competition then. Something that might give them an extra air, an extra reset, some wind under their sails once they get into that survival stage with the pathway they've guaranteed themselves.
Team Flash playing this one by the book. RRQ and Ulf both pushed up to these ridge lines that they have to breach through quickly and open up exposed angles against them. Flash needs to be in position, ready to go for the shots, but it looks like they're more preoccupied over towards RRQ's position. And maybe rightly so, because they do find Genfos, but Ulf in the meantime have gotten up close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. The shots can start to ring through, but Posey doesn't have an angle on towards it. As Genfos still bleeding out, but the nades now can come on in. Zeus is in danger, so's Tops. And there's the approach coming through from Ketch and Calci off on the other angle. Aaron and Scarface playing off one another beautifully. Genfos does get flushed away, and Lapar now the last to stand for RRQ, but Ulf have managed to turn this one topsy-turvy.
Yeah, they've really thrown a spanner in the works here, and they jump back behind the steering wheel to keep more pressure on Flash. Calci with a Molotov thrown in as well, giving them a little bit of space to play off on this one. Distance firefight RRQ. They're parting onto it with a good angle to try and punish onto Flash. That are tucked in behind the vehicle.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's right up in their face, John. Taking it to them.
The wolves at the door, and they will echo with The sound of a shotgun shell, and now it's Lepar. He is in a 1v1 technically. He's got a little bit of time here. Has Kelsey to deal with on the low ground. He finds it, and now there's only one more player up top for him to deal with, but the vehicle, the death departing explosion there, puts the final nail in. Lepar looking pretty good, but it is Ulf to find the chicken dinner and a place in the survival stage.
You see the excitement, the celebration in the faces of defeat for some of our squads. They fought as hard as they could. For some, the journey ends. For others, it's just beginning with a battle for survival in our following stage. But for the lucky few, John, that were able to write history for themselves, they guaranteed that opportunity to go directly through to the finals. In the space of 2 days, the competition has reached an enticing pitch already.
What a treat Group A has been. Group B, I'm hoping, is going to be similarly high octane. That would be fantastic. We've got 2 days of survival beyond that as well, where we'll see the returning middle cadre of teams that played in both of those groups as well, joining once again for another shot at those grand finals. And I think that there has certainly been some phenomenal turns of events here. Four Thrives have proved themselves to be deserving of that top spot as well. From that PMGO season, people still sometimes had questions. Not me, never me, but some people certainly questioned, are they a mainstay team? Can they keep it going? The answer in this group, a resounding yes against some of the strongest teams in the world.
They've had such resilience, such beautiful individual skill as well with the plays we've seen from the entire roster, passing the baton at multiple times to guarantee themselves more and more inside of these battlegrounds. And I'm very glad that we'll get to see more from them. It's unfortunate we'll have to say goodbye to some of our teams, John, but the ones that go on to survival stage, they've earned that spot.
Absolutely. A big benefit of being in the top 5 as well is that you can really focus on analysis, on really practicing, on getting those strategies ingrained onto your team, as well as researching the other teams more through survival stage, whilst being able to keep your playbook a little bit more hidden. So for Orangutan, I am thrilled that they've been able to get up and into second place. A brilliant result for this roster that hasn't had as much international experience as a lot of the players down on the stage here. Phenomenal stuff. We're going to head down to the stage to make sure that we're locking in everything that needs to be done. Barney, what do you got?
Welcome back to the main stage. Of course, taking the top spot in groups from Group A is 4 Thrives, baby! What an amazing performance! The crowd are behind you. That's got to feel good. Now, IQ, let's talk a little bit about stepping into these 2 group stage days and dominating. How does that feel?
To be honest, we are not really proud of our performance because we missed a lot of chickens, and we will improve in finals, inshallah.
Wow, okay. I mean, still placing in the top spot, but still things to improve on. I like that. Now, Falak, the expectations for you guys is pretty high, okay? Coming off the back of a PMGO victory, and now here, you guys must feel like you're in a really good position to take top spot. Did you exceed your expectations by placing first in group stage, or was this the plan the whole time?
I mean, it's amazing to finish #1 in group stages as well, but the main goal is finals, and our goal is to finish #1 in the finals, so we can win back-to-back championships and make our name in history.
I mean, speaking of making a name in history, the PMGO win, if you manage to secure the win at PMWC, and then in your home country, PMGO, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it, IQ?
Yeah, of course.
Of course it would be pretty good. Right, guys, we have something special to do, which I'm pretty sure you know. Follow me. We're going to go over to the Crusher. Now, as first place finishers, right here at the group stage for your group, you get to do the fun part. Now, I would like you to come and stand up here, all 4 of you, please, behind the awesome Crusher. Now, before we get into the meat of this, can I get you guys to budge around? Budge around a little bit. Budge around, move around, move around, move around. Now, before we get into the meat of this, we've got to say our commiserations, of course, but 3 teams underperformed here. And it's brutal, but it's fair. Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming, and of course X-Force Rejects will be eliminated from the competition. Is there anything that you would like to say to them before you crush their keys?
Sorry guys for crushing your keys, and bye-bye.
Ah, sorry guys, and goodbye. All right, IQ, can you please press this button and that will turn on the Crusher and reveal the teeth. Here we go, look at that. See you later, gaming stars. Okay, would you like to pull on this lever, crush the remaining keys, and send them into the elimination zone? 3, 2, 1, see you later. Was that satisfying?
Yeah, that's too much.
Too satisfying. Well, you might get to do it in the final with 15 keys. That's the plan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan. All right, Four Thrives, congratulations in placing first in Group A. We've got so much more PMWC action coming your way over the next few days. You can hear the crowd going nuts for Four Thrives. That's what we like to see here at PMWC. But for now, let's head back to the studio so that they can talk about everything that happened over the last 2 days of groups.
It's a sight that we're getting used to seeing. Four Thrives just dominating in, honestly, not being happy with their performance, Lace. That's insane.
That's crazy because they're the only team to hit triple digits, 107 points. 80 of those guys were actually eliminations. They had 0 chicken dinners. They had about 27 placement points, so that is about like a 2.25 average placement. So most of this was made up by pure firepower.
Yep.
But of course, they don't think that's good enough. And look, that's okay. They want to add the wins to that valiant effort as well.
Especially because we're going to have Smash Rule.
Especially you want to make sure you can actually get those chicken dinners.
But Max,
you know they didn't do it in PMGO Season 1.
One thing we shall not forget. Yeah, congratulations, Four Thrives. You're able to get that first place here for Group A. But this is the first time in a long time that we're going to have an India team at a global final.
So I want to take you guys back to the PMWL 2020 Eastern Region. Orange Rock, TSM entity, they made it to the finals and actually did really good back in that event. But now it has been 5 years, 11 months, and 29 days, and that streak has now ended as Orangutan make it to your PMWC 2026 Grand Finals.
And a great performance from that squad, if we're being completely honest. The way that they were able to perform yesterday was impressive in the way that they started off so slow and they were able to become aggressive. This is what we've been wanting to see out of the Indian teams, to match the aggressiveness that the global lobby is currently showcasing. They were able to do that, and they were consistent as well today. WizGod was able to actually get a lot of placement points for that squad in 2 matches.
He really was.